Chapter 2002. Rumble. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook like thunder. Endless air currents surged, Dragon Palace shined with a bright light as it retreated. Chi Ancestor did not chase it, the air currents around him piled up again like a mountain or a sea. Both sides had fought for a day and a night, they exchanged blows but could not do anything to the other party for now. Around the battlefield, countless pairs of eyes were watching. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivator Gu Immortals came to watch the battle, not to mention the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. Senior Chi Ancestor is truly amazing. His methods are grand and imposing. Wu Shuai's attacks are all in vain. Hua Clan's first Supreme Elder Hua Kaiyun sighed. Qing Yuan, who was beside her, said, "But Wu Shuai cannot be underestimated. Don't forget that he only has rank 7 cultivation level. But he can actually resist Chi Ancestor." Hua Kaiyun sighed. "Wu Shuai has been reborn. He is also an old monster. His immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is truly powerful. If not for it, he would not be Chi Ancestor's match." While the two were talking, a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. A huge demonic dragon that resembled a mountain range appeared on the battlefield. It could be seen from 10,000 li away. Oh heavens, such a terrifying dragon! This can be considered the #1 immemorial desolate beast in the world, right? This is the evil dragon Di Zongxing. Just by watching the battle, I am already shaken, my fighting spirit is gone. I can't imagine how the Gu Immortals who are fighting it feel. Wu Shuai finally released the evil dragon. This proves that Chi Ancestor has already pushed him to his limits. The following battle is the crucial point. The Gu Immortals who were watching the battle were all shocked. Many of them did not participate in the Fate War personally, they only saw it through everybody's vision, they did not experience it personally. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they had a different feeling. The evil dragon roared as it charged towards Chi Ancestor. Chi Ancestor snorted coldly, his voice echoed throughout the surroundings. He clapped with both palms as an immortal killer move flew over, creating a tsunami of chi currents. Di Zongxing rushed forward, but when he was hit by the tsunami, his momentum came to a halt. Di Zongxing shook his dragon body and wanted to move forward, but the tsunami of air currents was endless and unstoppable, and he was actually crushed to the ground. Seeing this, the spectating Gu Immortals were all shocked. Qing Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, Shen Songxing, and the others cheered loudly, and their faces were flushed with joy. Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Xinguang, who were specially dispatched by the Celestial Court, were also shocked and quickly looked at each other. Thinking back to the Fate War, the 2 transformation path great experts of my Celestial Court could not stop the evil dragon's charge and were directly crushed by it. To think that Chi Ancestor actually blocked it! Jun Xinguang had a shocked expression. Zhou Xiong Xian squinted as he sized up Chi Ancestor from afar. He had already used his information path methods to gather all the information and clues in the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian analyzed solemnly. Chi Ancestor is a peerless expert who fought to a draw with Lord Duke Long. It is not strange that he could resist the evil dragon Di Zongxing. But this new killer move of his seems to have traces of the primordial Chi Wall. Lord Duke Long had once given half of primordial origin's true inheritance to Chi Ancestor. To think that after the Fate War, he had already innovated and created an improved Chi Wall killer move. Jun Xinguang blinked. If that is the case, did Chi Ancestor really go into closed cultivation during the Fate War to comprehend this killer move? Zhou Xiong Xian did not deny it. There is no conclusion yet. But at least for now, Chi Ancestor's methods are very different from the Chi Path methods that Fang Yuan has. Saying so, Zhou Xiong Xian sighed. Chi Ancestor's origin is too mysterious, he is hidden too deeply. Even now, we have not investigated his identity. If it were in the past, we might be able to use the River of Time to trace his origin and figure out his identity. But now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the River of Time has become extremely dangerous. There are huge waves, even if a time path great expert enters it, their lives will be in danger. This road will be cut off. Other than time path, there was also Wisdom Path. But regretfully, Fan Yuan destroyed most of the immortal graveyards. Fairy Myrtle defected to Spectral Soul's side. This caused the Celestial Court to have an unprecedented lack of Wisdom Path experts. Boom! A huge wave crashed down, shaking heaven and earth. The evil dragon roared. Its mountain-like body moved, but it was still suppressed by Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor had a grand aura. Every move of his had the power to topple heaven and overturn the sea. The grand evil dragon was not his match. The human Gu immortals cheered. At this moment, Qi Ancestor's reputation rose rapidly in the 5 regions. At the crucial moment when the 5 regions' Gu immortals could not make a move and human path forces were weak, Qi Ancestor stood up and attacked the variant human forces. This made the human Gu immortals feel joy. This is how a true man should act. Even though Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not come personally, he sent Shi Clan Gu immortals to witness the battle. Wu Yong was also in southern border. Seeing this, his heart sank as he thought. In the future, when we attack Eastern Sea, this Qi Ancestor will be a huge obstacle. Inside the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling sat in the central Great Hall with complex emotions. In the past, Celestial Court would stand up and fight at the front lines, but this time, Qi Ancestor took over Celestial Court's position, bearing the expectations and responsibility of humanity. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were still suspicious of Qi Ancestor's identity, and his unclear relationship with Fan Yuan, this battle had indeed raised their impression of Qi Ancestor greatly. While the human Gu immortals were feeling happy, the Two Heavens Alliance army was solemn. The Gu immortals were filled with fear. How can this be? Even after sending Di Zhengxing, they still could not turn the situation around? Humans are truly strong. This is the foundation of the 5 regions. We were too hasty to start a war. Even if we don't attack, they will definitely attack us in the future. For millions of years, they have treated us variant humans like this. That's right, we need to act first to have a chance of survival. We cannot interfere in this battle, Sai. We can only pray for Lord Wu Shuai to win. The variant human Gu immortals conversed. Many had grim expressions as their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Among them were many rank 8 Gu immortals with high cultivation level. They were ancestor-level characters in their respective grotto heavens. But after witnessing this terrifying battle, they did not dare to participate. Qi Ancestor, you have been arrogant for too long. Right at this time, Dragon Palace rose up. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from within. The immortals saw that Dragon Palace was like an orange-gold meteor, crashing towards Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor's body surged with Qi currents. He tried to block it, but the effect was not good. Dragon Palace broke through the wind and waves with great momentum. Once a Dream Path Killer move was activated, a trace of smoke swept towards Qi Ancestor with unstoppable momentum. Be careful. Seeing this, many human Gu immortals shouted. Their hearts were in their throats. Even though they knew that their warnings could not reach the battlefield. Right now, Dream Path was unparalleled in the world. Qi Ancestor could only retreat and avoid the attack. This time, Wu Shuai had the upper hand. The variant human Gu immortals showed expressions of joy, while the human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Qi Ancestor was not hit by the Dream Path Killer move. That was great. Qi Ancestor and Wu Shuai's battle affected the hearts of all the Gu immortals in the world. Every change was soul-stirring. It affected the direction of the entire world. Both sides fought intensely for a long time. The immortals heard a loud sound coming from the west. The sound was like a torrent. It had a grand momentum that covered heaven and earth. The Gu immortals heard this sound and quickly shifted their gazes. They saw that Qi tides were surging in the sky. Connecting to the sky and the sea, they were crashing towards the battlefield. The crucial battle is actually being disrupted by the Qi tides. Let's retreat. The Qi tides will shake our immortal apertures. We will suffer huge losses. Then what about this battle? The Gu immortals were dumbfounded. This was an unexpected change. Jun Xinguang's expression was grim. Oh no! Qi Ancestor is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He is restricted by Qi. His situation is severe. In contrast, Wu Shuai is a new dragon man. He has undergone refinement path modification. He is not restricted much. This information came from Duke Long. During the Fate War, Duke Long had secretly used Dragon Man extermination, but he could not kill Wu Shuai. Back then, he left behind this information. Humans alike dragons was a Gu refinement method created by Duke Long. It could transform humans into dragon men. Back then, the first generation of dragon men were born because of this method. The Celestial Court had information about Duke Long, and with the humans alike dragons method, they deduced a portion of Wu Shuai's details. Thus, when they found out that Wu Shuai led the Two Heavens Alliance to invade Eastern Sea, they were not surprised that Wu Shuai was able to take action. Zhou Xiong Xian gritted his teeth. The Qi tides are Qi path disasters. Qi ancestor is a Qi path great expert. He definitely has an advantage in dealing with the Qi tides compared to us. Now let's see how they deal with this influence. This might also be the turning point of this battle. Qi ancestor, heaven is not on your side. Let's see how long you can last against the Qi tides. Wu Shuai shouted excitedly. He activated Dragon Palace to cooperate with the evil dragon, attacking fiercely. This scene made the human Gu immortals retreat while gritting their teeth. Many prayed in their hearts, "Senior Qi ancestor, you must persevere." But at the next moment, Qi ancestor laughed loudly. "Wu Shuai, you fell for my trap. I was waiting for you to take the bait." The moment he said that, the Qi waves surged back like a blooming flower turning into a bud. They quickly enveloped Qi ancestor and Dragon Palace before shrinking into a dot and vanishing. In the battlefield, only evil dragon Di Zhangxing was left roaring. What battlefield killer move is this? At the crucial moment, Senior Qi ancestor actually trapped Wu Shuai in a battlefield killer move. This is too amazing. So Qi ancestor had been planning this all along. Wu Shuai fell into the Qi path battlefield and was separated from the evil dragon. He is at a disadvantage now. That might not be the case. Right now, Qi ancestor's Qi path battlefield is facing the impact of the Qi tides. Once the battlefield is destroyed, Qi ancestor will suffer backlash instead. He might fall into a disadvantage. Now let's see if Qi ancestor can take down Dragon Palace first. If not, once his Qi path battlefield is destroyed, Wu Shuai and the evil dragon will meet up again. Qi ancestor will be in trouble. Regardless of which side, the Gu immortals were all worried. They couldn't witness such a crucial battle with their own eyes. Not just that, they had to retreat quickly. They could not be affected by the Qi tides, otherwise, their immortal apertures would suffer huge losses. Right when the immortals were guessing what kind of intense battle would occur in the Qi path battlefield, Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor were leisurely tasting wine in Dragon Palace. Other than wine, there were also delicacies. Fan Yuan's main body and clone had a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Wu Shuai's clone handed the incomplete human seed to Fan Yuan's main body. After Fan Yuan's main body received it, he started to discuss the future plans with Wu Shuai's clone. Chapter 2003. To think that at the crucial moment, a Qi tide would appear. Princess Impatience was wearing a golden cloak as he sighed. Beside him was a female immortal. It was Celestial Court's female immortal by Tseng Shui, she said meaningfully. This is a good thing, isn't it? Other than the two, there was also Guyue Fanjing. These three Gu immortals were currently inside the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. They were no longer in Central Continent, they had entered immemorial Black Heaven. Guyue Fanjing's expression changed. He knew what Bai Tseng Shui was implying. He could not help but recall Qin Ding Ling's instructions and arrangements for him before leaving Celestial Court. You and Guyue and Fan Yuan are mutually exclusive. This is the arrangement of the Heavenly Tao. Even if Fan Yuan transforms, this relationship will not change. Precisely so, you will be the leader of this mission. You will lead Princess Impatience and Bai Tseng Shui to attack the Grotto Heaven headquarters of the variant human Gu immortals in the Two Heavens. Qin Dingling cultivated luck path. She had always placed importance on Guyue Fanjing. She knew that Guyue Fanjing's luck was closely related to Fan Yuan's. It was also faintly restraining him. And the facts proved this point. Qin Ding Ling's awakening and the discovery of the Dragonman blessed land were all to suppress Fan Yuan's changes. But now, Celestial Court lost in the Fate War, Duke Long died, Feng Jioge betrayed them, the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed, but star constellations did not respond. The huge Celestial Court fell into its weakest moment in a million years. Qin Ding Ling was the temporary leader of Celestial Court. She naturally had to make use of all the resources she could to protect herself and resist the enemies. Thus, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the more Qin Ding Ling valued Fangjing. To nurture Fangjing, Qin Ding Ling not only spared no immortal materials, she even let him be the leader this time to train his leadership skills. Fangjing was no longer a teenager. He knew that this was an immortal opportunity that was hard to come by even in 1,000 years. Although the Celestial Court had been defeated, their background was still unfathomable. With such an organization supporting him, of course, he had to seize this opportunity. Fangjing still had rank 7 cultivation level. He had not reached the standard to join the Celestial Court, thus his rank 7 blessed land was not contributed. In fact, Qin Ding Ling also needed his cultivation to continue to grow. Thus, even if Fangjing became a rank 8 Gu immortal in the future, as long as he had room for improvement, Qin Ding Ling would not let him contribute his immortal aperture. After all, after transforming into a phantom aperture, the Gu immortal would have little growth left. Senior White is right. Right now, Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai are fighting. It is the best time for us to attack. Let's do it now. As Guyue Fangjing spoke, he acted decisively. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was activated. It turned into a blood-colored meteor. With a loud sound, it pierced the Grotto Heaven's wall and entered Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals looked down from Demon Judgment Board. They saw that inside Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, there was a beautiful scene of mountains and rivers. The Inkmen lived in peace and contentment here. They had a huge population and were extremely prosperous. Grand blood-red light spread out from Demon Judgment Board, spreading to the world. Immortal Gu houses were immortal killer moves in essence. They were formed from all kinds of immortal Gu and mortal Gu. Thus, according to the different Gu worms, they had different structures, and immortal Gu houses had their own emphasis. Demon Judgment Board itself had incredible power. It had a stable and reliable performance in the Fate War. To be able to participate in the Fate War and survive, it showed that Demon Judgment Board was one of the top rank 8 immortal Gu houses in the world. Right now, Demon Judgment Board was displaying information path power that it had not shown in the Fate War. Everywhere the blood-red light went, all kinds of information flowed into Candle Demon Board like a waterfall, before flowing into the 3 immortals' minds in detail. Princess Impatience frowned, showing a look of hatred. The ink men here are actually capturing humans and using them as slaves. They deserve to die. These variant humans deserve to die. Let's kill a batch first and search their souls. Bite Sungshui shook her head. These are just mortals. Even if we soul search them, they won't know much about the higher-ups' secrets. It is better to give them a taste of their own medicine. We will capture them and sell them as slaves to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only will we obtain benefits and replenish Celestial Court's treasury, we can also display the prestige of our Celestial Court. Fangjing frowned internally. He had once been arranged by Fang Yuan to live with the hairy men in Langye Blessed Land for many years. He experienced the culture of variant humans. Even though these ink men treated humans as slaves, he could not bear to kill innocent people. But Fangjing did not refute the 2 immortals' opinion. He said, "These ordinary ink men are not important. The urgent matter now is to get rid of the Inkmen Gu immortals here. Let us take a look at Demon Judgment Board." A brand new Demon Judgment Board was formed. It listed the names of the Inkmen Gu immortals in Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. "Let's go!" Fangjing shouted, activating Demon Judgment Board and following his senses. He quickly found the nearest Inkmen Gu immortal. This Inkmen Gu immortal had already sensed something amiss. He was about to sneak away and meet up with the other Inkmen Gu immortals. Seeing Demon Judgment Board approaching, he desperately flew away. But how could his speed compare to a rank 8 immortal Gu house? Ah! With a miserable cry, This Inkman Gu immortal was directly killed by the immortal Gu house. The blood-red light captured his soul and brought it to the three immortals. The three immortals quickly soul-searched and found a large amount of precious information. This great wisdom grotto heaven had a huge population of Inkmen. There were many cities. Among them, the largest city was the center of the grotto heaven. It had the most Inkman Gu immortals. Of course, at this moment, there were still several Inkman Gu immortals scattered outside. Demon Judgment Board Lord, what should we do now? Bai Sangshui asked Fang Jing. Fang Jing did not hesitate. Directly attack that immortal city! Demon Judgment Board tore through the sky at an extremely fast speed. It arrived in front of the immortal city in a moment. During this period of time, the Inkman Gu immortals in the grotto heaven had basically gathered. Celestial Court! I have not offended you in any way, but you sneakily attacked me. Are you still of the righteous path? An Inkman Gu immortal scolded from the immortal city. Princess Impatience laughed heartily. My celestial court is in charge of the righteous path of humanity. Your entire Inkman tribe is an unorthodox demon. Everyone has the right to punish you. Why are you wasting words with these people? Fang Jing was more direct than Princess Impatience. He directly activated Demon Judgment Board and smashed it down. The Inkman Gu immortals gritted their teeth and scolded. Then I will let you taste the power of my great wisdom grotto heaven's main formation. In an instant, thick fog rose and dyed the sky pitch black. Demon Judgment Board fell into the fog. It could not distinguish north, south, east, west, or the universe. Not only that, the pitch-black fog continued to seep into the immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. Fang Jing was not flustered in the face of danger. He first tried to use a killer move to probe it. Lumps of blood flames floated everywhere. Wherever they went, the black fog would dissipate. But soon, the black fog seemed to have adapted to it, surging over and devouring the blood flames. Fang Jing tried to probe it several times, but they all failed. Demon Judgment Board flew around but could not see the light of day. It was unable to get out of the black fog. After thinking for a while, Fang Jing resolutely activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest power and bombarded everywhere. After a few minutes and expending a large amount of immortal essence, Fang Jing finally saw the black fog dissipate, revealing the world again. But the immortal city in front of him had already been destroyed. The surrounding thousands of Li were in ruins. Who knew how many living beings had died under Demon Judgment Board? Most of the Inkman Gu immortals guarding this place had already perished. Only one was left with a single breath of life. He stared at Demon Judgment Board with extreme hatred, gritting his teeth. Laughable, the great celestial court is actually using blood path methods. Slaughtering these innocent lives was even more merciless. You are the true demonic path members. Princess Impatience snorted coldly, replying in a disdainful tone. Blood path is just a method, using it on you as the true path of humanity. I, the Lord of Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, will not let you off! The Inkman Gu immortal died with hatred. It ended just like that? Fang Jing, who had single-handedly created this result and secured the victory, stared with wide eyes, finding it hard to believe. Bai Sangshui knew some of his feelings. She smiled and explained. Oh Board Lord, do you think this is a fate war, a battle that will last for months? Fang Jing got this hint and came to a realization, sighing. So that's it. The previous fate war was already at the peak of the world. After Fang Jing personally participated, his impression of battles between Gu immortals rose immensely. Now that he was fighting against these rank 7 and rank 6 Inkman Gu immortals, relying on the power of the rank 8 immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board, he suddenly realized it was so simple. It was so easy. What should we do next, Board Lord? Princess Impatience asked. Fang Jing pondered for a while before replying. Right now, these variant human grotto heaven lords are with Wu Shui in Eastern Sea. Since this place has already been settled, we still have time to attack other grotto heavens. We need to make good use of this opportunity to attack. Senior Bai Sangshui, please guard this place and clean up the battlefield. For the sake of ordinary Inkmen, Fang Jing did not leave Princess Impatience, who was more extreme and hated variant humans, here. he chose Bai Tsingshui instead. Bai Tsingshui and Princess Impatience looked at each other, seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Feng Jing's actions as a leader this time had been remarkable all along. Be it his choices or his personality, they made people feel that he was reliable. He had the disposition of a great general. Then I will stay here, please be careful, Bai Tsingshui instructed. Feng Jing nodded with a solemn expression. Senior, don't worry, I will not underestimate the enemy. And the most crucial point is that I have never forgotten. That is Wu Shuai's actions. Bai Tsingshui was completely at ease. She separated from the two. Eastern Sea. As soon as the air tide dissipated, the dilapidated dragon palace crashed into the blessed land of the Xia clan's headquarters. Ah, Lord Wu Shuai is back! What was the result of the battle? Lord Alliance Leader, you are injured? The variant human Gu immortals rushed into Dragon Palace, seeing Wu Shuai, who was pale and covered in blood. Qi Ancestor is truly amazing. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Wu Shuai coughed, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The variant human Gu immortals were pale with fright and panic. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Don't worry, I expended most of human C and used human path methods. That Qi ancestor was also heavily injured. The variant human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that this battle was a draw. Chapter 2004. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's exclamation shocked all the variant human Gu immortals present. Soon they reacted. We need to save them. This is our base camp. Great Wisdom, do you know who invaded your grotto heaven? It is Celestial Court. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's expression was grim. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, The invading Gu immortals are using Demon Judgment Board. This is Celestial Court's Rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It cannot be faked. Humph, so it is Celestial Court. Celestial Court is too shameless and despicable. They actually started an undeclared war. Celestial Court is an organization created by demons. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was once the greatest demon in the world. He was even greater than Fan Yuan. This is recorded clearly in the history of our tribe. When the immortals were criticizing Celestial Court, suddenly, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wu Shuai, shouting, Lord Alliance Leader, please uphold justice for us. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knew clearly. She did not have the ability to save them. Just that Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board alone was beyond her ability. Moreover, who knew how many Celestial Court Rank 8 Gu Immortals were hiding in Demon Judgment Board? Wu Shuai nodded. Great Wisdom, you don't have to do this, stand up first. His expression was dark on the surface, but he was not surprised inwardly. Celestial Court's actions were within his expectations. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court had made a similar large-scale attack. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression as he said resolutely, Great Wisdom is one of us. Now that Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is being attacked by Celestial Court, we need to save it. Not only that, Celestial Court's losses to Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven will be repaid 1,000 times over. We will not let this matter rest. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader. Hearing this, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's heart calmed down. She shakily crawled up. She originally had the appearance of an old woman. Now she looked very pitiful, she urged. I wonder when we will set off? Wu Shuai pondered and said, This is a serious matter. We need to plan carefully and not lose our footing in the midst of panic. The Daoji Grotto needed to be saved, but the Eastern Sea Xia clan's territories also needed to be guarded. Even though I fought to a draw with Qi Ancestor this time. However, the Eastern Sea righteous faction will definitely not let this go. They will definitely retaliate. We've worked so hard to build this foundation, and we have to protect the fruits of victory. Fortunately, we did not use any mere people. In the upcoming battle, the Mere Folk Royal Court can act as spies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stepped out at this moment. Reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to defend Xia Clan's headquarters. If the Eastern Sea's righteous Tao attacks, I will do my utmost and fight to the death. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were filled with righteousness, they were beautiful. In reality, he was unwilling to directly confront the celestial court. There were many variant human goo immortals who had the same thoughts. They sighed at this moment. They were too slow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was ahead of them. Among them, several variant human goo immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were very happy. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch defended this place, they would definitely stay as well. After all, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch alone could not defend this place. Very good. Wu Shuai nodded. He looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a look of praise. Ice Crystal, you are very strong and have a steady nature. You are a general of our alliance. With you defending this place, I can be assured. After I recover from my injuries, you will defend Xia Clan's territory in my stead. The more Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard, the more anxious she got. They had discussed so much, why did they not say when to leave? She urged again. Lord Alliance Leader, allies, time waits for no one. My Daji Grotto is in danger. We need to save it. Wu Shuai sighed. After the battle with Qixi Ancestor, my injuries are not only severe, they are also very troublesome to heal. I need a lot of immortal materials to repair my body. Let me tell you, my Dragonman body is different from Duke Long's. I modified it and created something new. Back then, I used a lot of immortal materials to refine this body. The price was huge. This healing is also the same. Regretfully, I lack many immortal materials. I need to buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had heard of the humans-alike dragon's method. She did not doubt it. She asked, May I ask Lord Alliance Leader, how many immortal materials do you need to heal your injuries? We can provide them. Wu Shuai gave her a list. The variant human goo immortals sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was too high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was tongue-tied. She was shocked. To think that Alliance Leader's body was so precious. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not speak. He only used his gaze to gesture at Goo Tribe's leader. Goo Tribe's leader immediately said, I can testify to this. Many of my tribe's disciples have also turned into dragon men. Thus, the amount of immortal materials needed is far more than this. This was a lie, of course, but Goo Tribe's leader was closest to Wu Shuai. He was also an Eastern Sea rank 8. His words carried great weight. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother naturally suspected that Wu Shuai was using this chance to ask for a high price, but she did not dare to question him. She was also forced by the situation. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. She said with difficulty, Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to provide immortal materials to help you recover as soon as possible. The variant human goo immortals quickly gathered the immortal materials. Wu Shuai accepted the immortal materials but shook his head. Even if we gather all the immortal materials, it will take at least 3 days and 2 nights. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard this and almost fainted on the spot. She was extremely anxious. She was about to speak, but Wu Shuai waved his hand. She could only keep quiet. At the next moment, Wu Shuai spoke. As the Alliance Leader, no matter which one of you is attacked, I will save them. The Celestial Court is our common enemy. But the situation now is too special. How about this? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, you are the Vice Alliance Leader. You will lead a group to reinforce Black Heaven. You must preserve Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's foundation. What? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes, showing a troubled expression. To think that this matter still landed on him, he quickly thought about it, and found that he could not refuse. He gritted his teeth and said, I am willing to go. But I am alone and do not have enough strength. I am afraid of delaying the reinforcement. I would like to borrow Lord Alliance Leader's Dragon Palace. With it, I will definitely complete the Alliance Leader's mission. But Wu Shuai shook his head. I cannot lend Dragon Palace. I need it to recover from my injuries. Is that so? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to say something. But Wu Shuai's expression changed as he said, Everyone, the situation is urgent now. There is no time for discussion. Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is only the first to be invaded. Do you think your Grotto Heaven headquarters will remain unscathed? You need to save yourselves. If I am not the Alliance leader, are you going to surrender in this situation? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, I order you to reinforce them. You can choose any 5 people from the hall to go with you. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. He could only lower his head and accept the order bitterly. He carefully chose 5 Goo Immortals. They all had rank 8 cultivation level. These people were the leaders of forces that were close to him. There was no helping it. Resisting the Celestial Court to reinforce Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven was too dangerous. He did not want to fall into a desperate situation due to internal conflict. However, just as they were about to set off, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suddenly went into a daze. She said dejectedly, "It's too late. My Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven has already been invaded by the Celestial Court." The Goo Immortals were in an uproar. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt down in front of Wu Shuai again, tears flowing down her face. "Lord Alliance Leader, please take revenge for me. My tribe has been trying to collect Qiankun Crystal Wall. We have already collected 50%. If we collect another 10%, we will be able to activate our Inkman racial inheritance." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly spoke about her racial inheritance. Her meaning was clear. She was trying to lure Wu Shuai with benefits. This concerned the racial inheritance. The other Goo Immortals heard this, and their eyes shined brightly. Right at this time, another Goo Immortal called out anxiously, "Oh no, my Grotto Heaven is also being attacked by the Celestial Court. Quick, quick, quick! We need to go back and save them." Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. "This is an urgent matter, why aren't you going back?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He led several Goo Immortals back to Immemorial Black Heaven. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and another Goo Immortal went back to save them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest also went back. The number of Goo Immortals in front of Dragon Palace decreased by half. The remaining Goo Immortals had unsightly expressions. They were filled with fear like startled birds. Who knew, one of them might be the next one to be in trouble. Wu Shuai ignored them. He ordered them to guard Xia Clan's territory. He closed the door of Dragon Palace and urgently healed. "These very inhuman Goo Immortals are truly useless, hee. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was among the Goo Immortals. He was the only one who was calm. "We Grotto Heaven Goo Immortals do not interact with each other normally. We are even wary of each other. We feel like we are not hiding ourselves well enough. With such vigilance, how can we improve in such a short period of time? Even if we gather together, we will still be a disorderly bunch. My decision to side with the Celestial Court was indeed correct." After this matter, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was even more determined to side with the Celestial Court. After parting with the Immortals, he secretly reported this matter to the Celestial Court. Wu Shuai created the Two Heavens Alliance. It was naturally restricted by the Alliance Agreement. But Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's information path Dao marks were already unraveled by Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest. Thus, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord did not have to worry about any backlash from the Alliance Agreement. In the central Great Hall of the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling soon obtained this information. She thought about it. She did not inform Eastern Sea's Righteous Path. Instead, she informed Fanjing. Fanjing was about to take down the second Grotto Heaven now. The remaining Goo Immortals in the Grotto Heaven were hidden very well. Fanjing could not find them in a short period of time. Fanjing thought about it. He immediately asked Princess Impatience to stay here and clean up the mess. On the other hand, he controlled the Demon Judgment Board alone and attacked the third heavenly abode. At the same time, Eastern Sea, Qi Ancestor had a pale expression. He sat at the main seat, looking at Xia Reiji and the rest. The representatives of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces were all gathered here. Chapter 2005. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Reiji heard Qi Ancestor's words and was shocked. After being dazed for a while, he replied cautiously. "Reporting to Ancestor, my Xia Clan is indeed secretly creating a human path secluded domain. It is called Human Sea. But this human path secluded domain does not have any offensive power. The reason why we created this secluded domain is to let our Goo Immortals have a way to revive in the future when we face war. Xia Reiji's words were vague, but they were not lies. Xia Clan's true purpose in creating human sea was to revive their Gu immortals. In Fan Yuan's 500 years of memories, when Xia Clan's Gu immortals died in battle, they were not completely dead, they could be revived from human sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would vanish, the Gu immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia Clan displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia Clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia Clan. This caused Chai Clan to imitate human sea secluded domain and create human mountain secluded domain. Qi Si ancestor stroked his beard. It seems that Wu Shuai led the two heavens Gu immortals to invade your Xia Clan. One of their goals was this human sea secluded domain. He clearly has a different way of using it. The human path killer moves that he uses are hard for me to block. The Xia Clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Reiji frowned, muttering softly. Did the news of our Xia Clan being invaded get leaked? A strong enemy lured here by human sea secluded domain? But this human sea secluded domain has not been fully constructed yet. Qi Si ancestor's expression sank. If Wu Shuai does not have a complete human sea secluded domain, doesn't that mean that after he repairs it and obtains a complete human sea secluded domain, wouldn't his human path killer moves be even more powerful? Xia Reiji smiled. Ancestor, don't worry, the human sea secluded domain's construction method originated from an ancestor of our clan. It was perfected by generations after generations. Wu Shuai does not know the profundity behind it. If he constructs it rashly, human sea will only become fewer and fewer. Qi Si ancestor shook his head. Wu Shuai is an old monster of the past. He used Fan Yuan's strength to revive. He is a crafty person who plans before taking action. Every time he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt or a gust of wind, and he would definitely gain something. Since he knows that the Xia family is building the human sea secret realm, perhaps he knows the method of building the human sea secret realm. Xia Reiji's smile became strained. This possibility isn't too great. The method of setting up the human sea mystic realm is only known to the 3 grand elders in our clan. Now, everyone who knows is here. Could it be that there's a traitor among us? Qi Si ancestor sighed. There might not be a traitor. Don't forget Dragon Palace that Wu Shuai controls has a dream path killer move. Maybe he attacked you in your dreams. The smile on Xia Reiji's face completely stiffened. If it was any other sect, Xia Reiji would at least have some confidence. But he was not clear about dream path methods. Lord Xia Reiji, friends from Xia Clan. At this time, Tang Clan's Gu Immortal spoke. Is it really good to continue hiding it? There's no harm in publicizing the construction method of human sea to the public so that everyone can study it and find the flaw in Marshal Wu's human path method. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals stared with wide eyes. The construction method of human sea was one of the greatest trump cards of Eastern Sea's Xia Clan. How could they casually publicize it? Tang Clan's Gu Immortals were saying this because they wanted human sea's secret realm. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals scoffed. Pardon my bluntness, but friends of Xia Clan, what are you still holding on for? You've already lost your territory. Do you still want to build a brand new human ocean secret realm out of thin air? Do you know what the key point is now? Ancestor fought with Wu Shuai because of his human path killer move. Wu Shuai managed to retreat. As long as this human path killer move is broken, what can Wu Shuai and the Two Heavens Alliance do? By then, won't you be able to take back your homeland? Xia Clan's Gu Immortals gritted their teeth. Tang Clan and Xia Clan were the two super forces of Eastern Sea. They were neighbors with Xia Clan. They naturally had many conflicts. Thus, Tang Clan and Xia Clan's Gu Immortals made things difficult for them. However, even though the two clans' Gu Immortals were making things difficult for them, their words were reasonable. Even Xia Clan's Gu Immortals had to admit this. Xia Reiji thought about it before making up his mind. The construction method of human sea is our Xia Clan secret. We will not publicize it. I am only willing to offer this human path essence to Ancestor. Qixi ancestor fought with Wu Shuai and was injured as a result. Moreover, Xia clan's future hopes were basically on Qixi ancestor. Because the two heavens had Wu Shuai, Eastern Sea only had Qixi ancestor who could suppress the evil dragon and resist Dragon Palace. Xia Ruiji's actions were to curry favor with Qixi ancestor, and also for his own clan. But Qixi ancestor shook his head. I am only asking this to confirm something. Your Xia clan can keep this human sea construction method. I have no foundation in human path. Even if I obtain this method, I will not be able to break Wu Shuai's method. Xia Ruiji was anxious. He was about to speak when Qixi ancestor waved his hand. Xia clan, don't worry. Wu Shuai is a dragon man. The Two Heavens Alliance is mainly made up of variant human Gu immortals. They are the common enemies of the 5 regions. If they invaded the other 4 regions, so be it. But they chose to attack Eastern Sea. As a member of the human race, I have a duty to resist the variant humans. Ancestor is righteous. The Gu immortals present praised. Qixi ancestor continued. But I am injured now. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. As for Wu Shuai, his injuries are even more severe. He will not move for the time being. You can all rest assured. Qixi ancestor paused before saying, when I recover, I will ask all of you to join forces and attack the Two Heavens Alliance. We will follow Ancestor's instructions. With Ancestor as the leader, Eastern Sea has no worries. Without Ancestor, Eastern Sea would have perished long ago. With Ancestor guarding Eastern Sea, it is Eastern Sea's fortune. It is the fortune of all living beings. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals started to flatter him. Xia Ruiji, however, had a gloomy expression. He and the other Xia clan Gu immortals were homeless now. They could not take back Xia clan's territory in a short period of time. What should they do now? Qixi ancestor smiled. Before the army attacks, friends from Xia clan, why don't you stay in Qixi as guests? Xia clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. Xia Ruiji cupped his fists and thanked. Ancestor's kindness, Xia clan is deeply grateful. We will definitely repay you in the future. The other clan's Gu immortals looked at Xia clan's Gu immortals with different gazes. Other than disdain and sympathy, there was also some envy and jealousy. Maybe Xia clan obtained a blessing in disguise? They were able to interact with Qixi ancestor so closely. As time passed, they would form a relationship. They would be able to gain Qixi ancestor's support in the future. If they knew the truth, who knew what expression they would have? After the discussion, Qixi ancestor went into closed cultivation. The other Eastern Sea Gu immortals also returned to their headquarters, making preparations for the army attack. Mermaid Lian Kuxian broke out in cold sweat. The Merman Imperial Court had already sided with the Two Heavens Alliance, but Wu Shuai did not expose their identities. They were sent as spies to report information. At this moment, cold winds blew from the clouds. Lian Kuxian gradually relaxed. She frowned as she thought to herself. It seems that Eastern Sea will be peaceful for a short period of time. There will be no more battles. But this is only the temporary calm before the storm. Sigh, in the future battle, where will my Merman Imperial Court go? Lian Kuxian was one of the 3 immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She had a high status and authority. But now, she felt powerless and hesitant. The 5 regional walls vanished. Everyone knew that the 5 regions would be in chaos. And this chaos had just started. Lian Kuxian felt like she was in a turbulent situation. Her future was dark. She could not see any light or hope. If she was careless, not just her, the entire Merman Imperial Court would be destroyed. After receiving the report, Shen Songxing learned of Qixi ancestor's decision. It seems that Eastern Sea is truly led by Qixi ancestor now. Shen Songxing sighed. If ancestor Shenshang returns, things will be different. To let a secluded cultivator lead the entire righteous path. Shen Songxing shook his head. He naturally had ambitions. He wanted Shen clan to become the overlord of Eastern Sea, the #1 superforce. Different from the other righteous path clans, Shen clan returned with Shenshang. They had a strong character that could compete with Qixi ancestor. But Shenshang's whereabouts were still unknown. Shin clan had already searched for him, but there were no results. Shin Songxing felt a headache. "Oh ancestor, where are you?" At the same time, Divine Emperor Palace, Painting Path World. Hongyi and Yifan walked side by side on a bustling street. At the corner of an alley, a group of muscular men surrounded the person in the middle, punching and kicking the person in the middle. "Stop!" Hongyi could not stand it anymore. He shouted to stop them. After Yifan saw the situation, he was furious. "Are you not embarrassed to attack? So many people bullying a beggar?" The group of muscular men turned around. "Rascal, don't be a busybody. This lunatic is courting death. He dared to startle my esteemed guest's horse and almost caused her to fall. We will not rest until we kill him." Hongyi sighed. "You are really going overboard." Bam bam bam. Hongyi and Yifan acted righteously and chased the group of muscular men away. The beggar was curled up on the ground, his body was covered in bruises, he was also trembling as he mumbled incoherent gibberish. "He is truly a lunatic." Hongyi sighed. "Sigh, even if he is a lunatic, he is still human. It wasn't his intention to collide with the horses, was it?" Yifan also sighed. "Come, let's help him settle down, we cannot leave him here." The two of them placed the crazy beggar in a secluded alley, bought some buns for him, and threw them beside him. After doing this, they left. What they did not know was that not long after they left, this lunatic beggar suddenly regained his rationality. "Where am I? Damn it, the black fire is causing me to go crazy again." Chapter 2006. The streets were bustling with people. The shops on both sides of the street had bright signboards and banners. "Wow! This is the painting world! Amazing! Everything looks so real!" Sun Yao only felt her body shake slightly. Her vision changed as she entered this place. She could not help but shout. The surrounding people looked at this young lady with astonished gazes. However, Sun Yao didn't notice it at all. Her eyes were wide open and glowing as she swept her gaze around her surroundings. Her face was filled with excitement and curiosity. Sun Yao was a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House. She was heavily nurtured by the sect as a Gu immortal seed. Originally, Spirit Affinity House's spot belonged to Feng Kimhong. Unfortunately, because of Feng Zhouge's betrayal, Qin Ding Ling hesitated. Spirit Affinity House changed their recommendation in time, thus Sun Yao replaced Feng Kimhong. However, the sect's nurturing was different from Sun Yao's expectations. Spirit Affinity House only told Sun Yao the origin of this painting before sending her here. Sun Yao wandered around the streets and shops, forgetting to return home. She had grown up in Spirit Affinity House since young. Her senior brothers and sisters were all cultivating and abiding by the sect's rules. She rarely came into contact with the secular world. Now, everything was so interesting and novel to her. She used yuan stone to buy many sticks of candied haws. She watched as she ate. She saw paper cutters in the alleys. The red paper quickly turned into vivid and lifelike butterflies and flowers under the scissors. She entered the theater to enjoy the opera. Those people had all kinds of makeup on their faces. They wore extravagant clothes, and their singing was long and resounding. She stopped at the entrance of the street, and saw two strong men performing an acrobatic performance of breaking rocks with their chests. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder lightly. Sun Yao turned around and saw a young man with a square face and an upright appearance. Without waiting for Sun Yao to speak, this youth with a righteous temperament said with a simple and honest smile, "Are you from the 10 great ancient sects?" Sun Yao immediately stared with wide eyes, shouting in joy, "Senior brother, you too?" The young man nodded and cupped his fists. "I am Wind Cloud Manor's Chen Dijiang. So it's senior apprentice brother Chen." Sun Yao's heart shook, and she hurriedly returned the greeting. Chen Dajiang was the current chief disciple of the Wind Cloud Manor. Sun Yao had long heard of his great name. Sun Yao felt as if she had met a celebrity. When Chen Dajiang made a name for himself, she was inconspicuous. She was just Feng Kim Huang's follower. Just like Sun Yao, Chen Dijiang was a candidate recommended by Wind Cloud Manor and was sent to the world in the painting. The two of them met in a strange place. Even though it was their first meeting, There was a natural intimacy between them. Senior Brother Chen, I wonder, what are the sect's arrangements for sending us here for training? Sun Yao asked. Chen Dajiang shook his head. I know nothing about this either. I thought that by entering this place, I would be able to receive guidance on the next step. I didn't expect the sect to have made no arrangements. The two of them discussed in secret to no avail, so they decided to travel together. Give me something to eat, I beg you, we haven't eaten for 3 days, Wang Yao begged. Give me some money, please. My old father has passed away. This little girl is selling her body to bury him, please help me. The two of them wandered aimlessly. When they reached a street, it was filled with hungry people. Many of them were emaciated, leaning against the corner of the wall. Many of them were begging, holding their hands or holding a broken bowl. The pedestrians on the street were in a hurry, avoiding them. Few of them stopped to give alms. How can this be? We're only separated by 2 streets. Sun Yao was shocked when she saw this scene. Chen Dajiang analyzed in a low voice. This is the world in the painting of Divine Emperor City. Every single major scene that occurred in the history of Emperor City would be merged into numerous murals. Looks like this is the situation in Emperor City during one of the famine years in history. Sun Yao couldn't help but feel sympathy. Senior Brother Chen, although they are only people in the painting and not real existences, they are too pitiful. But they are so pitiful, and I still want to help them. Hearing this, Chen Dajiang immediately looked at Sun Yao in a new light. He smiled cheerfully. I'm not afraid of Junior Sister laughing at me. I also have the same idea. Why don't we move together? Okay. Sun Yao jumped in joy and agreed. The two of them contributed money and effort. Not only did they give out yuan stone, they even bought porridge, steamed buns and so on, sending them to these beggars. Good people. Many thanks, benefactors. We will never forget your kindness. Benefactors, please allow this lowly one to follow you to repay your kindness. The people in distress were filled with gratitude and praises. Right at this time, a frivolous voice interrupted. What are you doing? Sun Yao and Chen Dajiang turned around and saw a Gu master wearing a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. His posture was straight like a sword and his expression was filled with arrogance as he walked towards them. So it is Brother Shao Qixing of Spirit Butterfly Valley. Chen Dajiang cupped his fists and greeted. Sun Yao gasped. Shao Qixing was also a famous person, she hurriedly said. Spirit Affinity House's Sun Yao greets Senior Brother Shao. Shao Qixing sized up Sun Yao. You are Spirit Affinity House's candidate this time? It seems that Feng Kim Hong was really frozen. It is no wonder. Her father openly betrayed the Celestial Court. It is normal for Feng Kim Hong to end up like this. Hearing this, Sun Yao frowned. Senior Sister Feng doesn't care about such things. Hee, she is indeed proud and arrogant. What a pity, a pity. A phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. Shao Qixing showed a mocking smile. You are actually helping these refugees? They are not real people. Why are you doing this? No reason, we just want to help them. Chen Dajiang smiled. Hee, sympathy. Shao Qixing shook his head with a look of disdain. That means you don't know the importance of this fortuitous encounter. You are actually wasting time here. Oh? Chen Dajiang's eyes brightened. What does Brother Shao know? Shao Qixing looked at Chen Dajiang. There is no harm in telling you. This painting world is vivid and lifelike. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's contented lifestyle killer move. We were all recommended by the sect and nurtured by the Celestial Court. We were sent here to further our studies. I believe you have also noticed that there are Gu masters cultivating here, but they mainly cultivate human path. The sect's intention is to let us cultivate human path. We will strive to advance to Gu Immortal and cultivate human path as our main path. Although this world is fake, human path cultivation is real and not fake. The human path Gu worms we obtain from here can also be used outside. So it is like this. Sun Yao's eyes opened wide, but soon revealed some doubts. But why did the sect not tell me? Chen Dajiang asked straightforwardly. How did Brother Shao know about this? Shao Qixing smiled and puffed out his chest, saying proudly, Spirit Butterfly Valley did not tell me about this either. I only learned about it after asking my great-grandfather. Qin Dajiang nodded, and seeing that Sun Yao was still doubtful, he explained. Brother Xiao has a noble status and has a long history. His great-grandfather is Lord Gu Immortal Xiao Baihong. Oh, so it is like this. Sun Yao's gaze towards Shao Qixing changed again. All right, I am going to the military camp now and join the city guards. I have already investigated. Only the city guards can obtain Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, Centurion Gu, and so on. These human path Gu worms are very outstanding and can be the solid foundation of human path cultivation. We might as well go together. We can take care of each other. Shao Qixing suggested. Qin Dajiang, however, shook his head. Brother Xiao, you go first. I have not finished helping the refugees here. Shao Qixing looked at Qin Dajiang and nodded. You are still the same. What about you? He looked at Sun Yao. Sun Yao hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, Senior Brother Xiao, I intend to help Senior Brother Chen. Ha ha. Shao Qixing laughed with a profound meaning. Then I will not disturb you two from your good deeds. He directly left, sneering in his heart. These two fools don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter they have missed. Shao Qixing could not help but recall the words of his great-grandfather. O Qixing, entering the painting world this time is an unimaginably great fortuitous encounter. If possible, you can even inherit Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and become the Lord of Divine Emperor City. You need to do your best and grasp this opportunity. Remember, you must make good use of your time. You are only the first batch of candidates. The Celestial Court will arrange for some rank 6 Gu Immortals to enter. These people are also the elites that the Celestial Court has focused on nurturing, but the Qi tides have yet to subside, so they have no choice but to recuperate. After entering the painting world, you need to race against time and establish an early advantage so that you can deal with those Gu Immortal level opponents in the future. Don't be afraid, these Gu Immortals can only follow the rules of the painting world. Immortals and mortals are almost equal. Every time Shao Qixing recalled these words, he could not help but feel excited. This was a peerless fortuitous encounter, he naturally wanted to grasp it. Sun Yao and Qin Dajiang did not know the inside story, so Shao Qixing wanted to deceive them and make them help him. Unfortunately, these two actually wanted to do good deeds. Their temperaments were really incompatible and they could not work together. Shao Qixing saw through this and did not want to waste his precious time and energy on them. These are steamed buns and porridge. Eat slowly, don't choke. Sun Yao placed a bowl of porridge and steamed buns in front of Xinshang. Xinshang was still covered in injuries and looked like a beggar, sitting in a dark corner of the wall like a stone statue. Sun Yao did not mind. After all, there were many silent beggars like him. She did this good deed to help others, not to hear some words of gratitude. Xinshang's eyes shined with brilliance as he looked at Sun Yao, who was right in front of him, and then looked at Shao Qixing's disappearing figure in the distance. These people are all Gu Immortal seeds of the Celestial Court. In order to welcome the waves of the Great Era, the Celestial Court has already made a long-term plan. Xiao Baihong is short-sighted. He did not even know that he harmed his own great-grandson. Sun Yao and Qin Dajiang were kept in the dark earlier, and even though they learned some of the inside information, they still acted according to their nature. If these two continue, they will definitely benefit greatly. Xinshang evaluated inwardly. Although these three were conversing via voice transmission, they could not hide from a person like Xinshang. Xinshang sighed inwardly. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is truly grand, it is truly worthy of respect. In history, the true inheritance of human path belongs to the legends of Renzu. Although this book looks superficial, it is actually extremely profound. Since ancient times, only a small group of people have comprehended its essence and created human path killer moves. However, for a path, these killer moves are merely superficial. They are like the bright moon in the clouds. They are not something that ordinary people can reach. Human path has high-end achievements, but it has no foundation, thus it has never been able to develop. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created this world in the painting. He absorbed the scenes of the human world for millions of years and derived all kinds of foundation stones of human path. His contribution to the development of human path is truly too huge. He can be said to be the founder of human path. The development of human path here is also of great help to me. I wonder what happened when I went crazy. I was actually able to mix in. Unfortunately, I cannot contact Fan Yuan's clone, Fan Dichang. What is the situation on his side? Xinshan had cooperated with Fan Dichang previously and successfully deciphered the Venerable's human path method, adding a huge weight to the scales of victory in the Fate War. Xinshan knew that Fan Dichang had once refined Divine Beam Palace. He had a lot of authority. If he could cooperate with Fan Dichang again, it would be a good thing for both of them. P.S. Congratulations to Filthy Demon King, who works hard to get up reader for becoming this book's Silver Alliance Master, the current #1 fan. Thank you for your support. I also remember your message. I will work hard to update this chapter with high quality. I also thank all the readers who participated in the crowdfunding. I have finally organized the detailed list today. I will send it to the related sections later. Chapter 2007. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. In a valley, Shi Qing was inspecting the stone mushrooms in the valley. If these stone mushrooms were growing well, they would be 5 feet tall, shaped like short trees, and their caps were like umbrellas. But these stone mushrooms were all short. They were like wooden stumps left behind after trees were cut down. Moreover, their bodies were not the healthy gray color of stone. Instead, they had a distorted multicolored color. It was very strange. This field of stone mushrooms is destroyed. Shi Qing finished inspecting and confirmed this. His expression was very ugly. Even though he only had rank 6 cultivation level, Fan Yuan thought highly of him. He arranged for him to lead the Rockman tribe in Mini Southern Border. Shi Qing was very respectful towards Fan Yuan. He wanted to develop the Rockman tribe and not let down Fan Yuan's expectations. This field of stone mushrooms was a medium-sized resource point that he personally constructed for the benefit of the Rockman tribe. In order to construct this resource point, Shi Qing had specially requested a lot of immortal materials from Fan Yuan's Time Path clone as the initial investment. Back then, he had even promised that there would be ideal profits. In the end, reality was like a slap to Shi Qing's face. How could this be? I clearly followed the tribe's records and meticulously nurtured the stone mushrooms. There was no mistake. Shi Qing was very confused. A few days ago, these stone mushrooms were growing well. Everything was normal. But after a few days, these stone mushrooms had become like this. How can I explain this to Lord Fan Yuan? Shi Qing frowned as he sighed. Right at this time, light flashed. Fan Yuan's will was transmitted in the air. The will was condensed into a solid form. It was vivid and lifelike. Shi Qing gasped and immediately bowed. This subordinate greets master. Fan Yuan's will waved his hand. I already know about the situation here. The stone mushrooms were destroyed. It was not your fault. It was a natural disaster. Go back first. Another batch of immortal materials will arrive after some time. You can just build a second stone mushroom valley. Shi Qing was overjoyed. He quickly bowed and thanked him. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Fan Yuan's consciousness revealed a knowing smile. You want to ask what exactly caused these stone mushrooms to be destroyed? Shi Qing nodded. Master is very perceptive. I still want to ask, can these stone mushrooms be reused? It would be a pity to abandon them. The initial investment to build the stone mushroom valley was huge. Of course, it was nothing in Fan Yuan's eyes, but in Shi Qing's eyes, it was a sky-high investment. In addition, he had invested a lot of effort and time into this place. He did not want to see all his efforts go to waste. However, Fan Yuan shook his head. You don't have to think too much about the details. If I can solve it, you won't have to worry. If I can't solve it, it's useless for you to know. As for these stone mushrooms, they could not be used. Even if they were used as goo materials to refine goo, it would only lead to greater losses. You can go now. Yes, my lord. Shurching respectfully retreated. He couldn't help but feel worried. Why is there so much trouble this time? Judging from your tone, you might not be able to solve this problem? After Shurching left, only Fan Yuan's will was left in this valley. Fan Yuan's will had a solemn expression. He first looked at the whole valley. The countless stone mushrooms in the valley had become twisted objects. Their smooth surface was now filled with countless wrinkles. The colors were bright and colorful, like a gathering of venomous creatures. It gave people a terrifying feeling. But this was only on the surface. In Fan Yuan's eyes, he could see that the earth path down marks in these stone mushrooms were scattered and disrupted. There were down marks of many other paths mixed in, like wind path, lightning path, poison path, dark path, fire path, and so on. Precisely so, these stone mushrooms could only be discarded as trash. At least for now, Fan Yuan did not have any methods to use them. Providence! Fan Yuan's will suddenly snickered. He found the hidden providence in the valley. With a loud sound, he turned into clouds and mist, enveloping the whole valley and chasing after providence. The battle of wills soon came to an end. Fan Yuan won. He succeeded in eliminating the hidden providence in this place. Of course, he paid a huge price. After this will condensed again, it was no longer as lifelike as before. It was illusory like a shadow, giving off a feeling that it could dissipate with the wind. Fan Yuan's will sighed. The victory this time was merely a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. A new problem had appeared. The Stone Mushroom Valley was not an isolated case. Recently, hidden providence had appeared all over the sovereign immortal aperture. Many resource points were destroyed. Fan Yuan's main body was in charge of the Gu refinement and destroyed Fate Gu. He obtained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. These Dao marks did not belong to him, they were imposed on him. The Heaven Path Dao marks evolved on their own, causing the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture to change, becoming more balanced and stable. In the long run, these changes were more beneficial than detrimental. They greatly increased the sovereign immortal aperture's development potential. But in the short run, Fan Yuan would suffer heavy losses. Fan Yuan did not belong to a superforce, his assets were all in the sovereign immortal aperture. If this foundation suffered losses, it would definitely affect his battle strength. Fan Yuan did not want to fall into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He had been working hard to command the humans and variant humans in the Grotto Heaven to resist the heavenly calamities. At the same time, he collected the Thousand Wish Tree and the Incomplete Human Sea, using Human Path to restrain the changes in the heavenly Tao. With these two methods working together, the sovereign immortal aperture's situation improved greatly. But Fan Yuan did not expect the natural evolution of the Heaven Path Tao marks to produce providence. The heavenly Tao was impartial, it had no ill intentions towards Fan Yuan. Changing the environment was just a natural evolution. But providence was not like that. Providence was born from the heavenly Tao, it was more flexible. The heavenly Tao could not get rid of the otherworldly demon Fan Yuan. He was an existence that affected the balance, so providence went one step further. It started to destroy the various resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. The heavenly Tao could change the Tao marks of other paths. Providence used this ability to completely mess up the Tao marks of the resource points, turning them from orderly to terrible. Stone Mushroom Valley was just one of them. I have the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation, but the sovereign immortal aperture is too huge. The heavenly Tao is constantly evolving, it can produce providence anywhere. It is too difficult for me to clear up all of these providence. Even if I use my full strength, the efficiency is very low. Fan Yuan knew that the solution was to directly refine these Heaven Path Tao marks, making them truly belong to the sovereign immortal aperture and himself. But he did not know how to do it. He had never heard of anyone cultivating the heavenly Tao. The only way was to use human path to suppress the heavenly Tao. Fan Yuan thought for a long time. He found two possible ways out. The first was Emperor City. Emperor City was meticulously arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has now become a human path sacred land. If I obtain it, I will definitely be able to suppress the heavenly Tao. The second way was Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave was arranged by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years. The 8th layer contains the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, demonic sounds wreak havoc in Crazed Demon Cave, causing living beings to go crazy. All kinds of immortal materials are useless. Tao marks are mixed together. This situation is exactly the same as the stone mushroom and other resource points. If I can grasp all of Crazed Demon Cave's secrets, I should be able to improve my current situation. But these two ways were extremely dangerous. Emperor City was at the center of Central Continent. If Fan Yuan went there, he would definitely become enemies with the Celestial Court. With his current strength, he could defeat the Celestial Court on the surface. However, Fan Yuan was wary of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable schemed against him, causing him to lose Fan Dichang. When he inspected luck earlier, Fan Yuan did not discover Fan Dichang's luck. It was likely that he had died. Red Lotus Demon Venerable also schemed against him. If not for the Heaven Path Tao marks, how could Fan Yuan's immortal aperture produce providence? Of course, Red Lotus also schemed against Spectral Soul. The Heaven Path Tao marks were both a danger and an opportunity for Fan Yuan. They were also a protective umbrella. At least, Spectral Soul's arrangements could not be activated. If Fan Yuan wanted to take Emperor City, he would have to face the methods of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for Crazed Demon Cave, that place was filled with danger. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics had promised Fan Yuan that they would participate in the Fate War, but after the battle, they disappeared without a trace. It was not that Fan Yuan did not try to contact them, but they had completely lost contact with him. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave that caused the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics to disappear mysteriously? Fan Yuan guessed that Longevity Heaven might have made a move. The loss of Wisdom Gu made Fan Yuan realize that this was Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Giant Sun's attack made Fan Yuan realize that Giant Sun Immortal had a backup plan all along. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, it was not impossible for a Venerable to revive. If Fan Yuan went to Crazed Demon Cave, he would have to face Giant Sun Immortal and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. There was another thing that made Fan Yuan worried. The River of Time's abnormality was happening. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, the River of Time's water had become extremely violent. It was extremely dangerous. Even if Fan Yuan used Myriad Year Flying Worship, he could only barely enter the river. He would have to return to the 5 regions after a while. He could not explore for long. Fan Yuan understood the reason. Earlier, the River of Time could move forward smoothly and flow smoothly because everything was fixed by Fate Gu, no matter what existence it was. They had a fixed life trajectory. Precisely because of this, Time Path Gu immortals could often observe the downstream to predict things. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to plot and destroy Fate Gu because he observed the downstream and obtained many secrets about the future. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, all living beings no longer had a fixed trajectory, they could change at will. Thus, the River of Time had become extremely violent. Everything was turbid and chaotic. With such a change in the River of Time, Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used for the time being. Spring-Autumn Cicada could travel in the river because the water was gentle. Now that the river had become chaotic, once Spring-Autumn Cicada entered the river, it would be crushed by the river water. Unless Fan Yuan developed another killer move that could protect Spring-Autumn Cicada. Although the river water is troublesome, it is not a big problem. My true worry is still Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is someone who planted a stone lotus island in the River of Time. I wonder what other arrangements he has made in the River of Time. Fate Gu was destroyed in the end. Fan Yuan finally got rid of the guillotine hanging over his head. However, there was a dense fog in front of him. He was walking in a mountain range. In this fog, which one was solid ground and which one was a cliff? That path that led to eternal life, the path that he had been pursuing, did it exist in this fog? If it existed, where was it? Chapter 2008. In immemorial black heaven, a group of Gu immortals concealed themselves as they flew rapidly. These Gu immortals had outstanding cultivation level. They were all rank 8 variant human goo immortals. The leader was a goo immortal with white skin and blue hair. He had a solemn expression. It was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch received orders from Wu Shuai to reinforce the Grotto Heaven headquarters and resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Along the way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was filled with worries. This is not what I expected. I appointed Wu Shuai as the alliance leader because I wanted him to be the vanguard. But now that we are going against Celestial Court, I have become the vanguard instead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to make excuses, but the situation at that time made it impossible for him to do so. Wu Shuai fought with Qi Ancestor after all, he was injured. Speaking of which, I did make use of him to resist Qi Ancestor. As the Vice Alliance leader, I have to take responsibility for this situation. Logically speaking, I have to go to Black Heaven to reinforce them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to go against Celestial Court like this. Regardless of the outcome, he was going to become a thorn in Celestial Court's side. Currently, he still wanted Wu Shuai to attract their attention. But the world was like a game of chess. The world was filled with dangers and uncertainties. In the blink of an eye, he was pushed to the front. I really have no choice. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed deeply in his heart. He had to reinforce them, but how to do it was something he had to ponder over. Vice Alliance Leader, a large number of Goo Immortals have been discovered ahead. The investigative Goo Immortal suddenly said, before continuing. They are our people. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. He was not surprised. Go and gather with them. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch regretted taking the position of Vice Alliance Leader, it was too late now. He could only make full use of this position. Before they set off, he had already used this position to command the other Grotto Heavens to defend and help each other, to fight against the enemy Celestial Court. He wanted to contribute his strength. The two groups of Goo Immortals gathered. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the reinforcements and felt anger in his heart. Chaotic Rock Grotto Heaven sent an immemorial rock monster. Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven sent 6 Eggman Goo Immortals. They could form the ancient battle formation Rotten Evil Cloud Formation, while Hair Monster Grotto Heaven took out the incomplete Immortal Goo House Black Emperor building. These 3 Grotto Heaven forces were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, thus, they took out their trump cards. But other than that, the other forces did not do anything. Especially some human forces. They only sent a few rank 7 Goo Immortals for show. In front of a great enemy, these Grotto Heavens still want to protect themselves. Sigh, the distance between the heavenly abodes is too great, and the communication between them is sparse. The reason why they are united is only because of the pressure of survival. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's anger turned into helplessness and coldness. If that's the case, I might as well hide my abilities and put on a superficial show. At the very least, the troops I brought with me are quite impressive. Celestial Court was powerful, if possible. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to clash with Celestial Court directly. He knew what he was capable of. If he really rushed forward, it was very likely that he would lose his life. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was thinking about this, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes opened wide, almost spewing fire. The other Goo Immortals sensed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's abnormality. They turned to look at him. Someone asked, Vice Alliance Leader, what happened? Did something happen to Xia Clan's headquarters? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. Xia Clan's headquarters are guarded by Lord Alliance Leader. How can anything happen to them? My Grotto Heaven is being invaded by Demon Judgment Board. My clan's Goo Immortals are fighting with their lives on the line. We need to go and reinforce them now. This Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was still thinking of saving her Grotto Heaven. She hesitated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. Your Grotto Heavens have already fallen into the enemy's hands. The outcome is set. But my Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven is still holding on. There is still hope. Quickly come with me to reinforce them. If anyone slacks off, I will report to Lord Alliance Leader Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used Wu Shuai's name, along with the variant human Goo Immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, great wisdom, immortal mother, and the rest had no choice but to obey this order. The immortals did not bother to conceal their traces. They flew towards Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven at their fastest speed. The Grotto Heaven's entrance opened. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was anxious as he charged in. The rest followed behind him. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was already engulfed in flames of battle. Demon Judgment Board was like a red meteor in the sky. It rampaged around unstoppably. The rank 6 and 7 Snowman Goo Immortals guarding Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven were nowhere to be seen. They were controlling the formation, activating countless hailstorms to attack Demon Judgment Board, but there was little effect. Demon Judgment Board suddenly shot out a blood-colored light. The light shot towards the center of the defensive formation. The Snowman Goo Immortals hurriedly put up their defenses. The blood-colored light seemed to be reflected by a mirror. It changed its direction and shot far away. Boom! With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. The blood-colored light exploded, causing the entire sky to be dyed red. A huge snowy plain that was thousands of li in circumference was turned into nothingness by this attack. Ah, blizzard icy plain! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and his eyes widened in anger. This icy plain was the largest gathering place of the Snowman tribes in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Now that it was destroyed, close to 10 million ordinary snowmen died. Blizzard Icy Plain had even more significance to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. His coming-of-age ceremony was carried out in this Blizzard Icy Plain. Once, his father had brought the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to the periphery of the Blizzard Icy Plain. You are an adult now, my son. This icy plain in front of you is your trial ground. You need to survive here for at least 7 days to pass the trial. You will have the qualifications to become a Goo Master and awaken your aperture. The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the vast snowy plain. He had a perplexed expression. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. His father saw through his expression. It is natural to be afraid, because you might die here. The trial is fair. As long as you take the risk of death, you will have the qualifications to become a Goo Master. Even though I am a Goo Immortal, I cannot protect you. I can only give you one suggestion. What is it? The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. You need to survive in this icy plain for 7 days. It is too difficult. There is almost no hope. His father shook his head. But there are many snowman tribes living in this icy plain. If you can follow their traces and find them, they will definitely protect you. But I do not know them. The young Ice Crystal was very worried. His father said in a heavy tone, Don't worry. The snowman tribes will definitely protect every tribesman who lives outside, because these tribesmen will also protect the entire tribe. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you pass the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Sure enough, the young Ice Crystal endured for 3 days and 3 nights in the icy plain, chasing after the tribe's traces. At the final moment of his life, he crawled to the periphery of a tribe's hunting grounds. He was luckily discovered and survived. That tribe accepted him and healed his injuries for free, welcoming him to settle down and become a member of the tribe. Even though the young Ice Crystal left in the end, his experiences in that tribe were deeply engraved in his young mind. They influenced him deeply for the rest of his life. When he cultivated to rank 8 and inherited the title of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, becoming the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he focused on developing the explosive snow icy plain, causing the sparsely populated icy plain to become rich in resources. The snowmen who struggled to survive inside also experienced a huge improvement in their lives. Their population gradually increased. But now, all of this was destroyed. It was all destroyed. The entire explosive snow icy plain was destroyed by a strong enemy's killer move. Not only was the fruits of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's hard work destroyed, the memories in his mind were also just memories. He could not find any reference in reality. Anger and hatred were like raging flames, burning fiercely in his chest. For an instant, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became silent. He took in a deep breath. The air in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was always so cold. It was still so cold. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch recalled his father's teachings. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you succeed in the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Indeed. It is my turn. It is time for me to protect the entire tribe. Rumble! At the next moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura erupted, creating a huge storm as he charged towards Demon Judgment Board. The Goo Immortals behind him were shocked. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was actually so powerful. The reinforcements from the past two heavens have finally arrived. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guyue Fangjing breathed in deeply. His expression was solemn. Many people came. There were many rank 8 Goo Immortals. Guyue Fangjing was only rank 7, but he was not flustered. This battle had already nurtured his fighting spirit and confidence. Of course, most of it was his confidence towards this rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Demon Judgment Board. You have a strong aura, but can you resist Demon Judgment Board? Guyue Fangjing smiled coldly. He did not use any killer moves. He controlled Demon Judgment Board to charge forward. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He had to retreat. He was an Ice and Snow Path Goo Immortal. He did not cultivate Transformation Path or Strength Path. How could he use his body to resist an Immortal Goo House? Let's go. Quick, let's attack together and help Vice Alliance leader. The other two Heavens Alliance army shouted as they attacked. Guyue Fangjing saw this and used Demon Judgment Board to advance by retreating. He pulled some distance away edgily. Blood light flashed on Demon Judgment Board as all sorts of killer moves were used. The immemorial rock monsters became slow. The Eggman Goo Immortal was bleeding profusely. He could only save himself. He could not form the ancient battle formation. The incomplete Black Emperor building that strange hair grotto heaven sent was cowering at the back. It did not dare to fight Demon Judgment Board head-on. The other two Heavens Goo Immortals were even worse off. Even though there were many rank 8 Goo Immortals, they cherished their lives. They only dared to use killer moves from afar. Once they got close, they would escape first. A disorderly mob. This term appeared in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's mind. He was furious and anxious. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had nothing to do with them. They would not fight to the death. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that he could only rely on himself now. I can only use that move. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made up his mind. Master, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch seems to be unable to hold on. Should we help him? Soul Path Goo Immortal and Sun asked Spectral Soul secretly. He was sent by Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven this time, while Spectral Soul had been hiding in the dark. Chapter 2009. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch floated in the sky. His aura continued to rise as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Around him, countless strands of cold air condensed, giving rise to howling waves. Such power far surpassed ordinary rank 8 killer moves. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch succeeded in activating it, it would shake heaven and earth. Fangjing immediately sensed it. He wanted to use Demon Judgment Board to interfere. Let's help fellow Taoist Ice Crystal. Stop Demon Judgment Board. The other two Heavens Goo Immortals had some battle experience. They quickly blocked Demon Judgment Board. At once, all sorts of killer moves flew around like fireworks. Demon Judgment Board's movement was obstructed by all sorts of attacks, but at the crucial moment, a blood-red rainbow shot out again, attacking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still preparing his killer move. He did not move. At the crucial moment, Sun suddenly opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, throwing out an immemorial soul beast. The immemorial soul beast moved quickly, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but was hit by the blood-red rainbow. With a loud sound, an explosion occurred. The immemorial soul beast cried out. Its body was mostly destroyed as it fell to the ground. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately looked at Sun with gratitude. His aura stabilized rapidly. He had passed the most dangerous juncture. His killer move was about to succeed. Immemorial soul beasts have no blood. Demon Judgment Board's blood path killer move is not effective. Sun was excited. Master, if not for your guidance, I would not have been able to block this blood-red rainbow. That Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch would have been in trouble. No. Spectral Soul analyzed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's killer move is very profound. It has a certain level of defensive power during the activation process. Even if he is hit, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch will only be injured. The killer move will not fail. Celestial Court. I will let you have a taste of my tribe's signature killer move, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Wang De shouted. His rampaging aura was completely concealed. At the next moment, his entire body exploded with a loud sound, turning into countless cold lights. Cold lights shot out. They were extremely cold. Everywhere they went, the air froze, turning into pieces of floating ice that fell to the ground. Fang Jing had a bad feeling. He wanted to use the Demon Judgment Board to move, but how could his speed compare to the extreme ice crystal light? In an instant, the Demon Judgment Board was hit by countless ice crystal lights. Gotcha! Every time the crystal light hit the Demon Judgment Board, it would turn into a small piece of ice, adhering to the surface of the Demon Judgment Board. Countless crystal lights shot out from all directions. Demon Judgment Board could not dodge at all. Countless layers of ice formed on the surface of the immortal goo house. Fang Jing's heart sank. He quickly activated Demon Judgment Board and used a killer move to block the ice layer. However, his speed could not match the speed of the ice. Very quickly, the Demon Judgment Board was surrounded by a thick layer of ice that was half a meter thick. Not good. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light that comes from the outside is. This discovery made Fang Jing turn pale with fright. This move was unavoidable from the very beginning. It was powerful, but the true power was yet to come. The further it went, the more powerful this move would be. Fang Jing quickly activated Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 immortal essence that he stored was expended as he activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest killer move. Blood light shone as the layer of ice on one side melted. However, the cold light in the sky reacted. They moved towards the direction that Fang Jing was trying to break out of. Demon Judgment Board's effect became weaker. The goo immortals present were all stunned. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is actually so strong. He actually used his own strength to seal the rank 8 immortal goo house of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board. Truly amazing. What is this move called? Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. At once, the immortals chewed on the name of this killer move. It was deeply engraved in their minds. This is the olden antiquity era's signature killer move, hee. To think that the snowmen here actually obtained a racial inheritance. Spectral Soul, who was in Ensun's body, laughed lightly. Ensun realized now. So this move is the racial inheritance of the snowmen. No wonder it is so strong. Wait. Can an olden antiquity era killer move still be used now? The current world is very different from the olden antiquity era. Won't such an ancient relic be obsolete? Spectral Soul laughed. Back then, variant humans dominated the world. Killer moves were as numerous as the stars in the sky. But killer moves that were carefully chosen and placed into the racial inheritance naturally have their own profundities. Take this Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin for example. Its core is not an immortal goo, but the variant human who used the killer move. Spectral Soul was not knowledgeable in the ordinary sense. He had once plundered countless souls in the door of life and death. Many of these souls came from the olden antiquity era, the remote antiquity era, and even the immemorial antiquity era. Thus, Spectral Soul knew a lot of information about these eras. Even though his attainment level fell to rock bottom, his memories were still intact. Like what Spectral Soul said, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin had some similarities with Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind killer move. When Wu Yong used Unlimited Wind, his wind path Dao marks would be permanently expended. Meanwhile, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin not only expended Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice and snow Dao marks, it would also reduce his lifespan. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin used Snowman Goo Immortals as the core. It was less affected by the changes of time. At the same time, even if Goo Immortals of other races obtained this move, they would not be able to use it. Gu Yu Fangjing's forehead was already covered with a layer of cold sweat. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's battle strength was far beyond Feng Jing's expectations. The Great Demon Judgment Board was actually trapped in the ice. There was little hope of breaking out. Even if Feng Jing wanted to deal with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, he could not do it. Because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already turned into countless cold lights. This was the specialty of Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Just as Demon Judgment Board was about to be completely trapped in the ice, at this moment, a phoenix cry resounded. Next, waves surged, Princess Impatience and Bai Tseng Shui arrived together. It turned out that when Feng Jing fought with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch earlier, he had already informed Celestial Court, Princess Impatience, and Bai Tseng Shui. Bai Tseng Shui had already cleaned up the battlefield, she left immediately. Meanwhile, Princess Impatience gave up on some of his gains, he quickly went to reinforce. The two rank 8 Gu Immortals saw that Demon Judgment Board was trapped, they growled together. One sent out golden flames while the other sent out waves. The ice was attacked from both inside and outside, it could not hold on any longer. The outer layer of ice was quickly destroyed while Demon Judgment Board became restless. The two Heavens Gu Immortals saw this and attacked, but they were suppressed by Princess Impatience and by Tseng Shui. They had many times more rank 8s than Celestial Court, but they had no advantage. In a battle between Gu Immortals, numbers were not the crucial factor. Even though the two Heavens Gu Immortals had the advantage in numbers, they did not cooperate with each other. Their killer moves often interfered with each other. They had great battle strength, but before they even hit the enemy, they would expend 30 to 40% of their strength. But if they fought alone, they would be afraid, they would focus on preserving their lives, they would be in danger and lose their lives. Of course, this was also because Princess Impatience and Bai Tseng Shui were elites among rank 8s, they had outstanding battle strength. As a member of Celestial Court, they could look down on most people of the same cultivation level. After a while of deadlock, Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the ice light was weakening. He had to instruct Sun. Quickly release the Soul Beast army. Lend me all your immortal goo. Yes, master! And Sun did not hesitate, he did as he was told. The Soul Beast army immediately moved. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui did not think much of it at first, they threw out two killer moves. But the Soul Beast army suddenly split up, their movements were smooth like flowing water, they dodged most of the killer moves. Next, 3 immemorial Soul Beasts flew out of the Soul Beast army, attacking Princess Impatience and Bai Tseng Shui. Both sides fought, the immemorial Soul Beasts could not match the two immortals of Celestial Court, but the immemorial Soul Beasts had the support of the army. Killer moves were used at every crucial moment. Even though Princess Impatience and Bai Tseng Shui had the upper hand, they were restrained by the Soul Beast army. As Demon Judgment Board's reinforcements fell, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice light turned the situation around. This Soul Path rank 7 is truly talented. I will go kill him. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui quickly conversed. The former suddenly moved, spitting out fire from his mouth, forcefully burning a path through the Soul Beast army, heading straight for Sun. Sun turned pale with fright, he shouted in panic. He is coming, protect me! The Gu Immortals of the two heavens knew that enslavement path Gu Immortals were most afraid of killing tactics, they quickly attacked. Princess Impatience rampaged unstoppably, breaking through all the obstacles, but because of this delay, Sun had already pulled some distance between them. You cannot escape. Princess Impatience smiled coldly, pouncing again. Spectral Soul would not attack personally in public, he controlled Sun's body to retreat, using the strength of other Gu Immortals to block Princess Impatience. Princess Impatience charged again and again, the two Heavens Immortals were sweating profusely, their hearts were pounding, they were showing their might. Bai Tseng Shui shouted. Feng Xian, quickly attack! Princess Impatience gritted his teeth, this Sun was so slippery. At this time, the ice light trapped Demon Judgment Board again. Layers of ice formed a huge ice coffin, suppressing this rank 8 immortal Gu house at the center. Oh no! Seeing this, Bai Tseng Shui's and Princess Impatience's hearts sank. Seeing that Celestial Court's side was in trouble, at this moment, heaven and earth shook, chi currents surged as the world roared. Chi tides again! Spectral souls snorted coldly. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had already been destroyed by Princess Impatience and by Tsang Shui when they came to reinforce. It was connected to the outside world. At this moment, Chi tides surged in the outside world, pouring into the Grotto Heaven. The Chi tides spread to the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's defensive immortal formation could not hold on anymore. It shattered. A large number of snowman goo immortals were in danger. The ice light that trapped Demon Judgment Board shook. It seemed to be hesitating. It only hesitated for a moment. The extreme ice crystal lights shot towards the snowman goo immortals, turning into ice tubes that protected them. But this way, Demon Judgment Board's pressure was greatly reduced. Princess Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui saw this and attacked at the same time, breaking the remaining ice layers and saving Demon Judgment Board. Chapter 2010. Chi tides filled the entire ice crystal grotto heaven as they surged. Spectral Soul sighed deeply. This was too regretful. He had intended to let both sides fight to the death. He would take care of everything himself. Devouring goo immortal souls was much more useful than absorbing soul cores. Unfortunately, his plan was ruined by this Chi tide. I do not have Dang Hun Mountain. I lack guts goo. I can only devour soul beasts and soul cores. But these need time to digest. They are not as good as guts goo, which can directly raise my soul foundation. How can there be such a coincidence? Not long ago, Chi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shui fought and caused a Chi tide. The battle this time also attracted a Chi tide. Spectral Soul thought of this and had a realization. Don't tell me, when do immortals fight, they cause a Chi tide? Spectral Soul was only guessing, he was not certain. It is a pity that my Chi path attainment level is ordinary. If I were still around, I would be able to make a decision. He had soul-searching and devouring methods, but these methods could not directly raise his path attainment level. The only way to raise his path attainment level was to absorb true meaning. Spectral Soul's attainment levels at his peak were mostly obtained from the memories he obtained from soul-searching. He cultivated and deduced them. It was not easy. Forget it. And Sun performed well this time. He made a huge contribution. He might be summoned by Wu Shui. If I rely on him, I will be able to get close to Wu Shui. I might even have a chance to enslave Wu Shui and obtain Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's plan failed. He thought of a new plan. He coveted Dragon Palace, which had Dream Path Immortal Goo. Within the surging Chi tide, cold lights gathered and turned back into Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura was weak, his face was pale. The price of using extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was huge. However, he almost single-handedly sealed the Demon Judgment Board, and was the biggest contributor to the victory of this battle. The goo immortals of the two heavens came to visit him. Their gazes towards him were different now. Strength could prove everything, it could differentiate one's status. Undeniably, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, who had extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move, had battle strength that surpassed most of the rank 8 goo immortals of the two heavens. Even though we managed to protect Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, our signature killer move was exposed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced back Celestial Court, but he could not feel happy internally. At that moment, he could only comfort himself that it was very difficult to restrain the immortal subduing coffin and that he could still rely on it for a period of time. Fellow immortals, I'm not injured, I just need to rest. Everyone, please work together to protect my grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. That's easy to say. Our two heavens alliance is one. This small matter is nothing. Everyone, hurry up and do your best to protect the Ice Crystal Paradise. The goo immortals of the two heavens took action, resisting and clearing the Chi tides in the grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in charge of repairing the holes in the grotto heaven aperture walls. Even though the Chi tides were vast and mighty, under the combined efforts of many goo immortals, they quickly calmed down. Due to the timely treatment, the Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven did not suffer many losses due to the Chi tides. Vice Alliance Leader, come take a look, we have a new discovery. When Great Wisdom Immortal Mother flew back, she brought an unexpected piece of news to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. A moment later, the immortals of the two heavens arrived at the location. They saw a fruit that was the size of a hill floating in the air. This fruit was translucent, it was completely made of heaven and earth chi, it was shaped like a gourd or a peanut. This should be a chi harvest fruit? After the chi tides spread, people would often find chi harvest fruits of similar shapes. When do immortals obtain them and use them in their immortal aperture, they can quickly harmonize the heaven and earth chi in their immortal aperture. It will greatly increase the fusion of the two chi in their immortal aperture. But ordinary chi harvest fruits are only as big as a carriage. If this is a chi harvest fruit, why is it so huge? The immortals of the two heavens discussed. They could not make up their minds. Master, is this really a chi harvest fruit? And Sun asked Spectral Soul. If it is, wouldn't this be a blessing in disguise for Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven? As long as it absorbs such a large chi harvest fruit, won't Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's immortal aperture transform completely? It will no longer be restricted by the chi tides? This is indeed a chi harvest fruit, but whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is hard to say. Spectral Soul chuckled coldly. As expected, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried to take this chi harvest fruit, he was shocked to find a deeper secret. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression turned even paler. This chi harvest fruit is still growing, it is absorbing my Grotto Heaven's heaven and earth chi to grow. If I rashly get rid of it, the Grotto Heaven will shake, living beings will die, it will also create an even more violent chi tide. The immortals gasped. After getting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's permission, they went forward to investigate. This chi harvest fruit cannot be allowed to grow. Is there anyone who can help me get rid of this threat? I, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, will not be stingy with my rewards. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a stern expression. But the Goo Immortals looked at each other, they were helpless. Almost anyone could forcefully get rid of the chi harvest fruit. But it was extremely harmful to Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, it would shake its foundation. According to the immortals' deductions, if they directly got rid of it and detonated the chi harvest fruit, after the chi tide is formed, a second chi harvest fruit will continue to grow. This way, they had to get rid of this threat permanently without harming Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The difficulty was too high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suggested. We can't do it because we do not cultivate chi path. Maybe Lord Alliance Leader has a way? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a worried expression, he sighed deeply. Right now, we can only seek help from Lord Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai soon received Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request for help. My memories are limited. I did not know that the chi harvest fruit could have such a change. Maybe my main body knows about it. Wu Shuai then sent Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's detailed battle report to Fan Yuan's main body. Oh? This caused the danger of the two heavens Grotto Heavens. This is much earlier than in my previous life. Fan Yuan's main body knew about it indeed. In the 500 years of his previous life, the two heavens Goo Immortals worked together and attacked many places. They caused a lot of trouble to the 5 regions. Due to the chi tides, the 5 regions Goo Immortals were heavily restricted. But the two heavens Goo Immortals were much less affected by the chi tides because of their origins. Moreover, when Goo Immortals fought to a certain extent, chi tides would definitely appear. Even if the two heavens Goo Immortals had low battle strength, they could use the chi tides to defeat the 5 regions Goo Immortals. However, good times did not last long. Soon, the two heavens Goo Immortals found that chi harvest fruits appeared in their Grotto Heavens. These chi harvest fruits absorbed the Grotto Heaven's heaven and earth chi to grow. They could not be destroyed. If they ignored them, the threat would continue to grow and eventually destroy the Grotto Heavens. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch resisted the Celestial Court, causing the chi tides to sweep the Grotto Heavens. This is the reason why the chi harvest fruits appeared earlier. Fan Yuan sent this information to Wu Shuai. Suddenly, he had a thought. Inspiration flashed in his mind. Wait. Maybe I can use the chi tides to deal with Providence. He was in a terrible situation now. The main reason was that he had heaven path down marks on him. He could not refine them in a short period of time. the heaven path down marks naturally manifested as providence. The heaven path down marks had no ill intent towards Fan Yuan, but providence wanted to get rid of him. It tried all ways to make things difficult for him and destroy his sovereign immortal aperture. And even worse, if Fan Yuan did not get rid of providence in time, providence would accumulate to a certain extent. Even if the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was not opened, the Grotto Heaven's providence would resonate with the 5 regions' providence. Fan Yuan's location would be exposed. Once Fan Yuan's location was exposed, if he stayed in Qi, his identity as Qi ancestor would be ruined. However, it was too difficult for Fan Yuan to get rid of providence. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Fan Yuan did not know where to start. He could not predict the changes of the heavenly Tao. He could not know where providence would appear in advance. Why don't I imitate the Qi tides and sweep through my sovereign immortal aperture? Like brushes, I will sweep through all the providence wherever I go. Fan Yuan thought about it. He felt that this method had a lot of potential. It seemed dangerous, like taking a risk, but with his Qi path and wisdom path foundation, there was a high chance of success. Of course, whether this method would succeed or not, Fan Yuan did not know until the final moment. If only Wisdom Gu was still around, that would be great. Wisdom Gu's inspiration was correct. At the same time, with the help of the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan deduced that the killer move to activate the Qi tides would be fast and convenient. At the same time, in Shiju Grotto Heaven. This is the center of the Grotto Heaven. Luo clan's 3 Gu immortals were injured. They finally reached this place. Good, what a good Qi harvest fruit. Luo Muzi cried out. The other 2 immortals were also shocked. According to the 3 Luo clan immortals' deductions, the center of Shiju Grotto Heaven should contain the Grotto Heaven's most valuable treasure. Right now, the 3 immortals took a look. There was only a small and exquisite Qi harvest fruit here. This fruit was almost solid. There was fluorescence on its surface. It was shining brightly. It was only the size of a gourd, but it had the aura of a rank 9 immortal material. There was also a huge life force that pressed down on the 3 Luo clan immortals' minds like a mountain or an ocean. This Qi harvest fruit is not ordinary. It has great profundity. We need to research it. Strange, the Qi harvest fruit is a product of the Qi tides. Why would demon immortal Qi Ju hide it at the center? Don't tell me he predicted that there would be a calamity like the Qi tides in the distant future? Attack! While the 3 Luo clan immortals were discussing, there was a shout. Several variant human Gu immortals appeared and attacked. The 3 Luo clan immortals were caught off guard. They were swept into the battlefield killer move. Oh no, there is an ambush. Someone found Shiju Grotto Heaven? Who are you people? The 3 Luo clan immortals shouted. The leading variant human Gu immortal was only the size of a finger. He had transparent wings on his back. He was a mini-man Gu immortal. Chapter 2011. Several days later, in southern borders Wu clan headquarters. Wu Yong stood on a mountain peak, slowly opening his eyes. In front of him, there were 3 to 5 mortals. They were all tied to the wooden stakes, unconscious and unconscious. Immortal killer move, farewell friend wind. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. After preparing, he activated this peculiar killer move. Without seeing any wind, the 3 to 5 mortals in front of him started to disintegrate. Their hair, skin, flesh, and bones were blown away by the wind like ashes. In the blink of an eye, these mortals along with their clothes completely dissipated. Not even a trace of them was left. Wu Yong showed a satisfied smile. During this period of time, he had modified Farewell Friend Wind. The results were quite good. Farewell Friend Wind was a wind path killer move with human path effect. It originally needed to hit a certain part of the target's body while saying farewell words. But now, these flaws were all modified by Wu Yong. They were removed. The current Farewell Friend Wind still needed to befriend the target before it could be used. But its range was greatly increased, its practicality rose by a large margin. Wu Yong had used unlimited wind killer move in the Fate War, permanently expending a lot of his wind path down marks. His foundation was greatly reduced. However, during the period of rest and reorganization after the battle, he had gained some insights from his losses, and his attainment in the wind path had improved once again. This way, he had the ability to modify Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was not satisfied with just modifying Farewell Friend Wind. The increase in attainment level would also bring about development in all aspects. Farewell Friend Wind was only one of the aspects. Next is to modify other killer moves, and even clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. After modifying it, my battle strength will definitely rise again, it might even surpass my previous peak. Just as Wu Yong was thinking about the future, an information path goo worm flew over. Wu Yong took it and glanced through it. His brows raised and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. He had wanted to enter closed cultivation for some time, but after receiving this news, he immediately stopped his modification plan. After returning to the guest hall, he saw the two goo immortals who had come to see him. These two goo immortals were wearing the same attire, dark green short sleeves and black trousers. His head was covered with a white cloth that looked like a headband, and his calves were bound with jasper. Goo immortals familiar with Southern Borders Goo Immortal World would know, this was the uniform of Southern Borders Luo clan. Of the two Luo clan Goo immortals, one was an old man with a bitter expression, while the other was a middle-aged man with a pale expression. He was clearly injured. Luo Zhu, Luo Ran, greets Lord Alliance leader. Luo clan's two Goo immortals saw Wu Yong and immediately bowed. The Southern Alliance had already been established, with Wu Yong as the leader. Of the two Luo clan immortals, Luo Ran was a general of Luo clan, an expert with rank 7 peak space path battle strength. He was very arrogant, while Luo Zhu had a high status and was the current first supreme elder of Luo clan. The two immortals' attitude towards Wu Yong was very polite and humble. It was clear that they had a favor to ask of him. Wu Yong nodded. Sit down and talk. After the two Luo clan Goo immortals sat down, Wu Yong asked directly, what is going on with Shiju Grotto Heaven? Luo Zhu took a deep breath and explained the sequence of events. The general idea was that a certain Luo clan Goo immortal was using an immortal Goo house to explore in White Heaven. He accidentally found Shiju Grotto Heaven. Luo clan thus explored in secret for many years. Finally, when the Qi tide surged, they made a breakthrough and entered the center of Shiju Grotto Heaven. However, just as they were about to obtain Chiju's true inheritance, they were ambushed by variant human Goo immortals. The three Luo clan immortals who were exploring the Grotto Heaven were caught off guard. They were forced into a passive state. Thankfully, the leader was a space path expert, Luo Ran. He used his trump card and managed to escape with the three Luo clan immortals. The variant human Goo immortals did not stop. They chased after the three Luo clan immortals. Luo clan got the news and immediately mobilized their immortal Goo house. Both sides fought intensely at the heavenly wind Qi wall. Even though the variant human Goo immortals did not have much battle strength, their leader, the mini-man Goo immortal Xiao Hejian, was very powerful. At the same time, the variant human Goo immortals had an incredible immortal Goo house. Luo clan was not their match and had to flee back to Southern Border. After passing through the heavenly wind Qi wall, the variant human Goo immortals were afraid of being attacked by Southern Border's Goo Immortal World. They gave up on the chase. Luo clan's immortals were defeated. They returned to their headquarters to rest, feeling furious and helpless. They discussed for a long time. They felt that they could not take Shiju Grotto Heaven by themselves. They might as well find other forces to help. Wu Yong heard the two Luo clan immortals' explanation and understood. The Qi tides exposed the location of the two heavens Grotto Heavens, thus the two heavens Goo immortals formed an alliance. The two heavens alliance is mainly made up of variant humans. Wu Shuai is the alliance leader. This group of variant human Goo immortals that defeated Luo clan is likely closely related to the two heavens alliance. The two heavens alliance first occupied a corner of Eastern Sea. Wu Shuai fought with Duke Long. Next, Celestial Court attacked. Their vice-alliance leader Ice Snow Immortal Monarch defeated Celestial Court's Immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board. The commotion was huge. If Luo clan seeks allies like Ho clan or Yao clan, even though they are similar in size to Luo clan, they will not be able to resist the two heavens alliance. In the end, when the matter escalates, they still need to seek help from me. Thus, they directly came to me for help. Thinking of this, Wu Yong smiled. He immediately agreed. Our southern border righteous path is united. Luo clan is in trouble. As long as it is a Southern Alliance force, we have the responsibility to help. And I, Wu Yong, as the leader of the Southern Alliance, have an even greater responsibility. Luo clan's two immortals spoke. Alliance leaders righteous. But there was no joy on their faces. Regarding a huge treasure like Chiju's true inheritance, Wu Yong would definitely agree, this was almost certain. The crucial thing was how to obtain Chiju's true inheritance. How should Luo clan and Wu clan cooperate, and how should they split the true inheritance? This was the true content that needed to be discussed. While the two Luo clan immortals were negotiating with Wu Yong, Wu Shuai also received a request from a Gu immortal. This mini-man Gu immortal is called Xiao He Jian? Wu Shuai squinted his eyes. Yes. The reporting Gu immortal introduced. This immortal has great strength, his reputation has spread long ago, even though the two heavens forces do not interact with each other, we have heard of Xiao He Jian. His strength is likely about the same as Vice Alliance leader. The so-called Vice Alliance leader was naturally Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used the killer move Immortal Suppression Coffin to force back the Celestial Court. His reputation rose greatly. Everyone in the Two Heavens Alliance knew of him. What is the matter for him to come to see me? Wu Shuai purposely asked. This subordinate does not know. The reporting Gu immortal lowered his head. He only said that he has a huge fortune to give to Lord Alliance leader. He also wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not know before, but not long ago, his main body sent him some information about this person. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Xiao He Jian was a famous person. He was an expert among variant human rank 8 Gu immortals. He could even fight evenly against the members of the Celestial Court. Speaking of which, in the 500 years of his previous life, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not famous. In terms of battle strength, Xiao He Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were on the same level. Even though the Two Heavens Gu immortals were not very accomplished, there were still several experts who could hold up the fort. If not for this, he would not have caused trouble to the 5 regions in the 500 years of his previous life. Xiao He Jian explored Chiju Grotto Heaven. He likely had a conflict with Luo clan. Now that the Southern Alliance has been established in advance, Luo clan suffered a loss. They will definitely look for allies in southern border. They are likely to find Wu Yong. Even though Xiao He Jian has several Grotto Heaven forces with him, how can they compare to the Great Southern Alliance? Thus, he came to me and wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Not only to protect himself, he also wants to use my strength to resist the Southern Alliance and obtain Chiju's true inheritance. But this Chiju Grotto Heaven is a dangerous place. In the 500 years of my previous life, Chiju Grotto Heaven self-detonated, burying many Gu immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance suffered a huge loss and never recovered. Wu Shuai estimated that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch probably died in the explosion of Chiju Grotto Heaven. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be so unknown. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai couldn't help but sneer. This Xiao He Jian is cunning and sinister. He wants to borrow the tiger's power to kill me. Since he has something to ask of me, I must have a good talk with him. Chapter 2012. The sky was the same color, a vast expanse of blue and jade. Winds howled, killing intent condensed in the air. 2 immortal Gu houses confronted each other. One was a grand palace, shining with orange gold light. It was magnificent and majestic. It was Dragon Palace. The other was a 2-story bamboo building, full of vitality. It was elegant and elegant. It was clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses carried many Gu immortals. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat. The Gu immortals of the Two Heavens were standing in 2 rows in the hall. On the left were Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. On the right was the Woodpath Great Expert, Mini-Man Gu Immortal Xiao He Jian, who had just joined them. As for Lady Cold Ash, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, and the rest, they were also mixed in. Not long ago, Wu Shuai had summoned Xiao Hejian. After the two sides came to an agreement, they quickly set off for Qiju Grotto Heaven. On the other side, Southern Alliance's Wu Yong also knew the principle of speed. He immediately mobilized Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building as well as Wu Clan and Luo Clan's Immortals to Immemorial White Heaven. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building's speed was much faster than Dragon Palace. Wu Yong arrived first, but Qiju Grotto Heaven could not be casually entered. Just as Wu Yong and the rest were waiting to enter, Wu Shuai arrived with Dragon Palace. Both sides met in White Heaven and immediately confronted each other. Wu Yong! Wu Shuai spoke from within Dragon Palace, his voice reverberating in the battlefield. Qiju's true inheritance is right in front of us. Why don't we each send 3 people? We will win 2 out of 3 rounds. The winner will obtain the true inheritance, while the loser will get the Grotto Heaven. How about that? Wu Shuai, when did you become so wishy-washy? Wu Yong's snicker could be heard from within Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. Qiju's true inheritance goes to the Fated One. We will fight for it with our own abilities. The moment he said that, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building turned into a green rainbow, entering a certain gap in Qiju Grotto Heaven. Wu Yong waited for a long time. He finally found the opportunity to enter. Even though Wu Yong had brought Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, the Gu Immortals around him were elites from Wu Clan and Luo Clan. In terms of formation, they could not compare to Wu Shuai's side. Not only in quantity, but also in terms of high-level battle strength. If it was really as Wu Shuai said 2 wins out of 3, Wu Yong would definitely be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, once Gu Immortals fought intensely, heaven and earth chi would become chaotic and form chi tides. By then, the Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens would be less affected, their advantage would be even greater. Wu Yong was an ambitious and ruthless person. How could he let his side fall into a disadvantageous position again and again? Lord Alliance Master, this matter should not be delayed. Let's also depart. Xiao Hejian urged somewhat anxiously. Wu Shuai focused his attention on the pores of Qiju Grotto Heaven. These pores varied in size, but they were all white in color, formed by the rapid airflow. Just now, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building entered Qiju Grotto Heaven through one of the largest holes. After watching for a while, Wu Shuai saw some mysteries. These holes are of different sizes. They are increasing in number. They are likely the immortal aperture entrances of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Although Fan Yuan's main body and clone had different memories, they shared the same cultivation realm. Wu Shuai also had the main body's chi path attainment level. He could see more deeply than other Gu Immortals. Just this hole made Wu Shuai's eyes brighten. He was moved. Immortal aperture entrances have always been checkpoints. They are used to connect the inside and outside of the immortal aperture. Qiju Grotto Heaven's entrance has a unique style. It is the one I have seen that can maximize the effect of the entrance's connection. I wonder what kind of gains there will be inside. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai's curiosity grew. He activated Dragon Palace and slowly moved forward. In Fan Yuan's 500 years of memories, this Qiju Grotto Heaven self-detonated. It dealt a heavy blow to the allied army of the 2 heavens. The latter never recovered from this setback. Who knew how many rank 8 Gu Immortals died here? Qiju Grotto Heaven was very dangerous. This was also the reason why Fan Yuan did not explore it before the Fate War. But now that Qiju Grotto Heaven was exposed, with the temptation of Qiju's true inheritance and Dragon Palace's protection, Wu Shuai did not have much time left. He made his move. Dragon Palace passed through the hole and quickly arrived inside Qiju Grotto Heaven. The immortals saw that the surroundings were filled with air currents. They were milky white in color and howled fiercely. Qiju Grotto Heaven's structure is quite special. It does not have the scenery of an ordinary immortal aperture. It is filled with milky white chi currents. These chi currents form into many pipes. Countless pipes turn Qiju Grotto Heaven's interior into a maze. It is like the intestines of a giant. We need to quickly move through these chi currents and find the correct path to enter the center. Qiju's true inheritance is hidden there. Xiao Hejian explained at an appropriate time. The immortals in the palace listened seriously. Xiao Hejian did not tell them everything. To prevent Wu Shuai from obtaining the true inheritance, he kept many secrets, and made an agreement with Wu Shuai that he would only reveal them when they arrived at the scene. Dragon Palace moved through the milky white Qi currents. It soon reached a fork. The two entrances on the left and right were the same, they were about the same size. How do we find the correct path? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. Xiao Hejian said, I cannot determine this, I can only try. The only rule is that the closer we get to the center, the higher the grade of the monsters and resources in the Qi currents. When we get to the center, the Qi harvest fruits there are already rank 9. What about Luo clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked another crucial question. Luo clan does not have a more accurate method. In fact, their exploration progress has always been far behind us. But with the appearance of the Qi tides, many difficulties and obstacles were swept away, allowing them to quickly reach the center. According to our previous progress, we are already very close to Qiju's true inheritance. We are only lacking the final 2 obstacles. Xiao Hejian sighed. His tone was filled with unwillingness. The immortals heard this and relaxed slightly. Then it seems that even though the other party entered the grotto heaven first, we still have the advantage. Great wisdom Immortal Mother analyzed. We cannot be careless. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is much faster than us. Wu Shuai said plainly. He randomly chose a passageway and entered the Dragon Palace. Along the way, the Qi current passageway gradually became wider and taller. Many Qi path living beings lived in the passageway, forming sections of independent and rather special living environments. Roar! Suddenly, a group of Qi monsters emerged from the deep walls of the tunnel surrounding Dragon Palace. These Qi monsters were of different shapes. There were cows, goats, fish, birds, and other strange shapes. But their color was similar, they were all orange. These are Qi monsters formed by luck. Xiao Hejian gasped. Don't be fooled by their lack of immemorial Qi monsters, they are very troublesome. Without luck path methods to protect us, if we kill them casually, our luck will be greatly affected. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. At the next moment, thick smoke spewed out of Dragon Palace. Wherever the thick smoke went, it engulfed the group of lucky Qi monsters and pushed them into the depths of the Dragon Palace. Xiao Hejian was shocked. He reacted after a while, saying respectfully, This is a dream path killer move, as expected of Dragon Palace. As they continued to move forward, an immemorial Qi monster appeared ahead. It was like a black whale, its body was huge like a mountain. Xiao Hejian had a grim expression. Be careful, this is an immemorial Qi monster formed from tough Qi, but it is currently in slumber. I suggest we go around it, don't. Bam! At the next moment, Dragon Palace sped up and crashed into the immemorial Qi monster. Dragon Palace shook intensely, but the immemorial Qi monster was pierced through. It retaliated furiously. Dragon Palace crashed again, thrice. The immemorial Qi monster broke apart, turning into lumps of pitch-black tough Qi. Next, Wu Shuai kept these tough Qi into Dragon Palace. Split them. Wu Shuai kept most of them, the rest were distributed to the other Gu immortals. Alliance leader is mighty! Dragon Palace is mighty! This subordinate thanks Alliance leader. With Lord Alliance leader here, why would we be afraid of a mere Wu Yong? At once, the immortals expressed their gratitude. Flattery surged like a tidal wave. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled as he looked at Xiao Hejian, saying with deep meaning, Friend Xiao, don't make a big fuss over nothing, we will lose our prestige for nothing. Xiao Hejian nodded. He was still deeply shocked as he thought. Even though I witnessed the Fate War, I only realized the strength of Dragon Palace after experiencing it myself. Dragon Palace is so strong, what about Duke Long, Fan Yuan, and Feng Jioga? At once, Xiao Hejian's emotions became complex. On one hand, Dragon Palace's strength gave him hope, on the other hand, he had been an expert for a long time, he felt the gap between them, he saw stronger existences, he felt a sense of loss. Like this, they moved forward. Wherever they went, Wu Shuai took everything that could be taken away. Qiju Grotto Heaven was a Qi Path treasure trove, It was known as the Qi Sea of ancient times. Not only was there a huge amount of Qi path resources here, there were also all kinds of them. It had everything. Wu Shuai purposely displayed his might to intimidate Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian also revealed more secrets. According to him, he had even encountered the Qi Aura Peak in the process of exploring. Qiju Grotto Heaven actually had such an extinct Qi path resource. Regretfully, Xiao Hejian only took a glance and did not have the ability to take Qi Peak. This is the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven? Inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Wu Yong had just arrived at his destination. Before he could feel happy, his pupils shrunk. Hey, you are not slow. Dragon Palace quickly appeared behind clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. The center of Qiju Grotto Heaven was like a large hollow ball. There were a large number of Qi pillars inside the ball. They intersected and moved back and forth. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and Dragon Palace entered. They were like mosquitoes flying into a beehive. The Qi pillars continued to move. Some were fast while others were slow. Some were fast while others were slow. They even affected each other. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was carefully moved forward under Wu Yong's control, avoiding these Qi pillars and moving forward in a zigzag manner. These Qi pillars are made of different materials, but they are at least rank 8 immortal materials. We cannot touch them casually, otherwise we will attract unnecessary trouble, Xiao Hejian quickly said. The environment here was not suitable for fighting, thus Xiao Hejian had specially set up a battlefield killer move to kill Luo Clan's 3 immortals. In the end, Luo Clan's Gu immortal Luo Ran was a space path Gu immortal. He led the other 2 immortals to pass through the battlefield, then used the terrain here to temporarily shake off Xiao Hejian's group and escape. No need to go through so much trouble. Wu Shuai waved his hand. At the next moment, a dragon roar resounded. The evil dragon appeared. Bam bam bam! The evil dragon was rampaging all the way, smashing and smashing all the air pillars in its path, directly creating a path for the Dragon Palace behind it. Wu Yong frowned. Chapter 2013. Good! Lord Alliance Leader is mighty! This is the power of our 2 Heavens Alliance! The morale of the Immortals in Dragon Palace soared as they cheered. The evil dragon rampaged in front with incomparable ferocity, while Dragon Palace followed behind leisurely. This dragon man barbarian! Luo Tribe's first Supreme Elder Luo Zu's eyelids twitched as he gritted his teeth. The Gu immortals of the 2 clans in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building felt immense pressure. The evil dragon chased relentlessly. It was like a rampaging mountain range. Compared to it, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was very small. Most importantly, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had to avoid the Qi pillars continuously. It had to move forward with many twists and turns. Meanwhile, the evil dragon Di Zangxing was moving in a straight line. The distance between the 2 was shrinking rapidly. What do we do now? The Southern Alliance Gu immortals were pale. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Wu Shuai uses strength to suppress others. He is making full use of his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. If I were him, I would definitely do the same. Don't worry, after the Fate War, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was not only repaired, it was even strengthened by me. It is not a problem to resist Di Zangxing for now. Although the other party is strong, we do not need to tangle with them, we just need to seize Qiju's true inheritance. Alliance Leader is right. The Immortals nodded in agreement. Every battle had a goal. Wu Yong could see it clearly. There was only one goal in this battle, that was to seize Qiju's true inheritance. Whichever side could achieve this goal would be the winner. Even if he suffered some losses during the fight, what did it matter? After all, the evil dragon was too strong. It had the strongest battle strength among immemorial desolate beasts. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the number of people who could resist the evil dragon head-on could be counted on one hand. There were less than 5 people. Just as Wu Shuai and Wu Yong started their pursuit, the 3rd rank 8 immortal Gu house quietly arrived outside Qiju Grotto Heaven. It was Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was still controlled by Fangjing, But this time, not only did Princes Impatience and Bai Sengshui come, there was also Che Wei, who had just recovered from his injuries, as well as Information Path Great Expert Zhou Xiong Xian. Last time, Fang Jing took the initiative to attack the two heavens. Even though he was repelled by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, his gains were still huge. Prince's Impatience and Bai Sengshui's spoils of war from the first two grotto heavens were plentiful. Although Fang Jing had been defeated, he had only lost face for the Celestial Court. Originally, the Celestial Court wasn't clear about the matter regarding Qijue Grotto Heaven. After all, Immemorial White Heaven was so vast. Even if the Qi tides revealed traces of Qijue Grotto Heaven, the Celestial Court wouldn't be able to discover it. But don't forget that Wu Shuai's subordinate, the Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch, had secretly surrendered to the Celestial Court. The matter of Xiao Hejian joining the Two Heavens Alliance could not be concealed. The Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch thus learned of the secret of Qijue Grotto Heaven. He immediately informed the Celestial Court. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was very famous in history. He was a terrifying great expert who fought against limitless demon venerable. Especially when he cultivated Qi Path. In the current environment where Qi tides were surging, new Qi Path resources were emerging in large numbers and emerging endlessly. All the major forces in the 5 regions wanted to research more on Qi Dao. The Celestial Court was no exception. Even though the Celestial Court had primordial origins true inheritance and others, if the Celestial Court snatched Qi Ju's true inheritance, it would mean that other forces would not be able to obtain it. This way, the Celestial Court's advantage would be even greater. Thus, Fang Jing did not rest for long. He listened to Qin Dingling's orders and led 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals to attack White Heaven with Demon Judgment Board, arriving here. This should be Qijue Grotto Heaven. What is going on? Fang Jing had just arrived when he saw a shocking change. Countless holes appeared, milky white Qi currents surged and rotated continuously. Countless holes appeared, connecting the grotto heaven to the outside. More and more of these holes appeared, densely packed together. They were too densely packed, giving off a feeling of terror. More than 10 breaths later, the huge silhouette of Qijue Grotto Heaven appeared. On the surface of the silhouette, there were countless milky white Qi currents. Within the Qi currents, there were countless holes that were constantly moving in and out. The surrounding air was sucked into the grotto heaven by a terrifying formless force. As a result, intense whistling sounds filled the ears of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Qijue Grotto Heaven seems to be undergoing a huge change. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the rest are probably already fighting inside the grotto heaven. What should we do? Prince's Impatience and the rest looked at Fang Jing. This time, Fang Jing was still the leader. Fang Jing felt pressure. The choice in front of him was very difficult. At once, he fell into hesitation. What should he do? At the center of Qijue Grotto Heaven. Bam bam bam! The sound of the Qi pillars collapsing could be heard endlessly. Wherever the evil dragon went, it destroyed all obstacles. However, good things didn't last long. After these pillars of air collapsed, they turned into powerful air currents. Countless air currents entangled with each other and covered the evil dragon's body. They constantly pressured it and surrounded it from all directions, trying to kill it. The evil dragon roared, but its momentum continued to slow. The pressure coming from the front was increasing. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Dragon Palace were not having a good time either. These Qi currents were like huge tsunamis. The 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses were like small boats in the raging waves. Huge Qi currents collided with the 2 immortal Gu houses, causing them to shake intensely, sometimes even causing the immortal Gu houses to spin on the spot. A deep blue Qi current shot forward. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building quickly dodged. But the deep blue Qi current was too huge and fast. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building had to use all its strength to escape after 3 breaths of time. This is lightning! The southern border Gu Immortal exclaimed. I have never seen such huge lightning currents. This quality is enough to be a rank 8 immortal material. Gathering lightning currents had to be done during thunderstorms. It was not difficult to gather lightning currents, but high-rank lightning currents immortal materials were rare. Rank 8 lightning currents were even rarer. If not for the urgency of the situation, the southern border goo immortals would want to gather these lightning currents. It is all Wu Shuai's fault. Such recklessness has caused Qiju Grotto Heaven to erupt. Luo Zhu gritted his teeth. Wu Yong had a grim expression. Qiju's true inheritance is the most important target. The lightning currents earlier caused clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to lose some goo worms, but Wu Yong quickly replenished them. These immortal materials formed an extreme environment because of the high density of Dao marks. If there were wind path chi current immortal materials, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building would be like a fish in water. Qiju Grotto Heaven's change made the environment extremely vile, but overall, Wu Yong's situation was much better. Because clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was affected, but Wu Shuai's side was even more affected. Dragon Palace's speed was much slower than clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Sharp blade chi, pitch black hard chi, dark death chi, all sorts of chi currents were incomparably huge, all of them were rank 8 level. Wu Shuai braced himself and controlled Dragon Palace to forcibly resist them. The evil dragon had already been left behind. Its body was too huge, it was affected by at least a dozen chi currents at the same time. It could no longer be of much use. This is Qiju Grotto Heaven's foundation. Wu Shuai's expression was grim, his eyes were flickering with uncertainty. He was at a disadvantage, but the situation was not decided yet. The two Heaven's immortals in the hall were also shocked speechless. If not for Dragon Palace's protection, who would dare to enter such a dangerous place? Many rank 8 goo immortals felt their own insignificance and weakness. Demon Immortal Qiju is indeed worthy of being someone who once fought against limitless demon venerable. The two rank 8 immortal goo houses did not give up, they moved towards the center with difficulty, trying to snatch Qiju's true inheritance. Outside the Grotto Heaven, Fan Jing no longer needed to hesitate. Let's retreat first and observe the situation. Fan Jing ordered. Demon Judgment Board quickly retreated. Princess Impatience and the rest were silent. They approved of this decision. Because of the huge change in the world, chi currents were surging in all directions, chi tides were forming again. Fighting in this chi tide would cause goo immortals to suffer backlash. Celestial Court's goo immortals were no exception. It seems that my deduction was not wrong. The heaven and earth chi in our immortal apertures are different from the outside world. Thus, be it opening the immortal aperture or fighting intensely, as long as it reaches a certain level, a new chi tide will appear. Demon Immortal Qiju is a goo immortal of the 5 regions. He is here. Now that there are countless holes, it is like a grotto heaven has been opened. Furthermore, Wu Shuai and the rest are fighting with the Southern Alliance goo immortals inside the grotto heaven. This huge chi tide has appeared. Let's watch from the sidelines and try to reap the benefits. Celestial Court's goo immortals conversed as they looked at Qiju Grotto Heaven. Powerful chi tides flowed into Qiju Grotto Heaven through the holes. Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and the rest felt that it was difficult to move forward. The violent and powerful chi currents became even stronger. Even though rank 8 immortal goo houses were strong, they could not control themselves against these chi currents. They were often swept away. Thump, thump, thump. The two immortal goo houses got closer to the center. The immortals could hear the dull sound of drums. What is going on? What chi currents are making drumming sounds? No, it is a heartbeat. Quickly look. The two immortal goo houses finally arrived at the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven. All of the goo immortals saw this scene. At the place where countless chi currents converged, it was like the eye of a tornado. The surroundings were violent, but this place was calm. In this tranquil environment, there was a chi harvest fruit that was extremely small and exquisite. It was constantly absorbing the violent chi currents around it. Countless chi currents, no matter what kind, were absorbed by the chi harvest fruit. They instantly changed in nature, becoming a part of the chi harvest fruit. Different from the previous situation, there was a baby's placenta inside the chi harvest fruit. The chi harvest fruit was like the stomach of a pregnant woman. A human baby was curled up inside. It was growing bigger bit by bit. How can this be? What is going on? This is a monster. It is absorbing rank 8 immortal material chi currents endlessly to strengthen itself. It is about to be born, quickly stop it. The immortal's expressions changed. Wu Shuai was just about to activate dreamy light smoke killer move, but the chi harvest fruit seemed to sense it. It shook and lightly self-detonated. The baby was born successfully. He had small arms and legs. He seemed to be malnourished. At this time, the phantom image of a crater appeared above his head. This crater was filled with profundity. It was emitting the aura of rank 9. But this aura was far more complete and perfect than the incomplete human seed that Wu Shuai obtained earlier. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The baby suddenly raised his arms, as if he was holding the phantom image of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. He let out a long cry. At the next moment, the surrounding chi currents flowed into the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth like tired birds returning to their nests. The speed of the chi currents was astonishing. In just a few breaths of time, they were all sucked into the mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the other immortals were no longer surrounded by chi currents. In the sky, only the baby and the 2 rank 8 immortal gu houses were left. We are out again. Luo Zhu found himself in the outside world. No, the whole of Chi-Ju Grotto heaven turned into chi currents, and was sucked in by him. Wu Yong could not conceal his shock. This was out of his expectations. He felt like he had been used. This was a trap. Who are you? Wu Shuai's voice resounded from Dragon Palace. The baby had already grown into a boy. He inhaled and inhaled the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth into his nose. Next, he looked around, looking at Dragon Palace and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He immediately discovered the hidden demon judgment board. The boy smiled lightly, singing leisurely, ascending the mountain to seek immortality. Every step is dangerous. Floating dust like flowing light, dark goo hidden in the heart. Golden jade like a dream, 10,000 years of loneliness. 5 regions 9 heavens technique, all in one breath. After he finished singing, he said with a young but experienced tone, "Who else can I be? I am Demon Immortal Chi-Ju." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju? The immortals' hearts shook intensely. Wait, if he is Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, is that secluded domain of heaven and earth the she recorded in the legends of Renzu? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Zhou Xiong Xian thought of something. The legends of Renzu had 2 extremely mysterious secluded domains of heaven and earth. There were not many detailed descriptions. Chapter 2014. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The mysterious Gu Immortal exposed his identity. Everyone went silent at once. The 3 Gu Immortals were shaken. In history, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was someone who fought evenly with limitless Demon Venerable. Inside Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned. He suddenly understood a lot. It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju failed to revive. Otherwise, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju would have definitely appeared. There could be 2 reasons for this. One was that Fate Gu was not completely destroyed back then. The second was that Spectral Soul succeeded in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. All the signs show that he had already infiltrated Celestial Court back then and controlled the situation. He would not allow someone like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to revive. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai snorted coldly. His thoughts flickered. Roar! At the next moment, the evil dragon moved. Earlier, the evil dragon was obstructed by the vast chi currents. It was covered in injuries. But now, the entire Chi-Ju Grotto heaven was absorbed by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. His methods were unimaginable. The evil dragon regained its freedom. It regrouped and charged at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. This pounce immediately stirred up the boundless wind and clouds. The giant body of the evil dragon was like a moving mountain range, covering the sky and covering the earth. Not to mention Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's childlike body, even the majestic dragon palace could not compare to the evil dragon's body. Good timing. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's vision was filled with Di Zhangxing. He was not flustered, he smiled leisurely. He did not dodge, he stretched out a small hand and pressed towards Di Zhangxing. Immortal Killer Move, great chi capture. With a loud sound, endless milky white chi currents burst out of demon immortal Chi Ju's body, forming into a giant hand with 5 fingers. The giant hand was the size of an immortal goo house at first, but it expanded to the size of a hill. 3 breaths of time later, the entire chi current hand had expanded rapidly. It was on par with the evil dragon's head. But the milky white chi current hand was still growing. Di Zangxing had already arrived. Bam! The two collided, but to everyone's surprise, demon immortal Chi Ju's chi current hand could not withstand a single blow. It was destroyed. Di Zangxing's speed did not change as he charged towards demon immortal Chi Ju. Demon immortal Chi Ju did not dodge. He looked at immortal Chi Ju calmly. Di Zangxing only continued charging for a few breaths of time before its speed plummeted. Then, it let out a furious roar, as if it was in great pain. My great chi capture move can be gathered and scattered. It could gather energy to move mountains and seas, and disperse energy to invade internal organs. How will you deal with it? Demon immortal Chi Ju said proudly. The Ju. Demon immortal Chi Ju used one move to suppress Di Zangxing. This was the true strength of a pseudo-venerable Emperor Gu King Ju Master. Sigh, once Fate Gu is destroyed, the whole world will be in chaos. Demon immortal Chi Ju had clearly died 1,000,000 years ago. It is all that scourge Fan Yuan's fault. He had a chance to revive. In Emperor Ju, Demon Hao Gu, Sealed Court, Judgment Gu Chi of Mu and Chindi King Gu. After the Fate War, righteous path declined and demonic path rose. Duke Long, who was the pillar of Celestial Court, died. Feng Jioge, whom they had high hopes for, betrayed them. Fan Yuan was the culprit who destroyed Fate and was still at large. And now, Demon Immortal Chi Ju appeared. Alas, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals felt. The future of the Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was bleak. They had never thought of recruiting Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Even though he was Limitless Demon Venerable's enemy in history, there was no possibility of him merging with the righteous path. Demon Immortal Chi Ju, just the word demon was enough to explain the problem. There were only wrong names, but never wrong nicknames. Xiao Hejian, what are you trying to do? You actually summoned such a powerful enemy for our 2 heavens alliance. Inside Dragon Palace, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted. Xiao Hejian could not retort. His expression was pale. He felt lingering fear, but he was also glad. Thankfully, he joined the 2 heavens alliance, otherwise he would have become the sacrificial lamb of Demon Immortal Chi Ju's rebirth. This is a trap. I am also a victim. Xiao Hejian complained. This is a trap, Demon Immortal Chi Ju's arrangement. At the same time, Wu Yong, who was inside Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, sighed. Luo Zhu sighed. Demon Immortal Chi Ju cultivates Chi Path. He could actually predict 1,000,000 years in the future? What kind of attainment level is this? Wu Yong frowned slightly, his gaze pierced through Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, looking at Dragon Palace. He understood Demon Immortal Chi Ju's arrangement, but he had a doubt. Did Wu Shuai know about this secret? At this moment, Wu Yong recalled earlier, Wu Shuai controlled the evil dragon to charge around. Was he acting recklessly and using strength to suppress others, or was it intentional to destroy Demon Immortal Chi Ju's arrangement? Clearly, it was because of the evil dragon's actions that Demon Immortal Chi Ju appeared in advance. Wu Yong was a formidable person of the present era. He had a meticulous mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Wu Shuai's actions were fishy. It is possible that Wu Shuai knows about Demon Immortal Chi Ju. After all, his relationship with Fan Yuan has always been unclear. It is not strange that Fan Yuan knows about this since he possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada. Wu Yong thought of Fan Yuan. Did Fan Yuan come or not? Inside Demon Judgment Board, the Celestial Court Immortals were also guessing. Fan Yuan was someone who had been reborn. If he knew about the secret of Demon Immortal Chi Ju's appearance, he might be hiding at the side, waiting for a chance to attack. Because of this, Demon Judgment Board had been biding its time. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was also observing the situation. But Demon Immortal Chi Ju was not willing to let them off. Today is the joyous day of my rebirth. Come, come, let me see what methods the Gu immortals of the present era have. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had the appearance of a young boy, but his tone was old and experienced. He attacked again. At once, milky white chi currents surged like a tsunami, enveloping Celestial Court, the Southern Alliance, and Wu Shuai. Humph! Old scoundrel Chi-Ju, don't be careless. We are not afraid of you. We are just worried that Fan Yuan is hiding at the side. Wu Yong spoke as he controlled clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to retreat. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fan Jing transmitted. That's right. Demonic Path Senior, even though you are famous in history, you cannot compare to the number one demon of the present era, Gu Fan Yuan. This person has already destroyed our Celestial Court's fate Gu. Without him, you would not have been able to rebirth. Fan Yuan? I will remember this name. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stretched out his arms as chi currents surged. But you will not be able to leave! His entire body was like a bottomless pit, constantly spewing milky white chi currents. These chi currents had a unique nature. Ordinary immortal killer moves could not destroy these chi currents. At once, the 3 rank 8 immortal Gu houses fell into it. Their speed fell sharply. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. He controlled Dragon Palace to advance instead of retreating, attacking Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed loudly. Very good, you are finally acting up. A trace of light smoke shot out of Dragon Palace. Dream Path Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not dodge. He was hit by the light smoke and instantly dispersed. Wu Shuai's expression became strange. He was like a fisherman casting a net. He used all his strength to cast the net, but the fish in the net were like bubbles in the water, extinguished upon contact. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's body appeared again, but this time, he was far away. He took a deep look at the Dragon Palace, full of fear. All right, I'll remember you. He abandoned Dragon Palace and targeted clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and Demon Judgment Board. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building burst out with intense winds, while Demon Judgment Board let out a soaring blood-red light, displaying their abilities. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's moves were simple and imposing. He suppressed the 2 immortal Gu houses one after another. After a dozen or so rounds, his eyes shined with bright light as he cheered. Good, 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 to think that the world has already developed Wind Path and Blood Path. This is truly exciting. My arrangements were not in vain. My rebirth in this era was not in vain. Other than you, who else is there in this world? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju asked again. Wu Yong smiled coldly. Forget about the others, just Eastern Sea alone has one person. He also cultivates Chi Path. His battle strength is stronger than yours. He possesses Chi Si. He is called Chi Si Ancestor. He is the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Oh? There is another person who cultivates Chi Path. Back then, Chi Path was already on the decline. To think that it still had such great achievements. Very good. I will definitely meet this person. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed heartily. Wu Yong added. Other than Chi Si Ancestor, there is also a sound path demonic immortal called Feng Jioga. He also subdued the evil dragon in one move. It was much easier than you. In the battle not long ago, he publicly betrayed the Celestial Court. There are no traces of him now. The Celestial Court also does not dare to pursue him. Feng Jioga? Good, I will remember it. Is there anyone else? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's eyes shined. Wu Shuai interrupted at this moment. You will have to get past us first, old man. The moment he said that, Dragon Palace attacked again. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju smiled lightly. He pointed with a finger. Lower Chi. Milky white Chi currents surged and swept Dragon Palace down. At this time, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building crashed towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju along with the storm. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed with another finger. Upper Chi. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was immediately swept away by the Chi currents. It flew up uncontrollably. Demon Judgment Board arrived. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at this building. Gasped for breath. With a boom, The demon judgment board suddenly stopped in midair. The expressions of all the goo immortals in the building changed. The immortal essence they injected into demon judgment board became intermittent. This rank 8 immortal goo house was like an old man on the verge of death. It could not even breathe properly. Juniors, I will not play with you anymore. Send my message, Fan Yuan, Qixi Ancestor, and Feng Jioga. I want to meet all three of them. They cannot hide, they cannot hide. Demon Immortal Qi Ju said this before his figure vanished, never to be seen again. The immortals were bewildered and vigilant. After exterminating the milky white Qi currents, they were sure that Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already left. Should we give chase? Someone in Dragon Palace asked. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Where? Why don't you tell me? The goo immortal who asked turned pale. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Let's retreat. Wu Yong smiled. He did not forget to boost morale. Even though we did not gain anything this time, to be able to fight with an existence like Demon Immortal Qi Ju, this trip was not in vain. Chapter 2015. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was reborn and suppressed the Celestial Court, Southern Border, and the two heavens. This battle quickly swept through the entire goo immortal world like a hurricane, shocking everyone in the world. I did not expect Demon Immortal Qi Ju to revive. This world is really going to be chaotic. I wonder how many almighty beings will be reborn? If Demon Immortal Qi Ju could revive, then there's no reason the past venerables couldn't, right? Oh my God! No wonder Great Dream Immortal Venerable is the strongest venerable in history. To be able to kill his way out of the encirclement and become a venerable in such a terrifying environment, he's definitely not weak. While countless goo immortals were speculating and discussing, the three parties were busy reorganizing themselves. Dragon Palace. Sigh, I originally thought that I would be able to obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance. Who would have thought that it was a trap? Now that Demon Immortal Qi Ju has appeared, we even offended him. What should we do? It's all Xiao Hejian's fault for putting our two heavens alliance in such an awkward situation. Many variant human goo immortals looked at Xiao Hejian with hostility. Xiao Hejian snickered internally. He knew that Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was trying to suppress him. He joined the Two Heavens Alliance because of his outstanding strength and reputation. He was already a threat to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch status, thus he was suppressed. Have you all said enough? Wu Shuai snorted coldly from the main seat, looking displeased. At once, the Dragon Palace quietened down, and the immortals shut their mouths. Xiao Hejian then pretended to be ashamed and bowed deeply to Wu Shuai. His tone was very sincere. Lord Alliance Master, this subordinate is guilty. But before he could continue, he was interrupted by Wu Shuai. Enough, you shut up. Even if Demon Immortal Qi Ju comes again, we have the evil dragon and Dragon Palace. What is there to fear? The most important thing right now is the Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was revived from this Qi harvest fruit. Clearly, we have not fully explored the mysteries of this Qi harvest fruit. How should I clear the Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens? If you don't deal with it in time, I'm afraid your grotto heaven will be in danger. Yeah? You're right, Guild Master. My paradise has already started producing Qi harvest fruits. They absorb the heaven and earth Qi from the paradise, so there's no way to get rid of them directly. This is happening to my paradise as well. Now is not the time to take revenge on the Celestial Court, nor to guard against Demon Immortal Qi Ju. The most important thing is to deal with the Qi harvest fruits in the grotto heaven. For a moment, all the immortals in the palace changed their expressions, and the topic shifted to the Qi harvest fruit. However, the communication between the immortals was completely fruitless, and a panicked atmosphere soon filled the hall. Even Xiao Hejian was no exception. Although his grotto heaven had yet to produce a Qi harvest fruit, it was only a matter of time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch no longer had the mood to suppress Xiao Hejian. The Qi harvest fruit in his Ice Crystal heavenly abode was the strongest, and the disaster was especially severe. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord looked distressed. His heavenly grotto heaven did not escape this calamity and produced a Qi harvest fruit. Although the Chi harvest fruit was small, it was growing at an alarming rate. However, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was much less panicked than the others. If the Two Heavens Alliance cannot resolve this, I can go to the Celestial Court to find a way to save it. At this juncture, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord felt that his decision to side with the Celestial Court was a wise one. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had high hopes for the Celestial Court. Because the first Celestial Court's immortal king was primordial origin immortal venerable, he cultivated Chi Path. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly informed the Celestial Court about this and asked for help from Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had sent Fangjing and the rest to Chiju Grotto Heaven, but Demon Judgment Board had not even entered Chiju Grotto Heaven. They did not know what was happening inside. After obtaining Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's information, the Celestial Court understood the truth. Regarding Demon Immortal Chiju's revival as well as the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, Qin Dingling placed great importance on it. Because Celestial Court was no exception, it also produced a Chi harvest fruit. She immediately gathered the immortals to research and discuss countermeasures. The Celestial Court had deep foundations. Even after the Fate War, they were still the #1 superforce in the 5 regions. Especially when they had primordial origins Chi Path true inheritance, they had a huge advantage in Chi Path. They could be said to be at the top of the world. And most importantly, the Celestial Court's research on Heaven Path had great results. Even Limitless Demon Venerable had made a bet with Star Constellation in the past to obtain this Heaven Path research. Heaven, Earth, and humans all have veins. Humans have human veins, Earth has Earth veins, and Heaven has Heaven veins. The Two Heavens Grotto Heavens are almost always located on Heaven veins, thus they have endless benefits. The Grotto Heavens can be nourished by Heaven veins and produce more resources. But now, Heaven and Earth are changing, Chi tides are appearing frequently. The reason for Chi tides is the unification of the 5 regions and the merging of Earth veins. But the truth is, Heaven veins are also showing signs of merging, it is just that it is not obvious yet. The Celestial Court's immortals discovered that Heaven and Earth were merging into one. The 5 regions were just the beginning, the 2 immemorial heavens would merge into one soon. The 5 regions were separated by the 2 heavens, their Heaven and Earth Chi were different. But now that Heaven and Earth Chi had completely merged, Chi tides would appear at the places where they converged intensely. Wherever the Chi tides went, all sorts of rich Chi Path immortal materials would be produced. Chi harvest fruits were the essence of them. The reason why the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens had Chi harvest fruits was because they were located on Heaven veins. They were at the heart of the storm. That is to say, as long as we move these Grotto Heavens away from the Heaven vein, we will be able to resolve the Chi harvest fruit disaster? Qin Dingling asked. In theory, yes. At least, once we move them away from the Heaven vein, the Chi harvest fruits in the Grotto Heavens will stop growing. The Celestial Court's immortals replied. Qin Dingling frowned. Once a Grotto Heaven is placed, it is hard to move it. Even if there are special methods to move it, our Celestial Court is too big. But our Heavenly Court is too huge. Over 3 million years ago, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable provided an immortal aperture as the foundation. The successive generations of immortal kings also contributed immortal apertures. During this period, countless members fused their immortal apertures here. How can we move Celestial Court? The Celestial Court's immortals were speechless. They fell into a deathly silence. Maybe Demon Immortal Chiju has a way? Amidst the silence, Fangjing suddenly spoke. Qin Dingling's eyes shined with bright light. There was indeed such a possibility, and it was very likely. Since Demon Immortal Chiju could use the Chi harvest fruit to revive, his understanding of Chi harvest fruits was unparalleled in the world. But it was extremely difficult for Celestial Court to cooperate with him. The Demon Immortal Chiju recorded in history would never cooperate with Celestial Court. Rather than hoping for him, we might as well cooperate with Chi-Si Ancestor. That's right, we alone cannot resolve Celestial Court's crisis. To resolve Celestial Court's Chi harvest fruit disaster, we need a Chi Path great expert. Duke Long had once given half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to Chi-Si Ancestor. During the Fate War, Chi-Si ancestor really did not show up, he remained neutral. We have the foundation to cooperate with him. But Chi-Si ancestor and Fan Yuan's relationship, in my opinion, this is a small matter. Ever since Chi-Si ancestor reappeared, we can see his motives from his actions. He wants to become the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path, be it holding the Chi-Si banquet or resisting the Two Heavens alliance, we can see this. His way of doing things was completely different from Fan Yuan. Even if they cooperated before, it is not a big deal. Can't my celestial court resolve this matter alone? It is difficult. You know that the immortal graveyard is destroyed, star constellations will has not shown up again. If we can really cooperate with Chi-Si ancestor, we might even be able to recruit him into celestial court. My celestial court really needs a pseudo-venerable battle strength. Chapter 2016. Immemorial White Heaven. Colorful aurora danced in the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Eastern Sea Rank 7 Gu Immortal Qing Huizi was flying in the sky of aurora lights, using immortal killer moves to collect these aurora lights. The multicolored light was collected into his hand, and he pinched it into a ball. The balls were then sent into his immortal aperture, and buried in cloud soil. After a period of time, these aurora light balls would break out of their shells and sprout, growing into seedlings. With the addition of lightning water and magnetic sound, flowing light fruits would be produced. Flowing light fruits were rank 6 immortal materials. They were formed from dense aurora lights. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, all sorts of colors. Qing Huizi did not directly plant flowing light fruits, he had his own unique planting methods. Precisely so, he became one of the 3 main Gu immortals selling flowing light fruits in jewel yellow skies. With the Qi tides attacking the heavenly wind Qi wall, I can also enter immemorial white heaven through the cracks of the Qi wall to search for immortal materials. This is my fortuitous encounter. Qing Huizi sighed to himself. Aurora lights were very common in the Two Heavens. They were produced in great quantities. Qing Huizi took the aurora lights. The success rate of planting flowing light fruits fell greatly. He could earn a lot from this. Qing Huizi collected the aurora lights while paying attention to the heavenly wind Qi wall below. He did not have much strength to survive an immemorial white heaven. He could not even break the heavenly wind Qi wall. Thus, he had to pay attention to time. Once the heavenly wind Qi wall showed signs of mending due to the Qi tides, he would return to Eastern Sea. This was no joke. Once Qing Huizi was careless, he would be trapped in immemorial white heaven. With his strength, he might not even be able to wait for the Qi tides to attack again before dying in the dangerous environment of immemorial white heaven. One could say that Qing Huizi was risking his life to collect these aurora lights. Gu immortal cultivation was not easy. Qing Huizi was already a rank 7 Gu immortal, but he still had to plan for his livelihood. She! Right at this time, Qing Huizi suddenly heard a loud cry. Next, winds and clouds surged. Qing Huizi was shocked to find that the heavenly wind Qi wall below him was being pulled by a terrifying formless force. In just a few breaths of time, the heavenly dipper Qi wall with a circumference of tens of miles had been sucked into the central whirlpool. What's going on? Qing Huizi was scared out of his wits. Could it be an immemorial wild beast? However, I have never heard of such a mighty primordial desolate beast. The heavenly gang Qi wall dissipated completely, revealing a concave secret realm of heaven and earth. Next, this secluded domain of heaven and earth entered the nose of a Gu immortal who looked like a boy. When Qing Huizi saw this Gu immortal boy, his body and mind shook. It was like ice was poured on his head, pouring into the depths of his heart. Ah, demon immortal Qi Ju! Qing Huizi fell into despair. Why am I so unlucky? I was just gathering rainbow clouds and I actually encountered demon immortal Qi Ju. Even though the battle at Qiju at Paradise hadn't happened for long, it couldn't be hidden at all. The whole world already knew about it. Even though there was no everybody's vision killer move that allowed the world's Gu immortals to witness the entire battle, demon immortal Qiju's appearance and methods were spread far and wide. In the Gu immortal world, there were several people who were publicly known to not be provoked. They were terrifying existences that should be fled upon meeting.
The first was Fan Yuan. This demon had many methods and incredible strength. He acted without any qualms. He was extremely ruthless and ruthless. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him. Wu Shuai was also on the list. He was the Dragon Man leader. He controlled Dragon Palace and enslaved Di Zhangxing. He had deep hatred towards humans. And Demon Immortal Qi Ju was a newly added character. As for the Celestial Court and Qi Si Ancestor, because they were on the same side, they would not bully the weak. Thus, he was not on the list. After Qing Huizi saw Demon Immortal Qi Ju, he immediately recognized him. He was stunned on the spot. He was like a statue. Demon Immortal Qi Ju frowned as he looked at his palm. His palm was still small and tender. His body was still that of a boy. Thinking about the scene of his rebirth, Demon Immortal Qi Ju felt annoyed. If he had more time, he would have been able to rebirth perfectly. He would have the body of an adult. But because of the evil dragon's rampage, he had no choice but to revive prematurely. His body was fixed and his potential was limited. After absorbing this heavenly wind Qi wall, he finally made up for the losses from the intense battle earlier. After resting, he was about to set off again. "Junior, come here." Demon Immortal Qi Ju looked at Qing Huizi as he called out casually. Qing Huizi shuddered. He had a bitter expression. He could only fly towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju obediently with fear. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled as he flicked his finger. A ghostly Qi current flew out. The Qi current quickly enveloped Qing Huizi completely. Qing Huizi subconsciously wanted to struggle, but Demon Immortal Qi Ju's shout resounded in his ears. "Don't move!" Qing Huizi gritted his teeth. He did not dare to move recklessly. He gave up on struggling. He allowed the Qi currents to enter his body and flow around his soul. After flowing for a while, Demon Immortal Qi Ju finally absorbed all of the Qi currents in Qing Huizi's body into his own body. In an instant, he received a vast amount of information. His understanding of the current era deepened by dozens of times. "This is an exciting great era indeed, interesting." Demon Immortal Qi Ju's eyes shined as he clicked his tongue. Next, he ordered Qing Huizi, "Take out all of your goo worms." Qing Huizi's face twitched. For an instant, he wanted to resist. But soon, his rationality prevailed. He obediently handed over all of his goo worms to Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This action made Demon Immortal Qi Ju re-evaluate him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju took these goo worms and inspected them one by one. He only looked at Qing Huizi's light path immortal goo for a while. His focus was on the top quality mortal goo. Especially goo worms like Soul Search goo. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was very interested in them. In the end, he actually returned the light path immortal goo to Qing Huizi. Qing Huizi was very surprised. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled. "Junior, you are very tactful. You did not resist me. Who do you think I am? Why would I covet your measly immortal goo? Get lost." Qing Huizi was in disbelief at first, before becoming overjoyed. Junior will never forget Senior Qi Ju's great kindness. "Ha ha ha, I searched your soul. What kindness is there to speak of?" Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed. "You can hate me all you want, it doesn't matter. Even though this era is good, in the entire world, without venerables, there are few who are worthy of my attention. Even though I lack immortal goo, I am not at the stage of snatching light path immortal goo. If I want to snatch them, I want Qi path immortal goo." Qing Huizi had a thought. "Senior, you want to go to Qi Si?" But at the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju waved his sleeves impatiently. Qing Huizi was immediately enveloped by a Qi current. He could not move. He was sent flying away by the current. Demon Immortal Qi Ju snorted. He did not even look at Qing Huizi as he flew towards Qi Si. "I wonder how strong this Qi Si ancestor is, hee. I hope his Qi path immortal goo will not disappoint me." Demon Immortal Qi Ju was very confident as he flew towards Qi Si. He flew rapidly in the sky of Eastern Sea. His body was surrounded by Qi currents. He was extremely fast as he crossed sea areas. He did not conceal his tracks. He created a huge commotion along the way. The might of a demonic path overlord was clearly displayed. Along the way, he met several Eastern Sea Goo immortals. These people fled in fear. Along the way, demon immortal Chi-Ju suddenly had a shocked expression. He stopped in the sky. He sensed his secluded domain of heaven and earth shaking. Don't tell me? Demon immortal Chi-Ju was slightly dazed before he thought of something. Joy appeared on his face. He temporarily threw his plan to go to Chi-Si to the back of his mind. He changed his direction and flew towards the southwest direction. After a while, he arrived at a sea area. The sky here was filled with white clouds that obscured his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the thick clouds. It could only slightly brighten the sky. The sea looked calm on the surface, but there were countless torrents inside. These torrents were of all shapes and sizes. They all had different water qualities. They moved between each other and flowed in this sea area. There was no pattern to them at all. Without Gu immortal defensive methods, mortal corpses would be turned into dregs by the torrents in an instant. It was the turbulent flow sea area. Demon immortal Chi-Ju inspected it carefully. After a while, joy appeared on his face. Amazing, amazing. There must be a fragment of Shi in the sea area. It created such a chaotic scene. To think that after my rebirth, my luck would be so strong. I will take this fragment and fuse it into one first, then I will go and find trouble with that Chi-Si ancestor. Chapter 2017. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The disaster was still ongoing. The situation was slowly falling into an abyss. Fan Yuan's losses were huge this time. In order to save the resource points, he had already sent the variant humans and Gu immortals in his immortal aperture to various places, ordering them to pay close attention to the resources and to distribute mortal Gu that could detect providence. Adding on Fan Yuan's time path clone and his main body, he was exterminating the providence that was created. Finally, he managed to preserve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's resource points. However, as long as the Heaven Path Dao marks were not refined by Fan Yuan, the providence that was created would continue to increase in number. Even though Fan Yuan used his full strength, he could not stop the situation from worsening. He could barely preserve the resource points. But the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was huge. The resource points only occupied a small portion of the space. In most areas, Heaven's will was produced. It was like a densely packed army, gradually surrounding the resource points of various places. Fan Yuan knew that his clan's situation had reached a crucial moment. He could not clear the providence in his immortal aperture in time. To prevent the Grotto Heaven's providence from colluding with the Five Regions' providence, he had no choice but to create a secret space in Chi-Si's formation to isolate the providence's detection. In the outside world, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's revival was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju said that he wanted to meet Chi-Si ancestor, and the rest. This was not just for show. Internal and external problems. Next, let's see the effect of this immortal formation. Fan Yuan's attention was placed on a Rule Path formation. This formation was located in Mini Blue Heaven. It floated in the air. It was modified from the 5 regional limit formation. Fan Yuan had wisdom path attainment. He already knew that the situation would develop to this stage. Thus, he made preparations and started to think of a solution. A long time ago, he had an inspiration and decided to imitate the Chi tides to deal with the providence in his immortal aperture. And this Rule Path formation was the result of his research. A batch of rank 8 immortal essence was already stored in the immortal formation. With a thought from Fan Yuan, this vast formation that covered over 10 miles of land began to be activated. Hoo hoo hoo, the whistling sound of the wind could be heard from the spell formation, which began to shake heaven and earth. Countless streams of air appeared around the spell formation, filling the air like steam. It was so white that one couldn't even see their outstretched hand. All of a sudden, a mysterious light burst forth from the formation. The mystic light struck the white gas, and it was as if a giant hand had pushed it hard. In the next moment, about 30% of the white steam surged forward. The mystic rays penetrated into the white gas, constantly modifying it, causing the loose white gas to become more and more condensed. Finally, the white gas that was pushed out successfully turned into a wave of gas and began to push towards the southeast. Along the way, the huge wave of Qi was like a huge brush,
thoroughly washing away the surrounding qi of heaven and earth. In terms of power, the qi tide created by Fan Yuan could not compare to the orthodox one, but it had extraordinary power. It could easily take away the lives of mortal Gu masters. This was also why Fan Yuan set up the formation in mini blue heaven. It was to prevent himself from slaughtering living beings and asking for trouble. This qi tide moved for an hour. It was moving straight until it almost reached the aperture walls of mini blue heaven. Fan Yuan inspected the results. He found that the providence that he had set up earlier was completely wiped out. There was no trace of it left. Furthermore, along the path that the qi tide took, the heaven and earth qi were also in harmony. It was very peaceful. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air. The result was good. With this formation, he could finally get rid of the huge problem of providence. This was extremely important to him. If he could not get rid of providence, he would have to stay inside the Qi-Si formation to prevent his identity and location from being exposed to providence. The mountain-like pressure in Fan Yuan's heart immediately reduced by half. Now that he looked at the Qi tides again, he had a deeper understanding. The origin of Qi tides is the difference in heaven and earth Qi. It is like a cliff with a difference in height. Water will form a waterfall when it flows. The same is true for Qi tides. When the 5 regional walls disappear and the earth veins become unified, the heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions will fuse and form a Qi tide for a period of time. In the future, when heaven and earth Qi fuse completely, the 5 regions will become one. There will be no more Qi tides. And what are the 5 regional walls? In fact, they are essentially Qi tides. The heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions were different. Thus, in the areas where the 5 regions were connected, there would be differences in heaven and earth Qi. But at that time, the earth veins were different. Heaven and earth Qi could not fuse like now. They would condense into the 5 regional walls. When Gu immortals used killer moves in the 5 regional walls, they would suffer backlash. It was the same in the Qi tides. The reason was because of the difference in heaven and earth Qi and the regional walls. And the 5 regional walls that Tao Xu spent his entire life researching, in other words, were Qi tides. It was just that his research was based on rule path. And one of the main results, 5 restriction profound light Qi, just from the name of this killer move, it could be seen that it was related to Qi path. Fan Yuan had Tao Xu's true inheritance and half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, together with Qi Xiang's foundation and his own Qi path attainment level. With all these accumulations, Fan Yuan was able to achieve great results very quickly. Next, I need to adjust this formation slightly, then set up sub-formations in different areas to make the Qi tides flow continuously and eliminate providence. Providence's problem is finally resolved. But the refinement of heaven path Tao marks is still a huge problem. But Fan Yuan could only put this problem aside for now, because he had to guard against demon immortal Qi Ju's arrival. The identity of Qi-Si ancestor was very valuable. During the Fate War, Fan Yuan tried his best to conceal himself. He did not expose any relevant clues. And to maintain his identity as Qi-Si ancestor, Fan Yuan's main obstacle was demon immortal Qi Ju. Fan Yuan activated the formation to quell the internal problems while patiently waiting for demon immortal Qi Ju to challenge him. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, there was a high chance that demon immortal Qi Ju would come to fight during this period of time. After waiting for some time, on this day, there was a change in the sky above Qi-Si. White Qi waves appeared in the sky. They were grand and grand. They surged towards Qi-Si like an avalanche. Within the Qi waves, demon immortal Qi Ju's child body could be vaguely seen. His demonic might was overwhelming. Soon, his aged voice reverberated in the world. Junior Qi-Si, I, demon immortal Qi Ju, have come for you. Qi Ju, why are you here? Fan Yuan slowly appeared. He activated Qi-Si's formation as he stood on the surface of the sea, looking up. Demon immortal Qi Ju chuckled. I have just revived. I do not have any immortal Gu with me. I heard that you are the only remaining peak rank 8 Qi path expert in the current world. I came to borrow Gu from you. Ha, borrow Gu? Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He could feel demon immortal Qi Ju's domineering attitude. The immortal Gu is with me, but whether you can borrow it or not will depend on your own ability.
Demon Immortal Chi-Ju raised his head and laughed. His young face was filled with intense battle intent. Awesome! Junior, you are very much to my liking. Come, take this move of mine first. Immortal Killer Move, Great Chi Capture. Immediately, a milky white Chi current hand flew out. It was like a small mountain as it pressed down on Fan Yuan. It was this move that made Di Zanshin cry out in pain. It was not only powerful, it was also very profound. It could gather and disperse energy. Enemy Gu immortals could not deal with it easily. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply. His expression was calm. He did not panic. He stretched out his palm and pushed upwards. Rumble! A chi wall covered the surrounding 100 li. It was like the sky was rising. It had a grand aura. The chi wall and the hand collided. The hand was forced back. It could not stop the chi wall from rising. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju smiled lightly. He pointed with his finger as the chi current hand disintegrated. It turned into countless tiny chi currents that tried to enter the chi wall. But this attempt ended in failure. The chi wall that Fan Yuan created was not only grand, it was also very tight. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju could not enter it at all. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's expression changed slightly. What a great chi wall! What is the name of this move? Fan Yuan spoke frankly. I created it hastily for you. I have not named it yet. I wonder if you have any ideas? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju squinted as bright light shined in his eyes. Chi-Si Ancestor created this move hastily. It was much more terrifying than creating it a long time ago. Because this meant that Chi-Si Ancestor's Chi Path attainment level was very high. He could modify his own Chi Path killer move in such a short period of time based on the situation of the battle. But Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not know that the truth was that Fan Yuan modified the 5 regional limit formation. The Chi Wall killer move was just a supplementary move. Even though Fan Yuan lost Wisdom Gu, he still had plenty of Wisdom Path methods. The Chi Wall continued to rise, pushing back the white Chi currents that covered the sky. When it reached Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, the Chi Wall suddenly changed. 2 hands, one black and one white, attacked him from the left and right. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not dodge. He allowed the black and white hands to grab him. The hands started to exert force, but at the next moment, a loud sound came from the palms. Chi! The 2 black and white hands were immediately absorbed into a concave secluded domain phantom. This time, it was Fan Yuan's turn to be shocked. He acutely sensed that this secluded domain of heaven and earth above Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's head was much more complete than before. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju knew that ordinary methods could not work against Chi-Si Ancestor. He used his trump card. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, Chi. Fan Yuan tried to attack. All sorts of Chi Path killer moves were swallowed by Shilan when they reached Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. It was like a bottomless pit. No matter how Fan Yuan tried, he could not fill it up. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had the upper hand above Shilan. He was undefeatable. He even started to comment on Fan Yuan's various Chi Path killer moves. This black and white hands has a good concept. It should have used yin and yang Chi, using the attraction and attrition between the two to increase the power of this move. Your Chi Path defense is also pleasing to the eye. Every thread of your clothes is made of astral Chi. Are you trying to imitate the heavenly wind Chi wall? It is a pity, truly a pity. If you could still pose a threat to me after my rebirth. Regrettably, I have just dismantled the turbulent flow sea area recently. Shilan is almost complete. This move of mine counters Chi Path in the world. Junior Chi-Si, you are no exception. How about it? Do I have the ability to borrow your immortal Gu? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was called Chi-Ju because of this move. It countered all Chi Path in the world. Any Chi Path killer move would be swallowed by Shilan, unless the killer move's power surpassed Shilan's limit. Regrettably, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had almost completed Shilan. His battle strength had a qualitative change. Chapter 2018. Above Chi-Si, white Chi shrouded the sky and surged intensely. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju looked down at Chi-Si Ancestor with a grand demonic might. The Shilan silhouette above his head was clearly visible. He was in an undefeatable position. Junior Chi-Si, with my cultivation level, can I borrow Gu from you? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju spoke again. Fan Yuan had a grim expression. In the previous fight, he had already seen through many of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's trump cards. Ignoring the killer moves that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had, his trump card was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi-Land. Using this secluded domain of heaven and earth, he could counter all Chi Path Gu immortals in the world. If it were any other path, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju would not have such a huge advantage. But Chi-Si ancestor cultivated Chi Path, he was severely restricted. From this, one could see Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's nature. Even though he was domineering, he was not brainless. He knew that he had to use his greatest advantage. Thus, after rebirth, he did not fight the three sides, he wisely retreated. Later, he perfected Shi-Land and raised his battle strength. Now, he was in front of Chi-Si ancestor to forcefully borrow Immortal Gu. Once he obtained rank 8 Chi Path Immortal Gu, his strength would rise greatly. He would truly stand at the peak of the current world. Fan Yuan was not Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's match with just his identity as Chi-Si ancestor, but he was not flustered. Fan Yuan liked to plan before taking action. This time, Fan Yuan had already learned of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's threat. He had already modified the Chi-Si formation. As long as he retreated to the Chi-Si formation, he could resist for a while. If Demon Immortal Chi-Ju charged into the formation, Fan Yuan could detonate the formation and create a chance to retreat. Speaking of which, this self-detonation method was obtained by Fan Yuan from Fan Dichang. Back then, Fan Dichang purposely schemed against Fan Yuan for Divine Being Palace. He wanted to sacrifice the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin to detonate the Immortal Gu House inside Divine Being Palace to break through the bottleneck and refine Divine Being Palace. Fan Yuan saw through his scheme and captured Fan Dichang. After soul-searching him, he obtained the method to detonate the Immortal Gu House. After modifying it, he placed it in the Chi-Si formation. Once they self-destructed, the power would be terrifying. Even if it could not threaten Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's life, it could definitely obstruct him for some time. On this point, Fan Yuan was very confident. However, if Fan Yuan used the formation's self-detonation to retreat, his Chi-Si ancestor identity would be much less valuable. To protect this identity, Fan Yuan had intentionally restrained his Chi Path methods during the Fate War. He had only used unlimited Chi-Si once. If Fan Yuan retreated, Chi-Si ancestor would be defeated by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. From now on, Chi-Si ancestor's reputation would fall. His influence in Eastern Sea would be greatly reduced. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju frowned slightly. He shouted twice, but Chi-Si ancestor did not respond. This pushed Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's limited patience to the limit. He snorted coldly and was about to continue attacking when a blood-colored ray of light suddenly pierced through the sky and charged straight at his face. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju quickly dodged, then he saw Demon Judgment Board appearing in the horizon. "Celestial Court, it's you guys again!" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju sneered. "I did not come to find trouble with you, but you came to provoke me. You lost the Fate War, what gives you the confidence to act like this? Celestial Court abides by humanity's righteous path. We do things not because of confidence but because of our beliefs." A reply came from Demon Judgment Board. This was not Guyue Fengjing's voice, it was a woman's voice. Fan Yuan heard this from the side and had a thought. "Qin Ding Ling came personally? So the external help that appeared in my luck is because of her." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed at the incoming Demon Judgment Board. The air surged and condensed into lumps. In an instant, hundreds of milky white chi lumps shot towards Demon Judgment Board like meteors, causing explosions. Demon Judgment Board's momentum stopped as it shook intensely from the explosions. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was about to say something when his expression changed. He quickly retreated and moved away at lightning speed. It turned out that the blood-colored rainbow light that Demon Judgment Board shot earlier had turned around and attacked him. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju flashed past the blood-colored rainbow light, but golden light suddenly shot out of this blood-colored light. The golden light quickly condensed above Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's head and turned into a huge golden scissors. Crack, crack. The golden scissors cut at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's head repeatedly,
it seemed to have missed. But Demon Immortal Chi Ju's expression changed. "This is a luck path method!" He quickly activated an investigative killer move and felt heartache. "Oh no, this golden scissors is reducing my luck!" Demon Immortal Chi Ju placed great importance on maintaining his own luck. He had successfully revived earlier and dismantled the turbulent flow sea area to replenish Shi land. He had already expended a lot of his luck. This time, the golden scissors attack made his situation even worse. "Chi Si, Celestial Court, I will remember this. If there is a chance in the future, I will settle this with you." Demon Immortal Chi Ju's voice reverberated in the world. After saying this, he immediately drilled into the white airflow that soared into the sky, quickly retreating from the battlefield and disappearing. He retreated just like that? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guyue Fangjing was slightly dazed. In contrast, the other members of Celestial Court had solemn expressions. Qin Dingling sighed as she pointed at Fangjing. "This is the terrifying aspect of Demon Immortal Chi Ju. He remains calm at all times and has a clear judgment of the situation. Just us alone will only cause trouble for him, but in the current situation, Chi Si Ancestor will not ignore it. With Demon Immortal Chi Ju's battle strength, it is not hard for him to resist the alliance of us and Chi Si. But this way, the situation will worsen. His plan to forcefully borrow Chi Path Immortal Gu will have no chance of success. Rather than that, he might as well retreat and conserve his strength." Fangjing was enlightened when he received the hint. "I understand. Demon Immortal Chi Ju is a person from 1,000,000 years ago after all. He had just revived and did not have much contact with new paths. Earlier, when dealing with Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path attacks and Lord Qin's Luck Path Golden Scissors, he mainly dodged them. After he familiarized himself with these paths, he modified his killer moves. It will be even more difficult for us to deal with him now." "Indeed." Qin Dingling nodded. "Come with me, let us have a good talk with Chi Si Ancestor." Celestial Court's Gu Immortals walked out in a line. Qin Dingling led them with a smile on her face. Guyue Fangjing followed closely behind. Demon Judgment Board was taken away. It showed the sincerity of Celestial Court. "Thanks to everyone's help, I survived this tribulation." Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh as he said gratefully. Qin Dingling wore a golden cloak. She was tall and had broad shoulders and long legs. She had a heroic aura. But this heroic aura was different from Feng Kimhong. She had a natural nobility, as if she was born to rule over all living beings. But at this moment, Qin Dingling had a smile on her face. She took the initiative to get closer to Fan Yuan. She spoke. "If not for Ancestor's injuries, why would Demon Immortal Chi Ju be so arrogant? Furthermore, Ancestor is calm and collected. You definitely have a backup plan. I hope Ancestor won't blame us for interfering." These words were very polite. Fan Yuan felt like he was bathing in a spring breeze. Celestial Court's situation was very different from the 500 years of his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court did not give others a way out. But in this life, the leader of Celestial Court took the initiative to give others a way out. After the Fate War, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals' mentality was completely different from before the war. Before the Fate War, Celestial Court controlled Fate Gu. They had a huge advantage. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Celestial Court's strength fell greatly. They had to recuperate while also forming alliances. In Celestial Court's eyes, Chi Si Ancestor was the best partner to cooperate with. If Demon Immortal Chi Ju wanted to find an expert to spar with, he would naturally look for Chi Si Ancestor first. After all, be it Fan Yuan or Feng Jioga, they were elusive and hard to find. But Chi Si Ancestor stayed in Chi Si. He could easily find him. Since Celestial Court wanted to cooperate with Chi Si Ancestor, they naturally thought of using Demon Immortal Chi Ju. After all, adding icing on the cake could never compare to providing timely help. Celestial Court did not help Chi Si Ancestor repel Demon Immortal Chi Ju casually. They had planned for a long time. Be it Fan Yuan who was waiting patiently for Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Celestial Court was the same. "Friends, please come in. Let me prepare some wine to express my gratitude." Fan Yuan led the Celestial Court's immortals into the Qi formation. He arranged a banquet to entertain the Celestial Court's immortals. During the banquet, he also invited the dying Xia clan immortals to join him. Xia clan's immortals were very grateful to the Celestial Court's members. They were very enthusiastic. Earlier, when demon immortal Qi Ju came to find trouble and fought with Qi Si ancestor, they were all worried. Eastern Sea's Xia clan's territory was completely taken over by Wu Shuai. They could only place their hopes on Qi Si ancestor. If Qi Si ancestor was defeated or died, it would be a huge blow to Xia clan. Thus, when Celestial Court helped Qi Si ancestor, it was the same as helping them. When Qin Dingling saw the Xia clan immortals, she immediately expressed her condolences and strongly condemned the Two Heavens alliance. She even promised to take action in the future to resist the largest variant human force in the world. This attitude won Xia clan's goodwill even more. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder's face was flushed with joy. Because this was different from the empty words of the other Eastern Sea superforces, Celestial Court had truly taken action. Earlier, Demon Judgment Board led the three immortals to attack the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. This was something that all the Gu immortals in the world knew. Qin Dingling continued to ask about the Xia clan Gu immortals' current situation. Xia clan's Gu immortals answered. They were treated very well by Qi Si ancestor and Qi Si. They were very grateful, but they were worried about when they could return home. Qin Dingling understood Qi Si ancestor's intentions even more clearly. He is raising his hopes. His ambition is not small. Qin Dingling was happy to see this. As long as Qi Si ancestor had plans and ambitions, there would be a basis for cooperation between the two sides. Fan Yuan naturally did not invite Xia clan's Gu immortals to join the banquet for no reason. Through Qin Dingling's attitude towards Xia clan's Gu immortals, Fan Yuan was even more certain of Celestial Court's intentions. At the same time, he asked the local Xia clan Gu immortals to be his witnesses. After all, as Eastern Sea Gu immortals, if they interacted closely with Celestial Court, it would lower Qi Si ancestors' authority in Eastern Sea. After 3 rounds of wine, Fan Yuan spoke. Friends from Celestial Court helped me today. I will remember this favor. If the heavenly courts have any trouble in the future, I'm willing to move my old body and do my best for the heavenly courts. This was a clear expression. The Celestial Court's immortals heard this and became energized. Qin Dingling put down the cup in her hand and smiled at Qi Si ancestor, finally getting to the point. I will not hide it from ancestor. Celestial Court is indeed facing some problems now. We are here to ask for your help. Oh? Please speak your mind. Fan Yuan pretended to be forthright. Qin Dingling did not mention that Celestial Court produced Qi harvest fruits. She took out an information path Mortal Gu and handed it to Qi Si ancestor. Fan Yuan looked into it, and was immediately moved. Chapter 2019. When Fan Yuan saw this half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not related to the true inheritance. Should I use this chance to get rid of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals? This was a very tempting thought. Qin Dingling was the temporary leader of the Celestial Court. If they lost her, the Celestial Court would suffer a huge blow. Guyue Fangjing was arranged by Providence to restrain the otherworldly demon Fan Yuan. If Fan Yuan killed him, he would be free from some of the restraints. Princess Impatience, Bait Sangshui, and the rest were now the pillars of the Celestial Court. Without them, it would be a huge blow to the Celestial Court and Central Continent's righteous path. But Fan Yuan thought about it and gave up on this idea. His current strength was not high because of the heaven path Dao marks on him. His battle strength could not be guaranteed. Even though the Celestial Court's immortals were chatting and looking relaxed, how could they not be on guard when they first came to Qi Si ancestor? It was just that to show their sincerity and friendliness, they pretended to be defenseless. Even if Fan Yuan activated the Qi Si formation, the Celestial Court's immortals would be able to take out their immortal Gu houses to defend themselves. If they were to deal with the Celestial Court's immortals now, regardless of victory or defeat, Fan Yuan's identity as Qi Si ancestor would be strongly suspected by everyone. To speak the truth,
Fan Yuan was very willing to cooperate with the Celestial Court. Even though the Celestial Court tried to make things difficult for Fan Yuan and tried to kill Fan Yuan, they even forced Fan Yuan into a desperate situation. But as long as there were enough benefits to pursuing eternal life, Fan Yuan had no qualms about cooperating with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court cooperated with Qi Ancestor because there were benefits to be gained. If Fan Yuan cooperated with the Celestial Court, he would also benefit greatly. Ignoring the long-term benefits, Fan Yuan used the power of the Celestial Court to repel demon immortal Qi Ju. He ensured the value of his identity as Qi Ancestor. At the same time, the Celestial Court took the initiative to send the remaining half of the primordial spirit over. Fan Yuan held this information path mortal goo as he sighed internally. Back then, in order to obtain this Qi path true inheritance, he had spent a lot of effort. Duke Long was shrewd and experienced. Thieving Heaven's method could reduce his lifespan, but he successfully disguised it, using half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to stabilize Qi Ancestor. As for the remaining half of the inheritance, Duke Long held it in his hands no matter what. Fan Yuan was unable to obtain it. Fan Yuan had originally given up hope, but he did not expect that after the Fate War, the remaining half of the Premier's true legacy would actually fall into his hands through Qin Dingling. In the remaining half of the Premier's true inheritance, the triple Qi retraction killer move that Fan Yuan coveted for a long time was among them. Qin Dingling cannot be underestimated. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Before Qin Dingling said anything, she directly gave the remaining half of the Premier's true inheritance to Qi Ancestor. This was truly a huge move. Qin Dingling and the Celestial Court's sincerity was expressed fully. If Qin Dingling knew that I am Fan Yuan, I wonder what expression and thoughts she would have? Duke Long had funded the enemy once, now Qin Dingling was doing the same thing again. If Qin Dingling knew that this person was the greatest culprit of the Fate War, and that she had given the true inheritance to him, she would probably vomit blood from anger. This old man has truly felt your sincerity. Friend Qin, if there is any trouble, I will definitely do my best to help the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan kept the information path mortal goo into his immortal aperture. He had some guesses about the Celestial Court's trouble. Qin Dingling saw that Qi Ancestor kept the information path mortal goo and let out a sigh of relief. She was most worried that Qi Ancestor would not help her. After all, Qi Ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He did not care about this matter. He was also moved by the news brought by the reborn Fan Yuan. Qi Ancestor knew that if he continued to cultivate like this, the Celestial Court would find trouble with him. Thus, he changed his way of doing things. Qin Dingling did not know how the Celestial Court became enemies with Qi Ancestor. But since Qi Ancestor believed Fan Yuan's words, it meant that Fan Yuan provided enough evidence for Qi Ancestor to believe him. This was a mess. Fate Gu was destroyed now, the future had changed, the Celestial Court could not find anything. Qin Dingling could only make deductions based on the current situation. It was normal for Qin Dingling to have misgivings. After all, Qi Ancestor and the Celestial Court were enemies, but because of Duke Long's mediation, they became neutral. In order to recruit Qi Ancestor, Qin Dingling had to take out something that Qi Ancestor could not reject. After Qi Ancestor accepted Primordial Origin's true inheritance, he immediately expressed his determination to help the Celestial Court. Qin Dingling felt very gratified. Of course, this was not all she had planned. Primordial Origin's true inheritance was just a bait. Qi Ancestor needed suitable Qi Path Immortal Goo to activate the killer move. And these Qi Path Immortal Goo were all in the Celestial Court's storage. This was the bargaining chip to entice Qi Ancestor. Maybe I can use Demon Immortal Qi Ju's pressure to persuade Qi Ancestor to join the Celestial Court. This inspiration flashed in Qin Dingling's mind, but she suppressed it for now. She smiled as she told Fan Yuan about the problem that the Celestial Court was facing. Fan Yuan stroked his beard, understanding in his heart. As he had guessed, the Qi harvest fruit also appeared in the Celestial Court. Duke Long died, the immortal graveyard was destroyed, the Celestial Court no longer had a Qi path expert,
it was very difficult to solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling gave primordial origins true inheritance without hesitation. She hoped that this true inheritance could help Qi ancestors solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit faster. Fan Yuan thought about it before nodding. I will agree to the Qi harvest fruit. But I have no methods now. I need to enter closed cultivation for some time to study primordial origins true inheritance. At this time, Xia Clan's first supreme elder suddenly spoke. Ancestor, you are injured now, you need to recuperate first. Your safety is not only related to Eastern Sea's situation, it also concerns the overall situation of humanity and variant humans. He was a little worried that Qi ancestor would cooperate with the Celestial Court and put Xia Clan's matter aside. Qin Dingling laughed. Xia Clan friend, don't worry, I will talk about the Two Heavens Alliance next. Wu Shuai is a current demon, he is a sinner who invaded the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court will not allow him to continue developing. We came here this time to ask for ancestors' help, and also to deal with this variant human force. Saying so, Qin Dingling paused. The Celestial Court is willing to take out immortal materials to support Ancestor and Xia Clan friend, to help Xia Clan recover their lost land. When war breaks out in the future, the Celestial Court will definitely send reinforcements to help everyone resist the variant humans. Ah! Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder exclaimed in shock. He immediately bowed. The Celestial Court is righteous. It is indeed the number one human force. I am extremely grateful. Xia Clan is extremely grateful. Qin Dingling had a smile on her face as she chatted with Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder. Their relationship quickly became closer. Even though the Celestial Court lost in the Fate War, they did not lack resources. What Celestial Court lacked was manpower. This time, the Celestial Court came to Eastern Sea to entice Qi ancestor, while also targeting Xia Clan's Gu immortals to rope in Eastern Sea's local forces and build a foundation for the Five Regions' chaotic war. This was a long-term plan. Unfortunately, the Celestial Court and Xia Clan's immortals did not know that Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor were one. This was a huge scam. Fan Yuan did not hesitate, he nodded. I will not allow the Two Heavens Alliance to exist in Eastern Sea. I will definitely drive them away in the future, or even exterminate them completely. Qin Dingling stretched out her hand. In my opinion, there are human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance. It is just that the variant humans are firmly controlling the Two Heavens Alliance. These human forces are not different from us. We are all humans. We should be united as one. So to deal with the Two Heavens Alliance, we need to divide them first. Fan Yuan immediately heard the hidden meaning. Don't tell me there are human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance that have joined your side? Qin Dingling shook her head. That is not the case. Instead, we secretly captured a rank 8 Gu immortal earlier. She is called Granny Skeleton. She is the owner of Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven in the Two Heavens. Granny Skeleton was persuaded by Enchong and wanted to join the Two Heavens Alliance, but was ambushed and captured by the Celestial Court. This information was naturally provided by Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Coldash wanted to unite the Two Heavens human forces and fight for authority in the Two Heavens Alliance. She had already recruited Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord as one of her supporters. But she did not expect that Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had already joined the Celestial Court. Granny Skeleton? Fan Yuan paused before asking. Is this person here? Qin Dingling shook her head. My Celestial Court has always won people over with virtue. After persuading Granny Skeleton, we let her go. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder heard this and stared with wide eyes, feeling anxious about the Celestial Court's naivety. He wanted to say something but stopped. Fan Yuan, however, looked at Qin Dingling with deep meaning and smiled. It seems that Granny Skeleton is the key person now, and the opportunity to lure her to join us should be the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling laughed and raised her cup, praising. Ancestor is very perceptive, you can see through everything. There is also a problem with the Qi harvest fruit in that Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven. If we can solve this problem, we can rope in Granny Skeleton and other human forces. Great plan! If we rope in these human forces,
the two heavens alliance will definitely suffer a huge setback and might even disintegrate. Those who are not of our race definitely have different intentions. The two heavens human goo immortals are of the same clan as us. As long as we show our enthusiasm and sincerity, it should not be difficult to rope them in. Xia clan's immortals discussed, many clapped and laughed, the atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. Fan Yuan had a smile on his face as he sat on the main seat, looking at the various expressions of the goo immortals present. If they knew that their plan had been discovered by the enemy before they could even implement it, who knew how they would feel? Fan Yuan's gaze swept around before stopping on Qin Dingling's face. Although this person only cultivates luck path, she is already qualified to lead the celestial court. At her level, she should have reached the level of being able to communicate with other paths. Ordinary wisdom path rank 8s are only at this level. Chapter 2020. Central Continent. This chi harvest fruit is mine! Get lost. Don't even think about it. The chi tide had just passed. A group of Central Continent lone immortals were fighting over a dozen chi harvest fruits. For Grotto Heavens, the chi harvest fruits that grew inside them were a huge threat. But the chi harvest fruits that were left behind by the 5 regions and 2 heavens chi tides were treasures that all goo immortals desired. The chi tides had been going on for some time. The 5 regions goo immortals were fully aware of the effects of the chi harvest fruits. Goo immortals did not need any chi path attainment. As long as they obtained the chi harvest fruit and crushed it in their immortal aperture, they would be able to greatly increase the fusion of heaven and earth chi and walk ahead of other goo immortals, gaining freedom of movement in advance. Just as the immortals were fighting, a snow-colored rainbow suddenly pierced through the air. The rainbow was sharp and fierce, directly shooting towards one of the goo immortals. This Central Continent goo immortal only had rank 6 cultivation level. Seeing that the rainbow's aura was surging but was only rank 6, he sneered and activated a defensive killer move to resist. Bam! The rainbow pierced through the Central Continent goo immortal's body. How can this be? The Central Continent goo immortal stared with wide-open eyes. His expression before death was filled with disbelief. They were both rank 6. Why was the difference so huge? Who is it? Ah, don't tell me it is Snow Demon! The other 2 Central Continent goo immortals also had rank 6 cultivation level. Seeing that their goo immortal only lasted for a breath of time before dying on the spot, they were scared out of their wits. The 2 goo immortals thought of a mysterious demonic path goo immortal who had appeared recently. He was extremely vicious and merciless, frequently fighting for chi harvest fruits. The 2 immortals quickly retreated, not daring to fight. That snowy rainbow ignored them. It went straight to the main target, sweeping away all the chi harvest fruits. After the snowy rainbow succeeded, it immediately retreated. It was extremely vigilant. After traveling for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn and constantly changing routes and concealment methods, this snowy rainbow finally stopped in the depths of a nameless valley. The ice and snow dispersed, revealing the goo immortal's true appearance. Who else could it be but Bai Ningbing? As it turned out, after the Fate War, Bai Ningbing had been left outside. She was not summoned back by Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing temporarily regained her freedom, but she didn't want to return to Fan Yuan's side, so she chose to cultivate alone. Over this period of time, she had been actively plundering many chi harvest fruits to use in her immortal aperture. The chi harvest fruits she harvested had little effect on Fan Yuan's 8 revolutions grotto heaven. But the effect on Bai Ningbing's rank 6 blessed land was very obvious. Bai Ningbing originally had future self, her battle strength was at the peak of rank 7. But after the Fate War, the downstream of the river of time became turbulent, future self also lost its effect. Bai Ningbing's true battle strength returned to rank 6. If I get a few hundred more chi harvest fruits, I'll be able to fight for an hour. Bai Ningbing used up all the chi harvest fruits he had snatched. Suddenly, her heart jumped, sensing that something was wrong. She immediately shot out from the valley. But it was too late. A purple curtain of light quickly enveloped her and pulled her into an independent space that was separated from the outside world. This is an immortal battlefield killer move! Bai Ningbing frowned. Who is it? Come out! Clap, clap, clap. Following a series of crisp claps, Fairy Myrtle appeared. She smiled as she looked at Bai Ningbing. My battlefield killer move was just about to be activated when you sensed it, as expected of a talent that Fan Yuan chose. It's you! Bai Ningbing quickly recognized Fairy Myrtle. Her heart sank to rock bottom. The other party was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while she was only rank 6. If she had future self, she might have a chance to resist, but the difference in strength was too great. Bai Ningbing could do nothing. Fairy Myrtle stared at Bai Ningbing, asking with interest, How did you sense it earlier? I clearly did not see you use any special investigative method. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold as ice. She said, I just sensed it. You were lying in ambush, waiting for me to take the bait? Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. You have been attacking too many times recently. With the clues in my hands, it is not hard to deduce when you will attack and where you will retreat to. But you actually sense danger with just your intuition? When my immortal battlefield killer move was activated, there was no aura leaking. At this time, another figure appeared not far behind Bai Ningbing. It was Old Man Jingyuan. Old Man Jingyuan coughed. Lady Ziwei, this is the stimulation of human qi. Although Bai Ningbing does not have any unique investigative methods, his human qi is very strong. Since we are here to deal with him, his human qi will definitely surge and he will sense it. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, assuming a battle stance. You speak too much nonsense. Come, Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's smile became even wider. It seems you misunderstood, Bai Ningbing. We are not representing the Celestial Court, but the Shadow Sect. We are naturally not looking for you to kill you. What? Bai Ningbing was astonished. You are siding with Fan Yuan? Old Man Jingyuan chuckled. Junior Fan Yuan stole the position of the Shadow Sect leader. We are representing the true Shadow Sect. Bai Ningbing's heart shook. She immediately guessed the truth. Spectral Soul has revived? You want to find trouble with Fan Yuan through me? How about it? Join us. Don't you want to deal with Fan Yuan and get rid of the restraints he placed on you? Fairy Myrtle tempted. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly, looking deeply at Fairy Myrtle. Of course I want freedom. But what's the difference between joining you and siding with Fan Yuan? It's even more restrictive than siding with Fan Yuan. She could see that there was something wrong with Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan. They had clearly been enslaved by Spectral Soul. Standing with Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing at least felt like an ally. But if she joined the Shadow Sect, she could only become Spectral Soul's slave. Fairy Myrtle nodded. But you don't have a choice, right? Old Man Jingyuan added. Surrender or die, make your choice. Bai Ningbing's silence did not last long. After a few breaths of time, she nodded. I will join you. Old Man Jingyuan walked closer and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. This is a wise choice. Don't worry, we will get rid of the Information Path Alliance agreement on you. But your Dragon Man identity is slightly troublesome. It was Fan Yuan who helped you change your identity. The Dragon Man method he used has likely been greatly modified. It will be very difficult to get rid of this in a short period of time. No matter, I am already used to it. Bai Ningbing said indifferently. She was either restricted by Fan Yuan, or she joined the Shadow Sect and was controlled by Old Man Inkstone. Later, she joined Fan Yuan and became a new Dragon Man. Now, she was being held back by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Bai Ningbing was right, she was already used to it. Almost at the same time, in Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. And this is the soul core I recently obtained. It is very strange, please take a look at it. And Sun bowed respectfully and presented a soul core with both hands. Lady Coldash took the soul core and carefully examined it, her expression becoming more and more strange. She had seen countless soul cores, but this soul core gave her a feeling she had never felt before. Just the dark light flowing on the surface of the soul core was extraordinary. Suddenly, the soul core turned into a pitch-black lightning bolt that struck Lady Coldash's face and quickly seeped into her body, instantly restraining her soul. Lady Coldash's body tensed up. She reacted. She was plotted against by a relative. And Sun Yu.
Lady Coldash took good care of her nephew and son and promoted him many times. She did not expect to be betrayed by a relative this time. Lady Coldash wanted to resist. She suddenly stood up. And Sun jumped in fright and quickly took a big step back. But at the next moment, Lady Coldash's strength dissipated and she fell back to her seat. She let out a groan, black light spread in her eyes and quickly filled her eyeballs. Soon, she stopped struggling and stood up silently. And Sun knelt on the ground. Greetings to Master. Lady Coldash spoke in Spectral Soul's voice. This body is not bad, I will use it like this for now, get close to Wu Shuai. Spectral Soul did not have guts goo, he could only devour the soul core and slowly digest it. After this period of time, he had already recovered some strength, he immediately attacked Lady Coldash. Chapter 2021. Roar. A huge immemorial soul beast with 2 legs on its head and a body like a mountain let out a deafening roar. But it was not being aggressive, it was struggling intensely, trying its best to escape. Its tail was grabbed by an ordinary hand. Next, a terrifying suction force came from the hand. Hong long long, like the sound of a hurricane, in just a few breaths of time, the entire immemorial soul beast was completely devoured by the palm. The owner of the hand burped. It was the owner of rank 8 soul path, soul pacifying grotto heaven, Lady Coldash. Right now, her eyes were completely black, black chi was coiling around her body. A moment later, she stopped using her killer move, the black chi around her vanished as well. From the outside, there was nothing wrong with her. But the truth was, Spectral Soul had already taken over her body and devoured her soul. Spectral Soul sighed. I'm full again. With the identity of Lady Coldash, he had much more freedom now. During this period of time, he had been devouring immemorial soul beasts. His strength rose rapidly, and recovered rapidly. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. Devouring immemorial soul beasts was not guts goo, Spectral Soul needed to digest them first. Otherwise, the immemorial soul beasts would contaminate his soul and make him lose his rationality, turning into a deformed soul beast monster. The first choice to strengthen his soul was guts goo on Dang Hun Mountain. It did not need to be digested, it could be absorbed almost instantly. The more Spectral Soul missed Dang Hun Mountain, the more he wanted to find Fan Yuan and kill him. Where did that scoundrel Fan Yuan go? When Spectral Soul thought of Fan Yuan, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Fairy Myrtle had already informed Spectral Soul that she had recruited Bai Ningding. This was good news to Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle had already found clues to Ying Wuxia. As long as she gathered these subordinates of Fan Yuan, she would be able to obtain enough clues to deduce Fan Yuan's location. Fan Yuan obtained so many Heaven Path Dao marks, but he is still nowhere to be found after the Fate War. His situation must be terrible. This is the best time to capture him. Spectral Soul was once a venerable. He knew that even at his peak, it would be a difficult task to refine so many Heaven Path Dao marks. Not to mention the current Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan was strong, he was not a venerable. He had limited understanding of Heaven Path Dao marks. But the methods I left in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture cannot be used anymore. Spectral Soul understood that Heaven Path Dao marks would evolve naturally. The methods he left behind were Dao marks in essence. They would definitely be changed by the Heaven Path Dao marks. Once they were changed, his methods would be ineffective. If it was effective, why would Spectral Soul go through so much trouble to find Fan Yuan's old subordinates? He would have attacked Fan Yuan long ago. After half a month, I will be able to devour immemorial soul beasts again. It will help me recover my strength. Spectral Soul was planning when he suddenly received a message. In half a month, I will be able to devour immemorial soul beasts again to recover my strength. Spectral Soul was planning when he received a message. Spectral Soul was overjoyed. Wu Shuai is gathering the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance to discuss important matters. Lady Coldash is among them. Good. Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan have a close relationship. He might really be Fan Yuan's clone. Spectral Soul immediately moved. Using Lady Coldash's identity, he left Seoul pacifying Grotto Heaven and traveled to Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters. Spectral Soul moved, using Lady Cold Ash's identity. He left Seoul pacifying Grotto Heaven and went to Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters. In the public blessed land, he smoothly entered Dragon Palace and met with Wu Shuai. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right was the recently joined Rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right was the recently joined Rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. Below them were the leaders of the variant human Gu Immortals. For example, Lady Cold Ash's position was close to the entrance of Dragon Palace. From this position, the political situation of the Two Heavens Alliance could be seen. The variant humans were clearly the majority. They held the majority of the authority. Meanwhile, the human Gu Immortals were at a disadvantage. They tried to resist, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Wu Shuai was a variant dragon man. It was natural for him to be close to other variant humans. If I kill all of them, how much of my strength can I recover? Spectral Soul looked around as killing intent rose in her heart. Sensing her gaze, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, who was standing opposite Lady Cold Ash, nodded at her, showing goodwill. Spectral Soul had already obtained all of Lady Cold Ash's memories. She had a thought. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, maybe I can make a move against him. A human rank 8 Gu Immortal soul is more suitable for me to recover. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was thinking. This Lady Cold Ash can be used. Granny Skeleton's contribution earlier came from her. After this discussion, I might as well find her for tea and probe her intentions. If I can rope her in for the Celestial Court, my contribution will be even greater. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's thoughts were normal. In his opinion, Lady Cold Ash did not lose hope. She wanted to ally with the other human forces to resist the Alliance, and raise the status of the human forces in the Alliance. But now, her method was completely useless. Granny Skeleton did not come at all. Moreover, the Celestial Court had already informed them of their next strategy, which was to divide the entire Two Heavens Alliance. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord saw a lot of merit in this. Just as Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash were scheming against each other, Wu Shuai spoke from the main seat. I'm sure everyone knows why I gathered everyone here today. That's right, it is the Qi Harvest Fruit disaster. Most of you here have already produced Qi Harvest Fruits in your Grotto Heavens. These Qi Harvest Fruits are absorbing the heaven and earth Qi of the Grotto Heavens to grow. They are directly threatening the foundation of the Grotto Heavens. But ordinary methods cannot directly destroy these Qi Harvest Fruits. If we act rashly, we will be destroying the foundation of the Grotto Heavens and destroying our own homes. Now, I will gather everyone together to brainstorm and come up with a good solution. After Wu Shuai's speech, the Immortals offered their suggestions. During this period of time, many of them had racked their brains over this matter and were deeply troubled by it. These Gu Immortals might lack experience and battle attainment, but their foundations were very solid. Thus, they proposed a large number of methods. However, even though there were many methods, which one would be effective? Nobody could guarantee it. Nobody could say for sure. None of them cultivated Qi Path. The Two Heavens Alliance did have some Qi Path Gu Immortals, but their Qi Path attainment levels were low. They could not be counted on. There are many methods. If we try them one by one, there should be a solution. Thus, what we need to do is to keep trying. Who is willing to try it first? Wu Shuai concluded and asked. Dragon Palace's main hall fell into silence. Nobody was willing to be a guinea pig. After all, clearing the Qi Harvest Fruits was extremely important to the Grotto Heavens. It was like performing surgery on their hearts. If there was any mistake, the Grotto Heaven would be destroyed. Even if they were lucky and the Grotto Heaven survived, its foundation would be greatly damaged, and it would suffer huge losses. These Gu Immortals are so pitiful. Thankfully, I joined the Celestial Court long ago. Even though Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord looked anxious and worried, he was very calm on the inside. He had already learned from the Celestial Court that the Celestial Court had already found a way to resolve the problem of the Qi Harvest Fruits. Thus, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was not flustered. But the truth was,
Qin Ding Ling was only trying to stabilize Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and make him more loyal. To resolve the Qi harvest fruits, it is neither hard nor easy. Spectral Soul knew some methods, but he would not contribute them. Right now, he was thinking about how to deal with Wu Shuai. There were many people here, he could not attack. But how could he find a chance to be alone with Wu Shuai? The biggest obstacle is still this palace. Spectral Soul felt some wariness. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal goo house in essence. Spectral Soul was not afraid of this. He was worried about the dream path methods that Dragon Palace had. Spectral Soul had to be very vigilant against this. If he was caught by dreamy light smoke, he would lose immediately. Wu Shuai saw that the immortals were silent for a long time. He knew what they were thinking. He smiled lightly. Since none of you are willing to try, we will find someone else to try. There are many grotto heavens in these two heavens. There are still people who have not joined us. Their intentions are unfathomable. The eyes of the Gu immortals in the hall shined. They felt that Alliance leader's idea was simply brilliant. Thus, the immortals agreed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others even flattered Wu Shuai. Which grotto heaven do you think is more suitable? Wu Shuai asked. At the next moment, everyone had their own opinions. Many targets were proposed. Among them, the one that was mentioned the most was Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Chapter 2022. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Xiao Bai, let's see you off here. On the mountain path, Teacher Jiang stopped his horse and said to Li Xiao Bai beside him. Li Xiao Bai had a melancholic expression as he showed deep reluctance to leave. This student was able to survive in the capital all thanks to teacher's guidance and help. This student will remember this kindness for the rest of his life. I will never forget it. But after this farewell, I do not know when I will be able to see teacher again. You. Teacher Jiang sighed lightly. He patted Li Xiao Bai's shoulder and encouraged him. Even though you failed in the world poetry competition this time, your fame has spread far and wide. Everyone knows that your talent is worthy of the title of one of the 10 great scholars. Moreover, Su Qihan has returned. The capital will be the stage for you to display your talent. Go back. I look forward to your performance. Li Xiaobai held back his tears as he bid farewell to Teacher Jiang. Riding his horse, Li Xiaobai walked on the shaded mountain path as he started to ponder about his future. He had failed in the world poetry competition, even though his performance was outstanding in the early stages. However, just as he had expected, he bumped into Mr. Jiang from behind. This caused Li Xiaobai to fall into an awkward situation. If he won against his teacher, he would be criticized for his morals and character. He would be criticized badly. Li Xiaobai had wanted to use the next opportunity to continue challenging the rounds. In the end, he bumped into his teacher again and again. Teacher Jiang was very helpless. In fact, he did not want to succeed by stepping on his student. But he had to grasp every opportunity, because he had also found out about the significance of the world poetry competition. Li Xiaobai bumped into Teacher Jiang again and again, causing him to be restrained and eventually fail. Even though he felt regret, Li Xiaobai also felt fortunate. My performance was too outstanding earlier, it was already too much. If I really succeeded like this, I would definitely be investigated. Even if I passed the investigation, because I have no background and am not a famous person, I might be plotted against. Countless people are eyeing this opportunity to become an immortal. How can it fall into the hands of a minor character? The world poetry competition seemed to be extremely fair, but where there were people, there were dark veils and interests. Just by looking at the name list of those who had passed the selection of the World Poetry Meet, they were either nobles or celebrities. Even the so-called dark horses had extraordinary foundations and backgrounds. I didn't make it to the World Poetry Competition this time, but it doesn't matter. There will probably be a second selection in the future. Even if there's no second World Poetry Competition, can't I just rely on myself to climb up and become an immortal? What's this smell? It smells so good. While Li Xiaobai was thinking, he was interrupted by a wave of fragrance. This delicate fragrance was very pleasant. It smelled like the ink of a book. Li Xiaobai immediately became curious.
How could there be such a fragrance in this forest? He urged his horse to gallop lightly, following the fragrance to trace its source. After walking for a while, there were dense shrubs blocking the way. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to dismount and walk on foot. As he moved through the forest, Li Xiaobai smelled the fragrance and knew that he was heading in the right direction. He was getting closer to the source of the fragrance. Finally, he pushed aside a patch of forest leaves and found a pine tree. The pine tree was full of pine cones, and it was these pine cones that emitted the rich scent of books. And on the branches of the pine tree, there was a small and unique brown tree house. Could it be that someone lives here? Is it a hermit from the mountains? Li Xiaobai carefully got closer and shouted. Student Li Xiaobai accidentally passed by a treasured land and took the liberty to pay a visit. Please forgive me, sage of the mountains. But there was no sound coming from the treehouse. Li Xiaobai shouted a few more times and found that there was no one in the treehouse. He walked towards the pine tree. When he got to the bottom of the pine tree, Li Xiaobai made a new discovery. It turned out that this treehouse was not built on the pine tree. It was one with the pine tree, as if it grew out of it. Li Xiaobai wanted to enter the treehouse to investigate, but after going around the tree, he found that the treehouse was one with only windows and no doors. What should I do? Li Xiaobai thought as he subconsciously placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly, the tree bark started to crack and change. In an instant, a spiral staircase appeared and went around the tree trunk, leading to the treehouse. A door also appeared on the treehouse. Li Xiaobai only hesitated for a moment before walking up the staircase and entering the treehouse. There were 3 rows of bookcases in the treehouse. They were erected along the 3 walls. There were many goo worms in the shelves of the bookcases. The fragrance of books pervades the world, the reputation of talented scholars. The book house inheritance awaits the fated one. At this time, a piece of information appeared in Li Xiaobai's mind. Li Xiaobai inspected it and became joyful. So this is an information path inheritance. Even though it is only a goo master level inheritance and has no immortal goo, there are many rank 4 and 5 goo worms. There is also detailed cultivation information. It forms a complete system. It suits me. Speaking of which, my luck has been rising recently. It seems that my main body has already stabilized the situation. This was a top-level goo master inheritance. Not only did it have many goo worms, the pine tree itself was an exceptional mortal goo house, book house. Li Xiaobai stored the book house and returned the way he came. He successfully found his horse and rode it down the mountain, heading towards the capital city. At the peak of the mountain, there were 2 figures. An immortal and a mortal. The immortal was Hua Song, while the mortal was the rank 5 goo master teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang had witnessed the entire process of Li Xiaobai obtaining the inheritance. He said gratefully, "Teacher, thank you for promoting my student." As it turned out, Teacher Jiang's teacher was Hua Song. Hua Song smiled. "He is your student. According to our relationship, he is my grand disciple. He is a member of our faction. How could I ignore him? When the World Poetry Competition started, I already noticed him. He clearly had the strength to pass the round, but because he met you, he had to hide his abilities. I had hoped that the 2 of you could pass the round together. But his luck was bad. He kept meeting you at the crucial moment, and was eventually eliminated. I am ashamed." Teacher Jiang lowered his head. "Ha!" Hua Song patted Teacher Jiang's shoulder. "You are very good. You can teach such an outstanding student. If this Li Xiaobai really disregards his teacher and defeats you in front of everyone in order to become famous, I will definitely punish him in secret. But Li Xiaobai respects his teacher and has a good nature, even though he failed this time. So what? It is this kid's fortune to be able to enter teacher's eyes. But teacher, why didn't you?" Teacher Jiang's tone was hesitant. Hua Song sighed. "Even though I am the host of the World Poetry Competition, if I abuse my authority, I will be criticized by other Gu immortals. I will lose face in front of Lord Huayu. Moreover, Li Xiaobai is still too young, he lacks tempering. Suddenly promoting him to an immortal might lead to a disaster. It is better to let him walk more paths in the mortal world. An unpolished jade is worthless." Teacher is right, I was too shallow. Teacher Jiang submitted and said gratefully, I understand teacher's painstaking efforts. You did not want me to feel guilty, so you gave Li Xiaobai such an important inheritance, right? It's good that you know. Hua Song smiled. You are my student. After this selection, you will be heavily nurtured to become an immortal. Next, you need to focus and not be distracted by other matters. Cultivate wholeheartedly. Don't embarrass me. Yes, teacher, I will do my best. Teacher Jiang cupped his fists, showing a solemn expression. Even though profound literature Grotto Heaven adhered to neutrality and did not want to participate in any conflict between forces, they understood that chaotic times were coming, so they did not hold back in nurturing their own Gu immortals. Teacher Jiang and the others were quickly settled down. They had abundant resources and many Gu immortals were personally teaching them. Teacher Jiang trained diligently every day. His life was extremely fulfilling. Even though he did his best to learn and perform, he was only ranked in the middle or lower tier. This showed the attainment and talent of these Gu masters. Even the Gu immortals teaching them were secretly satisfied. These people were the essence of profound literature Grotto Heaven. They were excellent seeds of Gu immortals. Half a month passed. Teacher Jiang and the others were about to welcome the most crucial moment of their lives, immortal ascension. With so many teachers protecting me, the success rate of my immortal ascension is very high. Once I become an immortal, my life will be completely subverted. Teacher Jiang was looking forward to it. He studied even harder. However, right when the first person among them was about to undergo immortal ascension, there was a loud explosion. The whole of profound literature Grotto Heaven shook fiercely. Next, an evil dragon that was like a mountain tore through the aperture wall and descended, filling the sky of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Large numbers of enemy Gu immortals appeared all over profound literature Grotto Heaven. They attacked at the same time and ignited the flames of battle. Teacher Jiang's side was the target of special attention. Die. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to suppress them. It is the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. It cannot be blocked. Retreat. The Gu immortals defending this place paled in fright. They had no choice but to retreat. Rumble. After a series of tremors, smoke and dust surged, rocks were sent flying. This meticulously arranged learning palace was completely destroyed. Teacher Jiang and the others could not dodge in time. They were crushed into flesh and bones, dying on the spot. The Gu immortals teaching them felt their hearts bleeding at this sight. Their many days of teaching were about to bear fruit, but the greatest future potential of profound literature Grotto Heaven was destroyed in this one attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my profound literature Grotto Heaven adheres to neutrality. We have never made things difficult for you. But today, you actually attacked our territory and slaughtered the innocent. You are truly unreasonable. You have committed heinous sins. Old Immortal Hua Yu was alarmed. His face was flush red from anger. His furious voice resounded throughout the world. Chapter 2023. Kill. Wu Shuai's roar shook the surroundings, resounding throughout the Grotto Heaven. Many of profound literature Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals had a change of expression. They felt Wu Shuai's powerful might. They could not help but feel worried. Profound literature Grotto Heaven had been peaceful for too long. It had never experienced such a thing. Even the current Grotto Heaven's owner, Old Immortal Hua Yu, was extremely surprised. Because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven, it was best at gathering information and clues. Once there was an invasion, it would be discovered first. However, Wu Shuai's attack did not just leave Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest in the dark. Wu Shuai's sudden invasion could be said to be a huge move. He could actually teleport Gu immortals to different areas of the Grotto Heaven and launch a storm of attacks against the Gu immortals of profound literature Grotto Heaven. It could be said that this sudden attack was extremely successful. Profound literature Grotto Heaven's losses were severe, not mentioning Teacher Jiang's carefully selected group of future potential experts. Even most of the Gu immortals in profound literature Grotto Heaven were killed. Persevere, this is our home, we cannot lose it. I have already contacted reinforcements. We cannot let these shameless thugs succeed. Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted, stabilizing the morale of the troops. Next, he opened his mouth and moved his tongue,
spitting out words one after another. These words were like a storm, they carried a chilling aura as they shrouded Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, cold words. Dragon Palace was hit by this move, its surface was covered in layers of frost, its speed was greatly reduced. More and more frost formed, in the blink of an eye, it was already the height of an adult's calf. At this rate, the whole of Dragon Palace would be sealed in ice. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, activating a killer move to defend. The frost on the surface of Dragon Palace started to melt, the layers thinned as its power rose, rays of orange light shot out. The orange light shot towards Old Immortal Huayu. Old Immortal Huayu mouthed and used another movement technique. Immortal killer move, quick words. At the next moment, his speed rose, he dodged the orange light with ease. Immortal killer move, vicious words. Old Immortal Huayu spat out a wave of words again. These purple-black words were like poisonous arrows that exploded on Dragon Palace. Rumble. The continuous explosions forced the Dragon Palace to retreat continuously. At the same time, a large amount of poisonous fog seeped into the Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai sat on the main seat. Seeing this, he remained calm in the face of danger and immediately activated his defensive means to resolve this crisis. Old deity Huayu's reputation was well deserved. He was indeed an expert with some skills. He was actually on par with the Dragon Palace, and each of his moves was evenly matched. Of course, this was also because Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu house, it specialized in enslavement. As for Wu Shuai, in order to preserve his trump cards, even though the 4 great dragon generals had been completed, he did not take them out. They often used the evil dragon, which had become a trademark of the Dragon Palace. The evil dragon was wreaking havoc. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals were looting and killing. Wu Shuai was not anxious at all, because the situation was too favorable to him. Old Immortal Huayu grew more anxious as he fought. He knew that he was entangled by the Dragon Palace. If he wanted to save Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, he could only rely on external forces. But could reinforcements really arrive in time? Although Old Immortal Huayu was looking forward to it, he knew that he didn't have much hope. Even though he had a great reputation, and Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was in close contact with the surrounding Grotto Heavens, to get these people to help him resist such a strong enemy? Old Immortal Huayu put himself in their shoes. If the surrounding Grotto Heavens encountered enemies and asked for help from him, and the enemy was the 2 Heavens Alliance, he would also hesitate. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals continued to wreak havoc. Smoke rose everywhere, living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. Old Immortal Huayu, what other trump cards do you have? Quickly use them. If you don't use them now, you won't be able to save your Grotto Heaven. Ha! Wu Shuai laughed wildly. Old Immortal Huayu was silent, his expression was dark. The 2's battle sent shockwaves into the world, the Grotto Heaven's aperture walls were damaged everywhere. Suddenly, Wu Shuai's laughter stopped as he shouted in anger. Old scoundrel Qi Si! The moment he said that, endless Qi currents surged in from outside Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, gathering into a giant hand. The giant hand was like a mountain, it slammed into Dragon Palace and sent it flying far away. Next, a majestic figure appeared at the top of the Grotto Heaven's sky, looking down at Dragon Palace. It's Qi Si Ancestor! Old Immortal Huayu raised his head, joy and surprise were written all over his face. Qi Si Ancestor's appearance was unexpected, but thinking about it, he felt that it was natural. Qi Si Ancestor was Wu Shuai's greatest enemy. He would not let Wu Shuai do as he pleased to the 2 Heavens forces. Roar! Dragon Palace retreated, the evil dragon took its place. Qi Si Ancestor, however, had his hands behind his back, he had no intention of attacking. Wu Shuai, stop, I can let your Gu immortals retreat. Otherwise, if we really fight, your 2 Heavens Alliance will cease to exist. You! Wu Shuai's exasperated voice came from Dragon Palace. Qi Si Ancestor! The evil dragon's charge stopped. Wu Shuai seemed to be considering. Old Immortal Huayu let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Qi Si Ancestor with an extremely grateful gaze. Qi Ancestor's action was to preserve profound literature Grotto Heaven's vitality. He did not want it to turn into ruins. This was not easy. Right now, the two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were scattered. Qi Ancestor could use this chance to attack them one by one and deal a heavy blow to the two Heavens Alliance. But Qi Ancestor did not do this. He was concerned about profound literature Grotto Heaven. And before this, old immortal Hua Yu had never interacted with Qi Ancestor. For an outsider like me, Qi Ancestor can actually do such a thing. He is truly a famous expert of the 5 regions, the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Old immortal Hua Yu sighed internally. But at the next moment, the evil dragon attacked. Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Qi Ancestor, it has been too long since that battle. Take this move from me again! Wu Shuai shouted. Despicable! Old immortal Hua Yu saw Wu Shuai's sneak attack and cursed internally. But Qi Ancestor smiled lightly. He seemed to be prepared for this, he said calmly. Good timing. Boom! In the next moment, the evil dragon and the dragon palace collided with a solid wall of air. The Qi wall collapsed, but the evil dragon and dragon palace's momentum was also expended. Old scoundrel Qi, I am relieved that you are so energetic. Let's fight another day. Wu Shuai saw that he could not gain any advantage. He retreated slowly. Dragon Palace and the evil dragon left the battlefield and went out of the Grotto Heaven. The two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals quickly retreated. They did not dare to stay for long. They were afraid that Dragon Palace would leave them behind in this dangerous place. Wu Shuai and the rest came quickly and left just as quickly. They left behind a chaotic profound literature Grotto Heaven. Old immortal Hua Yu did not rush to save the people or stabilize the situation. He flew to Qi Ancestor and bowed deeply. Ancestor, thanks to your help today, we were able to defeat the enemies. The entire profound literature Grotto Heaven is grateful to you for saving our lives. Qi Ancestor laughed heartily. He grabbed old immortal Hua Yu's hands and lifted him up. You and I are both humans. We should help each other and resist the variant humans together. That is what we should do. Old immortal Hua Yu said hatefully. Wu Shuai is perverse. He is trying to overturn the situation of humanity. He is deranged and despicable. My profound literature Grotto Heaven will definitely be enemies with him. We will not rest until he is dead. Qi Ancestor nodded. In the current world, chaotic war is coming. Who can stay out of it? It is good that you understand this. Old immortal Hua Yu cupped his fists again. I have observed all the immortals in the world. Only Ancestor's prestige has spread far and wide. Your virtue is worthy of respect. From now on, Hua Yu Grotto Heaven is willing to follow Ancestor everywhere. We will listen to your orders. Chapter 2024. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A tea party was currently being held. Old immortal Hua Yu only sat at the side. He gave the main seat to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used his identity as Qi Ancestor to talk to many Gu Immortals. He obtained first-hand information about Eastern Sea's White Heaven. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals were not the only ones participating in the tea party. After Qi Ancestor repelled Wu Shuai's army, Gu Immortals came to reinforce him. These Gu Immortals came from the surrounding forces of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. They were late to reinforce Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but they were all invited by old immortal Hua Yu to participate in this tea party. Fan Yuan acted as Qi Ancestor. He told the immortals. He had already formed an alliance with the Celestial Court. He was recruiting the human forces of the two heavens to resist Wu Shuai's variant human alliance. He wanted to uphold the righteous path of humanity. Old immortal Hua Yu was the first to respond. The other forces also responded enthusiastically. Many Gu Immortals expressed their willingness to join Qi Ancestor's side to resist the tyrannical Wu Shuai alliance. Even if some Gu Immortals were hesitant, they could not make the decision themselves. They needed to report to their superiors to make a decision. After the tea party ended, Fan Yuan was very satisfied with the result. He wanted to move the two Heavens Grotto Heaven forces. The first step was very important. With Wu Shuai's active cooperation, almost all the Gu Immortals of the two heavens recognized Wu Shuai's threat. Everyone was in danger. Everyone knew that no one could avoid this calamity, because even a powerful force like old immortal Hua Yu was almost exterminated. If not for Qixi ancestors' righteous actions, profound literature Grotto Heaven would have already been wiped out. The great chaos was coming, no one could remain unscathed. Only by stepping into the waves could they survive and grow stronger. One tea party allowed Qixi ancestor to subdue 5 Grotto Heaven forces effortlessly. Of course, to unify them, he needed some time. Important details like the distribution of benefits were not settled yet. Even so, Qixi ancestors' actions had already caused a huge change in the situation of the 2 heavens forces, and even the situation of humanity and variant humans. Fang Yuan naturally would not conceal this news. The moment the tea party ended, he announced it in jewel-yellow skies. At once, the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was shaken. Some sighed at the changing times and the impending chaos. Some praised Qixi ancestors' righteous path actions, feeling that he had a sense of responsibility as a human. Some guessed Wu Shuai's next move, while others thought about Eastern Sea's political situation. Qixi ancestor was publicly recognized as the #1 battle strength in Eastern Sea. Now that he was so close to the Celestial Court, how would the other Eastern Sea Righteous Path superforces deal with this relationship? The 5 regional walls had disappeared, and the originally independent 5 regions had merged into one. Any change in one region would cause the 5 regions to change as a whole. For an expert of Qixi ancestors' status and identity, his every action would deeply influence the entire world. The Shen family of Donghai. Is there still no clue as to Ancestor Shenshang's whereabouts? Shen Tsongxing sighed. I don't blame you. After all, the Qi tide is sweeping the world and happening everywhere. And the Divine Emperor City is a place closely protected by the Zhongzhou state. A Shen clan Gu immortal asked. First Supreme Elder, Qixi ancestor has already allied with Celestial Court. Celestial Court is even offering the latter half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance as a reward. What should we do? Shen Tsongxing said solemnly. I have already discussed this with Song Qiyuan, Hua Kaiyun, and the other First Supreme Elders. Qixi ancestor is an expert of Eastern Sea. We cannot allow him to be roped in by Celestial Court. We will activate the clan's treasury. Each clan will take out a portion of resources and gather them into a huge gift to befriend Ancestor. Shen clan's Gu immortals nodded, they had no objections. Qixi Ancestor was the most worthy person to rope in, other than his battle strength, it was also because he cultivated Qi Path. Right now, all of Eastern Sea's super forces wanted to exert their strength in Qi Path. If they could borrow Qixi Ancestor's strength in this aspect, it would be much easier. Especially after Fan Yuan's earlier performance, everyone in the Gu immortal world felt that Qixi ancestor liked to guide juniors. This made Eastern Sea's super forces feel that there was a lot of potential in this matter. Western Desert Fang Clan. Fang Gong's expression was grim. We offered such a high price, but Celestial Court still refuses to release Fang Dichang? The reporting Fang Clan Gu immortal lowered his head. First Supreme Elder, in my opinion, Celestial Court is not sincere enough, they are only trying to stall for time and keep us hanging. Humph! Fang Gong clenched his right fist and slammed it on the table. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the Fate War, Fang Clan suffered the greatest losses. Not only did they lose Divine Beam Palace, even Fang Clan's strategist Fang Dichang was captured. There was no news of him until now. Fang Clan naturally thought that Fang Dichang was captured by Celestial Court. Thus, they secretly contacted them, wanting to pay a huge price to exchange for Fang Dichang. But Celestial Court was only delaying and acting perfunctorily. Fang Dichang was too important to Fang Clan. Without him, Fang Clan would lack a brain. After Fang Clan refined Divine Beam Palace, they had the possibility of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. But the loss of Divine Beam Palace and Fang Dichang made Fang Clan's dream of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Gong was in a bad mood, especially after hearing about Qixi Ancestor's actions. Qixi Ancestor is already leading Eastern Sea, but what about me and Fang Clan? We are stuck at a standstill. Sigh. Fang Gong felt helpless. The only thing that made him happy was that Fang Dichang had already prepared for this. He gave Fang clan's wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yun in advance. Since Celestial Court is not willing to release Fang Dichang, we can only nurture Fang Yun first. Fang Gong made a decision. He could not wait any longer. Time waits for no man. Nurturing a Gu Immortal, a capable wisdom path Gu Immortal, required a lot of time. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Qin Dingling looked at the information in her hands as she smiled, muttering to herself. Fang clan is actually willing to pay such a huge price to redeem Fang Dichang. If they knew that Fang Dichang has already been replaced and is actually Fang Yuan's clone, I wonder what they would think? Celestial Court already knew of Fang Dichang's identity. Right now, Divine Emperor's city was guarded by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's will. He had already informed Qin Dingling about this. Even though Fang Dichang was sealed in Divine Beam Palace's painting, he still had a portion of authority. He had been resisting stubbornly. Even Genesis Lotus will could not do anything to him. But soon. Qin Dingling smiled. The batch of Gu Immortal seeds we sent earlier has developed extremely well. They already have the strength to attack Fang Dichang. As long as we capture this person and use his close connection with Fang Yuan, we can find the location of Fang Yuan's main body. Spectral Soul was secretly searching for Fang Yuan's main body. Celestial Court was even more so. Qin Dingling knew that Fang Yuan was at a low point now. It was the best time to kill Fang Yuan. If they could kill Fang Yuan, not only would they restore Celestial Court's prestige, they would also gain huge battle gains. Be it Fang Yuan's various inheritances, his Gu worms, his sovereign immortal aperture, secluded domains of heaven and earth, and others, they were all things that Celestial Court wanted. Qin Dingling replaced Fairy Myrtle to guard Celestial Court. Even though she was only a luck path Gu Immortal, she did her best and worked tirelessly. There were indeed results. Internally, Celestial Court controlled the 10 great ancient sects. It actively nurtured talents and recuperated. Externally, Celestial Court cooperated in Eastern Sea. They only had to pay half a primordial origin true inheritance to use Qi ancestor as a tool. Capturing Fang Dichang was just around the corner. The hope of killing Fang Yuan's main body was even greater than Spectral Soul's side. Everything will be fine. Chapter 2025. Divine Emperor City. Inside the painting, Fang Dichang waved his hand. A large amount of white sand scattered. The white sand landed on the ground and melted, forming a puddle of milk. Gudong gudong. Bubbles immediately appeared on the ground, and the beans buried under the ground swallowed the milk in large mouthfuls, growing continuously. In a few minutes, Fang Dichang used up the few rank 8 immortal material milk sand he had. The originally barren land was now abnormally fertile. Green bean sprouts sprouted from the ground. Again. Fang Dichang took out another portion of lightning path immortal material. The immortal material was digested by Divine Emperor's city when it was thrown into the air, turning into tiny arcs of lightning that enveloped the entire bean field. The tender bean sprouts were stimulated by the arcs of lightning. They grew stronger at a visible rate. Continue. After the arcs of lightning dissipated, Fang Dichang took out a third portion of immortal material. Time continued to pass. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Dichang finally stopped his actions. He looked at the field. The beans in this field had already grown into divine bean soldiers. They were closely arranged next to each other. They were as silent as stone statues, waiting for Fang Dichang's orders. Fang Dichang sighed, thinking, "This is the last batch of divine bean soldiers. I have basically used up all the immortal materials I have." As one of Fang Yuan's clones, Fang Dichang had been trapped in the painting ever since he was plotted against by Genesis Lotus Will. During this period of time after the fated war, while waiting for his main body to rescue him, he was also doing his best to accumulate troops. Even now, the main body did not come to save him. Fang Dichang could only prepare to save himself. He was now trapped in the painting and could not contact the main body. He could not even communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. But he had refined Divine Beam Palace earlier. He still had a portion of authority. This was the reason why Genesis Lotus Will could not do anything to him in the short term. Fang Dichang used this authority to borrow Divine Being Palace's power to nurture Divine Being soldiers again. He kept accumulating Divine Being soldiers. The current scale of his military force had already reached a considerable level. "It is time, let's go and occupy all the murals!" Fang Dichang ordered without hesitation. The Divine Being soldier army started their journey. They split up and rushed to the edge of the mural, breaking into other mural worlds. There were large tracts of farmland outside the monarch city. The autumn wind blew, and many farmers were harvesting wheat. "This year is a bumper harvest!" "Yeah, every family has a good harvest." "What's that sound?" The farmers were chatting merrily when a strange noise suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be bewildered. A group of Divine Being soldiers, more than 300 people, barged into this mural time. When they realized that these farmers were like sharks that had smelled blood, they became violent and their movements became extremely fast. They trampled on the farmland and killed anyone they saw. "Run! There's a monster, let's go! Spare my life! Please!" Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The last farmer was beheaded and fell into a pool of blood. The Divine Being soldiers successfully killed all the humans and occupied this painting world. The other mural was still outside Emperor City. It was spring at this time, the scenery was bright and beautiful. Large groups of scholars, and young ladies came out of the city for a walk. While they were talking and laughing, 3 to 5 Divine Being soldiers suddenly appeared, causing the women to scream in unison. "They actually dared to attack women! What are these things?" The scholars looked at them curiously, while the guards directly surrounded them. The Divine Being soldiers started to attack. The guards were already vigilant and were in a stalemate for a while. "These strange things have evil intentions. Where did these things come from? Forget it, let's kill them first." The scholars cooperated with the Academy Guardian Gu Masters and killed these Divine Being soldiers without much effort. But soon, thousands of Divine Being soldiers arrived in this painting world. This time, the guards and scholars were unable to resist. After most of them resisted, their corpses were mercilessly stepped on by the Being Deity army in the mud, and a small portion of them retreated out of the painting world, luckily surviving. Divine Being soldiers had extraordinary strength, at least at Desolate Beast level. But in the painting world, they had to follow the rules inside. There was a very small difference between immortal and mortal. Moreover, when Divine Being soldiers entered other paintings, they were randomly teleported and of different sizes. Fang Dichang attacked with a heavy fist, but the Divine Being army scattered randomly and started to invade on the spot. Thus, some Divine Being soldiers had good progress, while some encountered intense resistance, and some were directly destroyed by the Gu Masters in the painting world. Even so, Fang Dichang soon showed a satisfied smile. "My previous guess was not wrong. Divine Being Palace's paintings are connected to Emperor City's paintings. Although I am sealed here, Divine Being soldiers originate from Divine Being Palace. They are of the same origin as Divine Emperor City, thus they can leave. The more painting worlds these Divine Being soldiers occupy, the higher my control over Divine Emperor City. After reaching a certain level, I can even advance further and suppress Genesis Lotus Will, becoming the Lord of Divine Emperor City." Fang Dichang's large-scale attack made the Gu immortal seeds that Celestial Court had placed in Divine Emperor City's painting world gather and discuss countermeasures. "What is going on with these Divine Being soldiers?" Chen Dejiang frowned. Sun Yao's eyes were bloodshot. "I don't know either. After these monsters appeared, they slaughtered wantonly. They are extremely vicious. Those pitiful beggars and refugees were all killed by these monsters. Maybe this is our fortuitous encounter or a test," Tang Ruqi guessed. Ing Xingji frowned. "I have killed many Divine Being soldiers, but so far, I have not gained any benefits." Wei Wuxiang analyzed calmly. "Divine Being soldiers are from Divine Being Palace. According to rumors, Gu Immortals can plant these woodpath soldiers on a large scale in Divine Being Palace. When it is time for battle, the Gu Immortal will release them to fight against the enemy. Previously,
When Divine Being soldiers landed in Western Desert, they also scattered a large number of Divine Being soldiers to fight against our central continent's 10 great ancient sections. Then what is the reason for the sudden appearance of these Divine Being soldiers? Zhao Shui asked. Wei Wuxiang shook his head. I don't know either. Although we have been here for some time, this painting world is too vast and profound. We don't know many of its secrets and profundities. What are these reasons for? Right at this time, Xiao Qixing walked over. Ah, it's Brother Xiao. What information do you have? Or do you know the truth? These Gu immortal seeds asked one after another. They valued Xiao Qixing greatly, because among them, Xiao Qixing was doing the best. He had infiltrated the military camp and continued to rise in rank. He was already a minor officer now. Xiao Qixing said, I don't care about the reason for the appearance of Divine Being soldiers. I only know that the higher-ups have already issued a military order to mobilize the army to encircle these Divine Being soldiers. I am leading the army alone this time and need helpers. We can work together and slaughter these Divine Being soldiers. After the battle, we will definitely be rewarded according to our contributions. I have no objections. These monsters should be punished severely. Chen Dijiang said. Sun Yao nodded. These Divine Being soldiers are too excessive, they don't even treat humans as humans. I want to take revenge for those pitiful refugees. Count me in. Zhao Shuyi also expressed her stance. Soon, these Gu immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects agreed and temporarily joined Xiao Qixing. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.